Preponed.
Okay, it is live.
Thank you, Sharon. I'll check the link in 1 minute. Preponed. Please help us finish today's event on time before 5 p.m. so that we can begin with the valedictory function as planned. Expecting your cooperation and punctuality. It's casualty it is coming.
Yeah, there is another.
Successful completion of the conference today. So if anybody calls Sumesh, put the Google Meet saying that participants who are giving paper presentation today, please directly join the Google Meet. Depending on the speaker availability and session, your presentation will be preponed. Please help us finish the event on time before 5 p.m. so that we can begin with the valedictory function as planned. Where is a paper presentation list? You took 2 copies, no? No, I cannot do anything. They have that printer.
It's not there, sir.
One copy. Paper presentation, let it be here. No, 2 copies. Can you bring it here? Yeah.
You made 2 copies, right?
Yeah. And session.
It's nice.
It's nice. Later. Hello,
Hello.
good morning.
Good morning. The presentation starts.
John sir, very good morning. Very good morning, sir. Can you hear me?
No, I'm not unable to.
Yeah, my audio is not here. Oh, 1 minute, sir.
It's all in mute.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Sir, can you test your speaker? Can you test your speaker? Just like that. Can you hear me, sir? Hello? That's
Now it's okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay,
Yeah.
yes.
I got it.
How are you, sir? Thank you very much for accepting the offer, sir. Thank you. Salih sir,
Okay.
so actually the meeting is live on YouTube. So we'll start the meeting in about 5 minutes, sir. And after the meeting, we'll separately, I'll talk to you over phone call, sir.
Yeah, I mean, like, I saw எல்லாத்தையும் பார்த்தேன் எல்லா டாபிக்கையும் பார்த்தேன் இட்ஸ் totally different from what I giving today.
No, sir. Actually, yours is herb, right? This is actually the market application of the phytomedicine. So herbal medicines is the direct application of our conference intention, right? So it's definitely a related topic, and we actually felt at least one topic is not purely research. It's like application of the research.
Yeah,
So it is
like I was telling to Stalin that only. I mean, like all topics are mostly on research-based things. You would have told me. I also gave some research.
No problem, sir. We actually like the topic because this will give a diverse information to the participants. So this is good.
Yeah, I mean, earlier he told like a 20 minutes talk, so I prepared for 20 minutes, but in brochure it says one hour, right?
Not a problem, sir. We give a buffer time for technical problems and everything. We take that into consideration and we give an hour. But if your talk finishes early, we have paper presentations to continue with. So we will continue with that. Not a problem.
Okay. I mean, that's good.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you can share your screen and keep it ready. We'll start with the presentation in another 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, and
yes, sir.
I'm keeping the screen because it is in Google Doc. I earlier had this thing. I mean, I am unable to see anybody or how things work here.
I mean, the participants will be here. They will be joining us, and there will be people joining in the YouTube as well. You won't be able to see them directly, but they will interact with you once the question session is open. They will ask you questions, sir.
Okay.
We will communicate the questions from the people in the YouTube, and through the people in the meets, they will directly ask you questions.
Okay. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Shall I keep my screen?
You can share your screen and keep it ready. Yes, sir. We'll start in about a few minutes. You can leave your video on, sir, during the talk, and your PPT as well. So both will be on. We will be able to see you.
So now you can able to see my presentation?
Not yet, sir. Not yet. I'm able to see your video. You can share your entire screen and.
Yeah. You can?
Not yet, sir. I think it's. No, sir, it's not starting. The next to that, the leave call option, you have that present now, right, sir? Can you click on that and say present entire screen, your entire screen?
Okay. I mean, present now, right?
Present now, yes, sir. That up arrow is there, no, that one. In that
I'm giving
entire screen.
entire screen. Okay.
And in that, there will be a pop-up menu on the top. You have to click that in the middle. There will be one small window in that pop-up.
Okay, got it.
Click that and then say share. Now it is joining. Now it is starting. Yes.
Okay.
Now you can minimize your browser. We can see your browser. Now if you make this to slideshow, that will be great, sir. And also this small thing that's coming up, sir. Stop sharing is there. No? Next hide is there, right? Can you click that? Thank you, sir. That is great. Looks perfect. We'll start off as soon as possible, sir. Just in another 2 minutes.
Shall we start? Good morning, Adams.
Yes, Dr. Stalin.
Yeah, Adams, how are you?
I'm fine, Stalin. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
So how is your day today?
Yeah, it's going fine. Your talk is about to start. Okay.
Okay.
So, yes. Okay. Okay, sir.
Thank you, Stalin sir, for joining, and thank you, John Adams sir, for reaching us and joining the meeting on time as scheduled. With a short 1 minute prayer, we will start today's session. I request participants to kindly be silent for 30 seconds for the prayer. Thank you, everyone. So without any further delay, let's start with today's session. We have John Adams with us as a lead talk for the first session today. John Adams is a postgraduate research fellow in University of Mississippi in USA, has come here to give a talk on herbs. This is a real-time application of the phytomedicine concept that we are all talking about. Although all the other researchers are on, all the other lead talks were mainly on focusing on research results. What Sir is going to give us on talk is the real-world application of these research, and it's going to give us a broader understanding of this phytomedicine. And he's doing his research in an international institute. So let's hear the words of John Adams, and let's get some of his thoughts. Thank you, John Adams, sir. Please continue with our talk.
Thank you for the organizing committee to invite me to give a talk on PHYTOCINE 2022. It's a great pleasure for me to give a lecture on this topic, mainly on herbs, which is actually like we are currently actually using a lot of herbs in different kind of an approach, like nutraceuticals or dietary supplements or botanical drugs. So what are they actually? Because when these herbs actually comes to the market, it's have a lot of plenty of problems and quality standard issues. And I'm just mainly focusing on the market scenario and market problems and how FDA and other organizing bodies actually handling it with the high priority in US. So 70% of my talk will be on mostly on a US market based, and 25 will be on Indian based. So because I don't want to talk much on Indian market or Indian regulatory stuffs, because many people are already, I mean, authorized people are there to talk about that. So let's move on to a topic on herbs. Today I'm going to give what are the problems and quality standards on it. Okay. So before entering into the topic, I'm just putting a disclaimer, because whatever opinion or whatever view actually I'm making in this presentation, it's solely on me. There is no government agency or private agencies or my affiliated institutions responsible for this any opinion caused here. This presentation is mainly made up of the available literature and research public data, and as well as that my research experience in past 12-13 years. Okay, so these are my outline of my talk. It's actually I start with a plant classification. Don't think that I'm going to talk about taxonomy related plant classification or anything like that very deeply. I'm just giving a very small one point of explanation of plant classification, so that it will be easy to understand what is herbs and how the botanicals and dietary supplement is made up of these things in a certain topics and other stuff. So, and current world trade value. I mean, world trade value mainly on, I'm focusing on mainly on the US, which is a recently published data, and adulteration problems, whatever we are facing in our real time market or commerce. So then I move with then a market example with the issues, which is actually everyone should know about the issues, what is happening and what is the things actually we need to take care of it, and that is the main part of it. And so ultimately it will be helpful for the students and researchers who are doing or want to do a research in phytochemistry or botanicals related things. And I mean, like in Bangalore, there are plenty of pharmaceutical companies are there, and mainly based on the herbs and other stuff. So this will be, hopefully it will be helpful for them in certain aspects. Okay, and next conclusion. Okay, so based on the plant classification, the all plants is actually classified based on their forms and their how they evolved from the primitive to advanced type of things. So if you see here, it is like all plants is having a different type of a vernacular name and other aspects. So how we are actually naming and identifying it without any confusion, it's a very big task actually, because we see a lot of name changes, a lot of synonym, a lot of grouping them according to the modern techniques like API and other stuff, APG classification and other stuff. So it's on process, I mean, like it's always going on process. In that scenario, how the already published data or already used products, labels and everything, so how we are actually going to solve all the problems, because in 10 years back it will be one product will be sold in that particular different plant name, which is actually entirely different from today's market product. So that's why, I mean, Latin names will helpful, but still it is a problematic things where taxonomist and high profiled BSI and other people are working on it, which will be helpful for other market people or who are actually doing like a pharmacognosy or you all gymnosome and angiosperms. These are the primitive to advanced classicist. If you say botanist to describe herb means it is a small, light, and thin, fleshy stem, which is not forms on a woody part. It is easily breakable, and these are the herbs. But when it comes to commerce, all type of plant pots or all type of different things is called as herbs. There is, it's like, that's why it's like an herbal product or herbal botanicals or raw materials or everything. I mean, everything it will be included in one term called herb. So it starts with the spirulina to the root or stem or like anything. I mean, whatever it's made into a product, it is a product or an herbs. So how plant ingredients generally work. So there are actually plenty of way to explain these things, but the thing is actually like when we all know that in traditional medicine we all do an crude extract or crude decoctions of this thing. We just powder the plant and we will eat it. But the thing is actually like right now nowadays it's like it's very difficult because we don't have a very high knowledge as in early days of plant on plants, and we are not trained physicians. I mean, it's like a classified or non-classified physicians, so like that. So we are all generally depend on the products which is sold in the market, and this all is very complicated. See, for example, this mute sweet, it's actually like contain a salicylate. If you eat this one, it is actually contain a salicylate and it will be like a irritation and due to the mucus, but the same way it will have the buffering compound on it. So it will be like a 50-50. It will give a cause a harm, but same way it will buffer it or dilute it, the harms. So every product and every plant material should be studied properly and regulate properly and mention their property and mention that the plant pot which is mentioned in the used in the product in a very legal label for selling a product. So what are the botanical drugs? Okay, so in US market actually there are like called botanical drugs. The botanical drugs is anything which like plant made based material like vegetables or anything like alga or macroscopic fungi or combined of all these three. So but also in the different forms, like it starts with an solution or oilments or capsule or tablet or topical things or injection, anything. I mean, like any forms or any type of material which is called as botanical drugs. But it's actually like it's have a guideline. From US government, they gave a description of botanical drugs, what is called as a botanical drugs and what is not called as a botanical drug, which is like a fermentation products or products derived from the animals or minerals, highly purified compounds or material derived from the botanicals, which is genetically modified or anything like that. It is not called as a botanical drugs. So who is responsible for this in US? I mean, like a Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, it's called as a CEDAR. They are the responsible for authorized and accept or approve these botanical drugs according to their guidelines, and they release the guidelines And industry, if they are want to make a botanical drug, they need to follow the guidelines according to that. So till today, actually, only two products, market products, are sold as a botanical drugs, which is highly studied. It is an virgin and mites. Actually, virgin is have the compounds like cynicatechins, which is actually isolated from tea leaf, and crofelemer is actually like useful for the stools. I mean, like to stop the stools, like how to say, it's like a diarrhea things which is caused in HIV patients. Because why it is very important means HIV patients will have already in medications, and when they have a different type of botanical drugs or dietary supplements, it will cause or it will affect their medication infants and other things. So these all are the very concerned matters to consider and other things. Okay. So we started with the herbs, and we came to know about the botanical drugs and other things. So other than botanical drugs, there are plenty of herbal products is sold in the market. And so what are they actually? What they call it is as an so they call it as an dietary supplements, which will be added to the diet, which will be gives the nutritional supplements and or nutritional intakes which is actually lack in the regular diet, like regular food diet or anything like that. So dietary supplements should be it is comes under Dietary Supplement Health and Educational Act of 1994, and it is categorized under the general umbrella like food, not as a drug. So supplements are the supplements which regularly you take every day. It's not like a physician prescribe you for 1 week or 1 day. So if you are actually used to take a supplements like for a brain enhancement or weight loss or anything like that, so in a regular take. So how it should be, I mean, like the dietary supplements, it should have a labels which is actually clearly mentioned, like it cannot be make a disease claim to diagnose, cure, or mitigate, or treat, or prevent disease. So these are the major things it should be. I mean, like, so it should not claim that this product will cure certain things or certain I mean illness or anything like that. So many dietary supplements, as I earlier I told, it will have a conflict with the medicines which you are regularly taking or physicians have prescribed. So it should be always important to consult a doctor when you are in a medication to take a dietary supplements. So there are a number of botanical preparations which is marketed in US as a dietary supplements. So it is always should be like all supplements are taken orally. So it won't be in any form like injection or anything like that. So it is only by intake by oral. And these dietary supplements may include like vitamins, minerals, herbs, or anything, or even it is an amino acid or substance, or organ tissues, or glandulars or metabolism. Hope you all know about glandular metabolism. Glandular metabolism is like hormone or a gland which is actually extracted from the animal tissues or and this one. Say, for example, this picture shows in a multi-glandular for woman. It's a glandular nutrition supplements which is sold for a woman in nutritional supplements. So these are the other few dietary supplements sold in US markets. For example, like these are alfalfa, charcoal, and canberry. I mean, echinacea, purpurea, and other things. And down, if you see, it's like omega-3, gold C, vitamin C, organic spirulina. So, and drinks like enhanced drinks, nutritional drinks, or vitamin drinks, supplemental drinks, and I mean, weight loss as well as the muscle builds and everything. So this all comes under dietary supplements in US markets. These all will be like just the label will have a nutritional supplement to help or enhance your regular health, but not mentioned as a cure, or it will remedy for any kind of a disease. So, what are the current market trade in the US? So, say, for example, in this pandemic, you all know that during this pandemic, everyone started to take an immune boosters or and other supplements, which is actually like enhance their immunosystems and other stuff. So, for example, this is a recent market value in US, which is actually shown like 2020. You can see the difference in 2019 and 2020. It is almost like chances like 17% is in increase in the example like the some one recent literature actually says that in 2050 the US market value in dietary supplements will reach like a trillion. So now it is in billions. Now within another 20-25 years it will be reaching trillions of value. I mean, like it is a very huge number of products, and there are n number of companies selling market products or dietary supplement products in US market. For example, if you see a Sambagas, it's like a top selling herbal dietary in last year, which is actually like you all know that Sambagas is like known for antioxidants and phenols and other stuff. So people started to take an Sambagas or elderberry capsules and other stuff an outlet like Walmart or everywhere, CVS or anything. Wherever you go, you can actually get this dietary supplements products without any physicians. This one, so people takes, and the value is like 2 billion numbers in 2020 itself of selling of Sambagas. So, and the next is an Vithania somnifera. I don't know actually, like Vithania somnifera, ashwagandha is actually used in a different type of uh, climb and other stuffs. Last year, it is actually increased from 40th position to 12th position, and Vithania somnifera is actually like labeled as a stress relief and give a good sleep. But in India, it is actually claimed for some other reason. But in US, it is actually like with the scientific evidence, it says that it is a stress relief. And you all know that in past pandemic situations, everybody in the stress, so people want to release their stress from the financial issues and pandemic issues, and I mean all stuff. So these are the two main highlighted plant material in the current market, but still it is a 40 plants, which is actually many are there. So, I mean, this is two are say very important. So, what are the problems in market? Okay, let's see. So we saw that all the industrial approach or people who actually like authenticate or who are working on approving this product is mainly on an adulterant. So adulterant is actually like a two type of an adulterant, which is always caused in herbal botanical this things. It is like economic adulterant and pharmaceutical adulterant. So economic adulterant is any product which is actually mixed with a less expensive ingredient, or to make a weight increase, or I mean sample raw material weight increase or anything like that. So pharmaceutical adulteration, which is actually to a herbal product. So what are the other misleads actually generally happen during the formation from the scratch? I mean, from starting with a botanical raw material collection to this one. So these are the few examples of misleads which will happen in collection. For example, like a different name, vernacular names of one plant, which is when you are selling or collecting, you won't go and collect, or a company won't go. They will actually get from the supplier. So we always, it's very difficult to believe a supplier, because according to the market and according to their this thing, they will mix up, they will add up anything they want, or it is very difficult. And every company's roles and responsibility is very important to authenticate these materials and other stuff. So vernacular name is obviously one important thing, and poor knowledge of plant identification, where people actually, everyone is not the plant expert, but is actually not knowing the plant as well. Earlier who were actually do it, because in those days actually who were doing the traditional medicine practice, they will directly go and collect the plant and they will make according to the formulation but now every person is responsible for each and every role which is played from the start, from the raw material to the end product. And it's very difficult to say that they have the proper knowledge of plant identification and that stuff. So for example, Sida cardifolia and Sida cardate, if you say that bala, both are all siddhas are balas. When it's like a differ pride nagabala or bala, who knows that people will go and ask that I only want a nagabala or specifically on bala. So it's like it's very difficult on these things, and the substitution of herbs. And because of, for example, in Ayurveda, one concept is there, Ativesha and Musta, which is actually like in Ativesha, you can actually substitute Musta, for example, Aconita metrophyllum, which is actually only geographically available on the Himalayan region. For that, we use the substitutional species like Cyprus rotundus, and you can see in many formulation or many products sold in the market will have Cyprus rotundus instead of Aconita metrophyllum, and it's very common. So these are the substitution which is actually happen in the market, and the confusions. So for example, Arabian senna or with Indian senna Alexandria, or Indian senna Cassia angustifolia. Right now, people actually kept this as a synonym for this plant. Or so according to the plant list or anything like that. People, when they check all these things, they came, now it is like it is a synonym for this plant, but both are different. We consider these both are different in past. So economical adulteration, like a mix-up of different samples, which is actually held in a market. For example, the first picture, you can see the difference, and see it is also have the stones and other plant parts. Actually, like this is the root part, but this is it looks like a stem. But see the stones also there, because this is one important point actually we need to make, because stones and sands actually like increase the weight of the sample, but it won't impact on chemical profiling or DNA identification, because it's a very easy way of doing adulteration, because you can add, but it won't be traceable in DNA or anything else. So that type of an adulteration is happen very regularly. And another one is like same plant, for example, root is mentioned, it is added with an all aerial part of the plant. So what happen if we actually do all these things? Because when you actually extract this one, root, for example, literature says that root have a 29% of particular compound, and the assays will be like in 92 or something if you isolate. But the thing is, when you do all these things, you will get like a 10% or 12% of particular compound. It's not mean that 1 kg of your material is not having, but it's having a different kind of plant pot which is sold in the place of the genuine plant pot. So 1 kg of material or root will have this compound, means you have to be like very careful when do the sampling before doing that. I know that many phytochemistry people actually do get the powder and they will do the start. They start with an extraction, but they never want to, or they don't show the interest to see the raw material, how it looks actually, what are the parts it's actually present in that particular samples. So that is very important, or to have a look on that. So because it's ultimately you will end up in the result or whatever it is, when you are showing interested in particular compound, it will be like very less yield. So another example like Nigella sativa. Nigella sativa is actually like majorly adulterated with other alien species. For example, this sample is having two type of seed. If you see in a close look, you can see that difference. For example, see here, this is one type of seed and another type of seed is here. This is the Nigella sativa and this is the alien cepa seeds. So I mean, both looks similar, but the thing is actually like, but when you have a close look, you can see the difference like this. So for example, another example, this is an lepidium seed, which is actually one pinch of sample have this much debris and other stuff. It's not only having a debris, but it's also have a alien part. I mean, like for example, insects or moth. It is actually lying here. You can see, right? So in one pinch of sample, it is having this much, and you just imagine in 1 kg of material how much it will have. So this goes into a product. You just imagine what will cause. I mean, like, or what impact, for example, if this dietary supplements is for kids or anything like that. You just imagine any side effects or anything has happened. So, I mean, what is the reason or what is who is the responsible for that? So, sampling is very important. So another is pharmaceutical adulteration. Okay, when we very concerned about this and we are very properly maintain the samplings, but when come to a pharmaceutical adulteration, these are the adulteration sometimes when certain companies actually wantonly they make. For example, they will add a different type of plant material and they want to show that this is the uh, product which is having this particular plant form just by adding a marker compound of that plant just to add just 1% or 2% of marker compound into your product. And I mean it will show that, I mean COA, I mean like certificate of analysis will show all peaks whether it is present or not. So it's people say that, oh yeah, see, this marker is present in this compound, but it's not mean that it's 100% is a genuine product. Because for example, in many products they sell adding an API compound into their herbal product. For example, have you heard about, I don't know how many people have heard about this herbal Viagra. So this herbal Viagra, which is actually having a cetanfiel citrate, which is a Viagra, very pure compound. They add this compound into it, and they say that herbal Viagra, and you know that whole world is actually crazy about herbal products. So they buy all these things and they will sell. And in Netherlands, it is says that it is illegal and 60% is consumed of cetanfiel. So it some recent literature shows that. And I am actually like wonder that one capsule lasts for 2 to 3 days. Actually, just imagine like certain fuels, citrate is they claim like it will last for like 1 or 2 hours or that. But see here, it's one capsule is last for 2 to 3 days. I don't know actually how much quantity of certain fuel they add in this herbal Viagra. So it's very important actually. Like so, government should be like very vigorously to label. I mean, get into a notification of these things and ban the products and other stuff. So okay. So another one is in Mitragina species. We all know that many people actually do the research on this thing. This being commonly called as a kratom, which is actually recently they told that US actually give a warning on these things, which is shows that it's having a morphine kind of a sample, which is actually act on opiate brain receptor and leads to a risk of addiction, abuse, and dependence. So this species, which is having a chemical compound like mitragynine and 7-hydromitragynine compounds, which is actually responsible for these particular activities. And the more research is actually happening on this plant, and many people are actually bringing up the research evidence to approve or legalize this plant in many states in US. Few states actually giving an illegal, but the thing is actually they have within a concern disclaimer made on the product or anything like that. In US, actually, one American Association of Kratom, it's a NGO organization which is actually formed for to release, make this plant as an illegal purpose, but still it is actually like very strange to see. In US it is actually banned, but in many in Indian states or in Asian countries, still it is in regular use in certain places. So it's no wonder actually how people actually trace that because of these plant. People do all such things, or whether it is addicted to the for that or like, because we all know about tobacco and other stuffs, but still many plants, plenty of plants are actually give the same type of effect other than tobacco, and uh, we still use it. We still use it in India and other stuff. So, the government is actually, I'm not seeing any notice or any legal form of these things in Indian government websites or anything like that. Hope it will be like available soon, and people will be get a awareness of all type of plant materials which they are used in a regular or product wise. So these are the some labelings of kratom throughout the world. How they in Indonesia, Thailand, and they sell. So they list like a not for a human consumption. So these are very important to label according to that. And these are the like a different type of grades which is used in this herbal market. Says that higher 7 hydroxide. So generally it's like I'm not sure that whether it is useful for human consumption or not, but people still use for certain other things. So, but this product is having has not been evolved by the FDA, and it is not intended to diagnose, treat, or cure or prevent any diseases. So they mentioned it. So I'm not sure that how many Indian products or Indian powder samples will have a very clear labeling on these things. So another is a biloba. We all know that it is two parts is used in from jingobob. It's like a leaf and seed, but other two species also adulterated with this, mainly like phagospyrum, which is actually Fabaceae for Polygonaceae family, and another one is, sorry, I think it's some wrong in that. Okay, so these two are actually like adulterated with this. So people should be like aware of these things, and they will check all the quality standards according to that to verify this product. So another one is lepidium and gesturinea. These two are comes from brassicaceae, and morphologically looks very similar. This is regularly used in traditional Chinese medicine, and one comes from the northern region of China, and another one comes from southern region of China. So when you see the morphological thing, it's both looks very similar and very closely. Even chemical looks very similar. So how you will identify these plants when it is looks very similar and other stuff? So in market, if you see both looks very similar, you will get the two type of samples either in name, and still you will actually like able to see the NMR profile. For example, if you see the NMR profile, it's both looks is similar. All type of compounds in a very properly aligned peaks. So it's very difficult even in DNA barcodes also. The species specifically to identify these plants is so still some research is actually going on these things to identify and classify this lepidium. But Chinese pharmacopoeia says that you can use both, but the thing is actually other countries won't accept it in certain like why you want to use both or in substitution or like until you show a very proper evidence to it. So quality standard. This is one example of a quality standard I show here is a Tinospora, where I compared Tinospora cardifolia with the Crispa and Sinensis. So step by step, it's like a external morphology. First step it is required, and the second is an morphology. Anatomy, how you are classifying according to the anatomy, what is the key character you will identify for for an acceptance criteria. So which character is differ from other species? For example, if you see third one, it is like airy petiole and leaf, but it is not having that much airy substance in this anatomically. And the other thing is actually like in stem is having all vascular bundle is like same kind of, because it's a woody climber, obviously it will have a chemical. Okay, what HPTLC, what it says that HPTLC. So here we used like not a one marker compound, we used a 6 marker compound to differentiate each sample. And you can see here, yeah, you can see here it is like all are cordifolia, plant material, and these all are dietary supplements, which is claimed to be having a CRISPR, chordata, and the synensis. For example, if you see the Benjangiri, I mean Tinospora, which is actually entirely different from all other 3 species, which is actually not having any marker compound on this. But if you see this second marker compound, what is it? Propto, sites B and C, it's actually like a Tinospora crispa, it's having presence. But the thing is actually like in cardifolia, it is in very less or it's absent. And another way, it's a column. So this is actually like to tell or not to tell about any issues which is actually happening in the market. So if you see some examples, say any product or any samples, which is actually, it should be like 100% disclosure of an ingredient in the label and other stuffs. If you are actually like I mean misleading or hidden some ingredient without telling outside, it is actually like illegal, and it is very, I mean it is a very problematic product. So if a product falls under that category, the manufacturer has to declare the ingredient according to the international nomenclature of cosmetics and ingredient guidelines. So for example, you people, I don't know whether you know about these things, or zoom, it's actually like a very been a little old issue, which is actually made like a herbal sexual health supplements, which is sold as a supplement in US. The FDA actually banned this one, and because it says that this product is like having that hidden drug ingredient, which is actually caused nitrate effect and in the lower blood sugar in a diabetes or a diabetes patients. So generally like I think it's they say that it is actually because of a pure compound of sildenafil. So they added into the this zoom as a herbal sexual enhancement ingredient. So another issue is like this banned 3 Indian herbal product. I hope you all know about these things. It's actually like, see, for example, if you see here, 24,300 ppm of lead is, which is present in a Jamburlin product, which is sold by an Ujalian Ayurvedic pharmacy. So what is the limit actually? Like not, it should be not more than 2 ppm according to the US guideline. But the thing is, these all 3 product, Indian product, which is actually sold, having a lead which is actually like almost like a 1,000 folds actually. Like so, they all 3 actually banned according to the things. So heavy metal is also a very huge concern. I mean, the people should be like very concerned about this thing, because it won't go out of your body and other things. It takes a lot of time and this thing. So another type of an issue. So for example, labeling. So labeling should be like very proper and very clear in certain things. See, this is one of the companies selling a product which says that the power of 13 Ayurvedic herbs, but it says that different name of all 13. For See, if you see the picture, it looks like 11 and this is triple I. If you see like three altogether, then it comes like a 14. So, but here it says that 13 Ayurvedic herbs, and also the names actually they mentioned here it is different, and here it is actually the same description. It's all differ. So, for example, if you see pillow, but it is not here. So this labeling always should be like proper. I know that some companies actually registered their trademark products according to their certain names and certain spellings. So because of the mistakes they done there, they need to follow the whole batch of samples according to that. But it's not. It is not the real. I mean, like, it is not a excuse to this thing. So whatever it is, actually, it should be like very properly followed and properly sold in the market. So the same product which is sold in US as well as in India from the same company, if you see that in the label which is actually advertised in US, it says that very clearly, like how much quantity of ashwagandha powder has the, like, for example, zero point 0.2 within or zero point 0.5 according to the 250 mg tablets or anything like that. So they very clearly said, but nowhere it is written in Indian websites. It says that just like a 250 mg. So what is 250 mg of product? Whether it is having withenoids pure component 250 mg, or what it's having. I mean, like whether it is having a root extract, is having what percentage of pure compound in it. So it should be very clear, and as like it is mentioned in a US website. So I don't know actually why they are advertising one type of thing in the Indian website and US website differently because of legal or a regulatory purpose. It means that Indian government should be like monitor these things and come into a good solution for this. So, for example, see here it is actually mentioned as a natural killer NK cells, which are unutilized virus infected cells. These are like it should not be mentioned in this way. I mean, like, because you know that in a recent 1.5 years, actually, many products actually claims that it is actually curable for COVID. So FDA government is actually like banning plenty of products. For example, even that hand wash is actually kill the virus. I mean, like I mean, it's they claim that it is cure COVID, but I don't know actually how it is. Like they is advertising this kind of things, unless like in India it says that neutralize virus infected cells. I don't know. So, for example, this is from FDA website. I mean, you can also have a look. What are the products which is actually banned in US according to that? See, Patanjali Corona Kill Kid actually is like banned. I mean, it's not banned, but the thing is, they actually gave a warning to push my cart website where they sell these products. So they said that actually, like three other, I mean, Patanjali, Kerala Ayurvedic, and Kotakal, all three actually they actually banned not to sell these products in their I mean online purchase platforms. So I checked this one. Now it is actually like 5 months back. It is warning letter is issued. So now it actually that website removed selling all this product. But see, regulate. So what are the reason on this all things is just because of a regulatory difference. So in India, I mean norms and everything is will be different from US or UK. For example, one point I can actually tell you, like Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani is actually considered safe in India because it's having a very long, uh, I mean, proving literature and other stuffs. So same way in US actually, these dietary supplements also not needed a regulatory complaints or any safety issues, because the same way it won't claim for any cure of the disease. It's that's the difference. I mean, like you can sell any product under the umbrella of dietary supplements, but same way you can't claim it is actually curable for that particular disease or anything like that, as it is mentioned in Indian product market. So in European Union, I mean, like they actually require bibliographic evidence, preclinical safety, and drugs and toxicology and pharmacological. So I mean, every country comes with different norms. Actually, like it's our responsible, and I'm not saying that the US is actually more vigorous on this, and India is not vigorous on that. But the thing is, these are the difference actually. Like for example, you can sell any product. For example, in heavy metal, which is having not more than 2%. If it is present, it won't be. You can't sell that product in India, but you can sell that product in you can't sell that product in US, but you can sell that product in India, because the level of acceptance rate of heavy metals is little high in Indian guidelines. So three major board which is actually responsible in India. It's like all cosmetic products which is actually approved or comes through from the Central Drug Standards Control Organization. The traditional medicines or traditional formulations which is comes through an Ayush Ministry, and Food Safety and Standard Authorized of India clears the nutraceutical and nutritional enhancement. So these are the main three boards which actually work on all these things and get the, I mean, brings the good products. I mean, there are plenty of village-based companies and other things and all they're selling the products. And in this pandemic situation, many companies actually grown up. But the thing is actually, government is required to be like more vigorous in giving awareness of the regulatory stuffs and other precautionary measures to make a product out of it. So what are the scopes actually, like, okay, what researchers actually doing or who are actually skilled in taxonomy, anatomy, or microscopical, this one, and phytochemistry? They are the major concerned people actually, like picked by all industries and other stuffs, generally like herbal industry, who actually not only they should know their techniques, they should know that what are the possibility and what are the things actually, like they will come across to the adulteration matters or issue regulatory things or anything like that. So if they are actually like well trained on these certain things, they are actually like very well known person, or they will easily noticeable by the industry or regulatory government sectors or anything like that. So it is actually like this kind of a work is very important. See, for example, I'm working on like projects like FDA and USDA stuffs and other things, which is actually like, since I was actually like worked on all these things. I worked in Himalaya Drug Company, I worked in Sabinsa and other things. So based on these things actually, like it's very easy for me to. So when students or researchers actually not only think about like isolation of compound and just go for and just look around and check the market things. Okay, you are actually isolating a compound. What is the market of it? What is the role it plays in regulatory stuffs and everything? If you are actually aware of all these things, you will be very good in in job related things. So general responsible of any people who actually using a dietary supplement or any kind of a product, they should be like more product caution. They should check ingredient, what level it is present, what is the accepted level of the ingredient it should be present. For example, if you are taking as like that paracetamol 250 mg, 500 mg for an adult or a kid, so you should be aware of, like, for example, how the plant material, how much quantity of the plant material should goes to the kid or adult or anybody or a aged person or who are in medication. So this should be like, we should be very careful, since we all educated people and we all in this field. We should give awareness to at least to the family members or who are around us. So check the websites and what are the legal things are happening on the product selling companies and other stuff. So get a clear identity of any products and check the certification symbol whether it's present in this product. So these are the common responsible for any person who's actually using a dietary supplement begins with any product. Thank you all. I hope you all got some points or something in regarding to the herbs and botanicals. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a very informative session, and you have brought to our information some latest drugs and what that's available in the market and what is their real life story. You've given us a very good information about the real market applications of phytomedicines and their disadvantages. You have highlighted some of their drawbacks as well. Thank you very much for this information, sir. I request if any participants have any questions, you can unmute yourself and speak now. We can discuss with sir. Any participant have any questions? I think not. I think we are good with, because the information is quite clear. I think it's self-explanatory. Thank you very much, sir. And we'll move on to the next sessions. I request our student organizer, Kumari, to take over. Thank you, John Adam, sir, for this wonderful session. Would you be able to assist us in judging the following presentations?
No, it's almost like 12
Yes,
noon.
yeah. It's the timings are quite off here, so I understand. No problem, sir. Thank you very much for taking this time away from your office hours to help us with this presentation, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you for inviting me. I mean, I wish all the best for the rest of the sections.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. It means a lot. Thank you. Sure, you start. You பேசுறதுன்னா நீ mute பண்ணிட்டு பேசு.
Good morning, everyone. So we'll start today's sorry for the interruption. So yeah, today we'll start our presentation. Good morning to one and all. So yes, today we'll go ahead with our paper presentation. So for our events judge, we have Dr. Lokesh Ravi, one of the very well-known associate professor of our department. His specialization is from phytomedicines, and also he's a microbiology person. He is also into bioinformatics, one of the very well-known research person of St. Joseph's College. So I welcome you to the event, and I would also introduce you as our main judge for this session. So today's theme for this session will be bioinformatics approach to phytomedicine. So, sir, kindly note our first presenter will be Ananya. And Ananya, you can start sharing your screen.
Okay, yeah, sure. Is the screen visible?
Yes, Ananya, it's visible. Please turn on your camera. You have 10 minutes to present, and there'll be a 5 minutes discussion. Sir, kindly note in your score sheet, her chest number or serial number is 22, sir.
Is it okay if I keep the camera off because the internet is a little slow outside?
Can you come on camera once and then go back, turn it off?
Okay.
You can introduce yourself and then turn it off.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay. A very good morning to everyone. I'm Ananya from St. Joseph's College, and today I'll be presenting my paper, which is titled In Silico Screening of Phytochemicals as a Potential Drug for Leprosy. I have divided my presentation into 5 different contents, that is introduction, methods and methodology, the results, the conclusion, and the discussion. So beginning with the introduction. Leprosy. Leprosy is such a common disease that all of us have heard of in a very, very common way. And leprosy is also one of the oldest ever diseases that was discovered, dating back to almost 2000 BC, and it was originated in India, according to many histologists. And also, Mycobacterium leprae was the first ever bacterial pathogen that was identified in the year 1874 by Gerard Amador Hansen. M. leprae belongs to the category or the group of bacteria known as Mycobacterium, and we all know also Mycobacterium tuberculosis, which causes TB, belongs to the same category. How exactly does M. leprae affect the human body? So M. leprae basically affects the keratinocytes, histiocytes, and the macrophages, which are present in the skin, and they also have a lot of affinity towards the Schwann cells. And infections in the skin can cause dermatological changes, whereas the damage to the Schwann cells, as we know, can cause nerve dysfunction, which leads to a loss of feeling or which leads to a loss of touch. The prevalence of this disease has actually been kept under control due to the use of multi-drug therapy, and it has been quite effective, but we'll learn later on what is the problem with the multi-drug therapy. Leprosy belongs to the category of diseases known as neglected tropical disease. These are called neglected tropical disease because first reason, leprosy is mostly prevalent only in tropical regions like Brazil, India, or Myanmar, and they're called neglected because we don't know much about these diseases, even though leprosy has been controlled quite well. How exactly does M. leprae work? The bacteria actually attacks the nerves, which becomes swollen under the skin, and the affected area by M. leprae leads to a loss of touch and a loss of sense, which can lead to major injuries like cuts or burns, and still the patient won't be able to feel. As we know, a patient infected with leprosy will have physical deformities and disabilities which cannot be cured, and they last for a lifetime. It was estimated that almost 2 to 3 million people were permanently disabled because of leprosy. And the highest number, again, was reported from India, followed by Brazil and Myanmar. To this year, India accounts for over 50% of the total cases reported every year. And there has also been a rise of cases where children being infected of leprosy. India started one of the biggest ever leprosy eradication program known as NLEP, but it was wrongly announced that it was eradicated in 2005, but that's not the case because leprosy cases are still on rise. The major concern, even though leprosy has a particular treatment and has proven drugs, the problem is the rise of drug-resistant Mycobacterium leprae. The genes GYRA, RPOB, and FOLP are major genes in M. leprae which cause antibiotic resistance, and there has been some mutations which are making the known drugs that we have, that is rifampicin, dapsone, and quinolines, resistant. The bacteria now does not react to any of these, and hence we are using a different set of drugs known as thioamide, ethionamide, and prothionamide, which are also the drugs used for TB. Although MDT was definitely successful in keeping leprosy under a check, it has left a lot of long-term side effects for people, including nerve dysfunction. And it's said that for almost 1/3 of people, the physical deformity got worse after treatment. So these are the concerns which are there with leprosy. And yeah, even though all of us think that leprosy is, a well-known disease which has a lot of cures, there are some major issues, and that's why I felt it was important to know natural and harmless and no side effect inhibitors for this particular disease. So in this research paper, the protein or the drug target I chose was enol acyl carrier protein reductase, or known as enol ACP reductase. It is a pivotal enzyme which is a type 2 fatty acid synthesis system. It is the last enzyme which catalyzes the elongation
Lilia,
of yes, sir.
can you skip the introductions a lot because we have more of the results and discussion together.
Okay, sir. I'll just tell what protein I choose and why.
Yeah, okay.
This is important in mycolic acid biosynthesis as it's an important constituent of the bacterial wall and inhibiting the mycolic acid, which will lead to the death of the bacteria. So the methods, the websites that were used was Duke's phytochemical database, PubChem, and Protein Data Bank. And the software that I used to analyze was Pyrex and Pymol. So how did we do this research? Was the first one is the preparation of the drug target protein. As the protein had two chains, chain A and chain B, one of the chain was deleted, and the water molecules were removed to make it fit for docking. And also the drug target had a natural inhibitor known as PTH-NAD adduct. So that helped us narrow down the binding site. The next was the preparation of ligands, where majority of the ligands that we obtained, that were almost 3,000 to 4,000 in number, were two-dimensional and had to be energy minimized in order to get a stable conformation. The docking process was done using Pyrex. Pyrex is an open source software which also has Autodock and Autodock Vina. After the docking was done, the visualization of the docking results was done using Pymol. Yeah. This is the structure of the natural inhibitor, which the protein already had, known as 2-propyl isonicotonic acyl nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, due to which we were able to find the residues, which helped us understand the binding site in much more accuracy. So the results that we obtained from this docking study was coagulin C, which is obtained from the plant Withania coagulans, showed the highest binding affinity of almost minus 9.9 kilocalories per mole, whereas vitamethylin obtained from the plant Datura meter gave us a binding affinity of almost minus 9.8 kilocalorie mole, respectively. These are some of the other ligands which gave us almost close binding affinities, with all of them being above minus 9. This is the images of how exactly the binding site and the interaction look like. The blue site is the polar interactions, and it was with methionine 98 and phenylalanine 97, and the red part is the non-polar interactions. And this coagulin C showed one hydrogen bonding, whereas vitamethylin also showed one hydrogen bonding and had only a single polar interaction, that is with arginine 47, which is shown in white color here. The pink is again the non-polar interactions. The discussion part. In this study, it was concluded, or it can be seen that Botany coagulants and Datura methyl can be exploited for their antibacterial properties. And coincidentally, both of them all belong to the family Solanaceae. Botany coagulans is also known as Panidoda or Rishganda, and it's a well-known antibacterial agent which has been used for ages in treating not just bacterial but also as an anti-diabetic drug. And this is a really commonly available plant, so it can be ordered on Amazon. The fruit of the Botany coagulans is said to have the highest amount of coagulancy, which exhibited the highest binding energy. Datura methyl, again a really common plant you can probably see in your gardens, is known as the Hindu Datura, also has quite important antibacterial properties. It is a herbaceous perennial plant which has been used to treat skin diseases and diarrhea. The antibacterial property of Datura methyl has not been that studied, and then it needs much more research in order to come to really strong conclusions. Both of these plants belong to Solanaceae, and probably some other plants of Solanaceae can also be tested and tried to see if they have antibacterial properties. The conclusion that I can derive from this is coagulin C and vitamethylin both were really good inhibitors of the protein enoyl ACP reductase, which is important in the mycolic acid synthesis. And Datura methyl, which also belongs to the family of Solanaceae, exhibited a binding affinity of minus 9.8. Both these plants belonging to the Solanaceae could be used in order to check for antibacterial properties and can also be exploited for other diseases as well. Even though there is solid evidence and there has been research done for Botany coagulans, Datura might be a new plant in this antibacterial properties. So it can be a really good research topic too if we are able to exponentiate from this and do further research on these two plants. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananya, for presenting. Audience, if you have any questions, you can post it in the chat box or even unmute yourself and ask. If there are no questions, I think, sir, you can start with the discussion, sir.
Ananya, good presentation. What is your final conclusion as an application? Instead of just saying that these plants are effective,
Yes, sir.
what is the conclusion therapy or the treatment option for this disease?
So I think the phytochemical, that is coagulin C, can be extracted to make medicines as such. Because I'm not sure if these, if like Botany coagulants can be eaten by oral ingestion, as we can order it on Amazon. The paneer doda is quite easily edible, but I'm not sure how effective it will be in order to treat leprosy. I think extraction of the phytochemical and converting it to a drug will be more effective to treat leprosy than just the oral ingestion or eating the plant extract itself.
Okay. So you're suggesting that the purified compounds can be given as a drugs?
Yes, they can be extracted and probably used.
All right. If you also look into literatures, is it possible you could find out whether this particular coagulin C is present in aqueous extract or ethanol extract or methanol extract? Is there any proof of that? Which
No.
extract does the coagulin C comes into?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, sir? I was not.
Which extract, like aqueous extract, methanol, or hexane, which extract does coagulin C dissolve in or come out, in large quantities? So when you are suggesting the final treatment or conclusion, you can suggest that the aqueous extract of this Botany coagulans can be used as a treatment rather than saying the plant can be used, or because plant is too raw of a drug. And pure compound is very difficult because coagulin C or any other plant chemical in a pure form is very difficult to obtain because of the tediousness and the cost involved. So in between these two, getting the extract and also partially purifying, not fully purifying, it's like a crude extract and partial purification would be a good idea. For that, you need to know which extract does this particular compound comes in, if you find it in literature. But overall, the work is good, Pa. Thank you.
The fruits of Botany coagulans mostly have coagulin C in highest content. So.
Very good. So the fruits, as in the pulp.
Yes.
The fruit pulp.
Yeah.
Okay,
which is what a lot of people eat for its antibacterial.
So the dried fruits, like the raisins, is the dried fruit is available in market, is it?
Yes, sir. You can order on Amazon. It's quite easily available.
All right. So as we said, instead of saying that eating the raw powder, that's basically, it's too raw. There is a lot of chemicals and sugars, of course. If it's a fruit, then it's a sugar. So instead of going for that, how can we concentrate this coagulin C or the active ingredient basically in this? It's the active ingredient. So how can we concentrate that we can find out?
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right. Overall, very good presentation. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ananya. Our next presenter will be Dr. Geeta. Ma'am, are you in the meeting?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Very good morning. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm in meeting, ma'am.
Ma'am, could you please start sharing your screen and you can start presenting, ma'am. Lokesh sir, kindly note, this is a different team. This is from Pharmaceutical Phytomedicine. This is Dr. Geeta. She's chest number 24 in your score sheet.
Okay.
Okay. Can I share the screen, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. You can start sharing your screen and you can put it on the slideshow mode.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. My screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can click on that slideshow options, ma'am. That's there on your
Oh,
right top corner. There's one. Yes, ma'am. You can start.
yes, ma'am. One second, one second.
Yes, ma'am. You can
Yes,
start.
ma'am. Screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
visible.
A very good morning to one and all who are present. So, I'm Dr. Geeta from BMS College for. The topic which I am going to talk about is the title of the paper is the screening of phytochemicals from thermophil. So, the composting of organic residues is a complex exothermic and dynamic process. Organic matter decomposition involves mixed microbial population, which is carried out by the bacteria, actinomycetes, fungi, protozoans, of which this fungi plays a very important role. They are the chief decomposers during the composting process of these organic residues. The thermophilic microbes are the microbes which are usually form a significant component at a temperature of about 50 50 degrees Celsius, and it can divide into many groups such as hyperthermophils, hypothermophils, and moderate thermophils, depending upon the temperatures. Thus, the new groups of microbes were isolated from these habitat, which we have composted from the market waste. And thus, in view of this above, the study has been undertaken in order to isolate, screen, and study the even enzyme activity of the microbes, which is isolated from vegetable waste compost. Materials and methods. The methodology what we followed is actually the compost preparation were carried out at the Department of Botany, Bangalore University, Bangalore. So here we have used three different components, means mixed vegetable waste, onion and cauliflower. We have divided into three different compost and we have composted separately. In heaps and pits, and during the process of composting, a slurry of cow dung was sprinkled over the heaps in order to enhance or initiate the process of decomposition. The fungi were isolated on potato dextrose agar, that is PDA media, from the samples which we have collected from the compost during thermophilic state. A total number of 10 different genera of fungi were isolated heterogeneous. Here, what is the homogeneous means? Onion and cabbage, only onion waste were collected separately, they were composted. And from the compost sample, we have collected the sample, and from that, we have isolated the thermophilic fungus. Heterogeneous is the one, it consists of mixed vegetable waste, such as the mixture of different vegetables. They were composted in heaps and pits, and then samples were collected during different stages of composting. That means different duration like 30 days, 45 days, and the 60 days. Then during different duration and during different stages, the samples were collected. Then we have isolated some of the fungal colonies on the PDA media, potato dextrose agar media. The methodology what we followed for the isolation process is dilution plate technique according to the Parkinson et al. In the year 1991 for a purpose of isolation of fungal species on PDA media. The fungal colonies thus occurred were isolated, purified, and then we have identified. So these are the plates towards the left and right hand side showing the different fungal colonies growing on a PDA, and even we have used MRBA media also. So this is the culture of the Malbranchiacinnamomia on PDB, potato dextrose broth. This is the single culture. Why we have concentrated on only Malbranchiacinnamomia is because of the different culture characteristics. And in this plate, this is actually the single culture, purified culture of Malbranchiacinnamomia. They were showing different characters. Initially, the culture was growing somewhat yellowish in color. After 2 to 3 days of incubation time, they were turning to pink color. After again 5 to 6 days of incubation time, the color of the colony was again changing to dark yellowish to somewhat brownish color. So we wanted to know more about it. Hence, we have, apart from other species, whatever we have isolated, such as like Humicola, Cytalidium, Penicillium species, we wanted to concentrate more on this kind of species because they were changing the color, and we wanted to know more about it. So we have concentrated only on this Malbranchius pneumonia. Further, though we could identify the characteristics, we could get it from MTCC. We have identified it from MTCC. The characteristics are as follows. The color is sulfur yellow with yellow to pink margin. And at the end, after 7 days, we can even see the deposition of this large droplets, which is of dark brown in color. And further, the medium, which will be the turning back to dark brownish to a light blackish color. So because of this culture characteristics, we wanted to once again identify. So we have got it done from MTCC. Further, we have deposited the same culture with this reference number MTCC 12145. So phytochemicals, the phytochemicals were isolated from these cultures growing on the PDB, that means potato dextrose broth. The pure fungal cultures thus obtained were grown for 7 days. Why 7 days? Because after 7 days only the medium was turning somewhat light blackish or like brownish, dark brownish color. Hence, we have grown completely for 7 days. After 7 days, the pure fungal cultures which were obtained after 7 days in the conical flask, they were inoculated with one disc which is of about 5 mm in diameter of agar and mycelium obtained using a sterile cork borer. After incubating for the required length of time, the contents of each flask were removed. They were again pre-weighed and dried at 90 degrees C for about 24 hours. We have used both the mat, that mycelial mat, and even the liquid extract for the phytochemicals. But actually, the mycelial mat has given a very good result. So the dry mycelium were extracted further with the ethanol. The ratio is 1:1. The supernatant of the supernatant, which was separated by centrifugation at 5,000 RPM for about 10 minutes, and the fraction were pulled off. And ethanolic extract were concentrated and they were reduced further to yield a final extract. This alcoholic extract of this fungal species was stored in dark before using it for the further estimations of alkaloids, phytochemicals such as alkaloids, flavonoids, polyphenols, tannins. So here we could, we could estimate the two different phytochemicals, that is the total phenolic content and the tannins. The total phenolic content we have determined using the method of Singleton and Rossi. Flavonoid was determined using Chang, and tannins we were determined by using Folin-Dennis reagent. This is the table which shows the result. The total phenolic content of this fungal crude extract, it was found to be 3.21 mg, where we have used gallic acid as a standard for the estimation of total phenolic content. And the total flavonoid content of the fungal was found to be 5.42 mg. We have used catechin as a standard for the estimation of this flavonoid content. So from the fungal species, this is the total phenol and flavonoid content which was found from Malbranchius pneumonia. The alcoholic extract, the conclusion of our experiment was the alcoholic extract of Malbranchius pneumonia, they showed higher phenolic and flavonoid content. And that means what we wanted to say is the mycelial mat, what we have extracted and used it for the estimation of the phytochemicals, they showed the higher content compared to the broth, which were used for growing the same species. So hence we can tell that it has the ability to produce various metabolites. Further, we have screening has been done for the same species for testing different enzymes, and they have shown some positive result also. These are the few references. We would like to thank DST Perth for giving us financial support and even encouragement to do this research work. And second, we should thank our college principal and our HOD ma'am for being giving motivative and even giving us opportunity to present our paper in the conference. I would like to thank organizers who are directly or indirectly involved in organizing a conference and giving us an opportunity to present our research work in the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. If audience, you have any questions, participants can unmute yourself and ask questions. Otherwise, Lokesh sir, you can start with the discussions.
Ma'am, very good presentation. What is the final field application of your compound, ma'am? Of this organism, sorry, this fungi that you
Sir,
isolated. What is the final field application?
yes, sir. Sir, actually, the primary screening we have done with the enzymes. Enzymes for four enzymes, it has shown positive result, like amylase, cellulase, protease, and lipase.
Okay.
So further, we wanted to test it with whether it can be used for growing some plants with the different concentration. We wanted to use only the liquid extract, but not the mycelial mat. We will try that, sir. Only as of now, enzymes are also primary screening. They have given positive result for 4 different enzymes.
All right, all right. So you're basically saying you'll be mass cultivating this for enzyme purification in industrial application.
Yes, sir. Enzyme, and also we wanted to test it with the plants, sir, by growing some plants, whether it
Okay.
can be recommended as an organism for growing.
Okay, ma'am.
These two.
Okay. Was there any quantification of how good? I mean, because it's a decomposed fungi, definitely they will produce some
Yes, sir. Yes,
cellulase,
sir.
protease, pectinase, and all they will produce. But
Yes, sir.
have you checked whether they are producing more than normal production? More normal? Are they like are you planning to optimize the media for increased production of the enzyme or something like that?
Yes, sir. Actually, since this is a thermophilic fungi,
Yeah,
sir,
yeah.
first we wanted to standardize the temperature. We have standardized, sir. Actually, we have standardized means 50, 55, 60.
Okay.
The maximum growth within, I think, 5 days at a temperature of 60, it is growing, sir. So at different temperature and different duration. From that, again, we wanted to test for enzymes.
Okay. Okay.
Temperature for 60, it is growing very nicely and within a short period of time. If we keep it for about 50 and 55, it is taking longer time, sir, 7 to 8 days. So that we have noted. Further, from each temperature, we wanted to do the enzyme study again, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
As of now, we have done
good,
screening
ma'am.
and it is giving positive result for
Yes,
4
ma'am.
enzymes.
I have one more small suggestion. You said it is a
Yes, sir. Yes,
thermophilic
sir.
fungi, right? Have
Yes,
you
sir.
done
Yes,
a
sir.
growth condition on different temperatures?
Yes, sir.
Growth,
50, 55, 60.
and which temperature does it grow more?
More means 60, sir. For enzyme, and even it at 60, if we keep within 4 to 5 days, not even 4 to 5, 4 it is growing, sir. 4 days complete petri dish will be growing full of the Malbranchius pneumonia. So if I
Highest
keep it
growth
at
is
50,
observed at
yes,
60-degree temperatures. Beyond that, by
yes,
any
sir.
chance? Above
Beyond
60
that, it
degrees?
is not growing, sir. We have tested for 70 also, 75 also, but it is not growing. It is stopping growing. And even if we keep out before 50 or 55, the organism is not at all growing.
All right, all right. Okay, ma'am. Then yeah, it can be called technical. It can be correctly called as thermophilic. Very good, ma'am. That's all the
Yes, sir.
questions
Yes,
from
sir.
my end, ma'am. Thank you very much. It was a nice presentation.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Geeta ma'am. Thanks a lot for the
I
informative
have a
presentation.
question. Can I?
Okay, sir. So you can go ahead, Mohan sir.
Yeah. Madam, have you tried submerged cultivation or solid state fermentation?
No, sir. No, sir. I have not tried. But actually, we have tried on different media. Means 10 to 15 different media we have used, of which PDA was found to be the best. But we have not tried the submerged condition.
Because the yield is also very important. Even if it is producing in micro level, that may not be that significant. And that should grow in some of the solid state or liquid state culture. So then only we can consider it as a good organism for enzyme production. Because the purification
Yes, sir. We will try.
is very difficult. The downstream processing is very costly affair for the enzyme production.
Yes, sir.
You will have to consider.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Our next presenter will be Dr. Jyoti. She'll be presenting on the theme Bioinformatics approach to phytomedicine. So kindly note, this is a different theme, and she is just number 24 in your score sheet. Ma'am, you can start sharing your slide, ma'am. You can minimize the your browser and switch to your PPT, ma'am. PPT and start slideshow, ma'am.
Dr. Jyoti, are you there? Can you please respond or will move on to the next presentation?
I've already presented. Can you see the screen, sir?
Yes, ma'am. The screen is visible. If you can minimize it, if you can
Is it
minimize your
visible,
browser. Yeah, your browser is visible.
Okay.
You can minimize the browser
Yes, sir.
and switch to your PowerPoint.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. A very good morning to
Your screen
chairperson.
is black. We are not able to see. The title slide is on.
Yes, sir. The title slide is on, sir.
We can't see anything, ma'am. Can you stop the
Ma'am,
screen?
I think you've shared only one window. Kindly share your entire screen, ma'am. Can you stop presenting and click on share, present, and then you will have to share your entire window, ma'am.
Okay. Stop sharing, and then I'll have to
Click on present,
click.
and then you will share your entire window, ma'am. Not only the window that you have, entire screen.
Entire screen. Okay. Yeah. Now is it visible, ma'am?
Ma'am, you have to click on entire window and then OK. Yes, ma'am. And now if you minimize, can you minimize now, ma'am?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Please open your PPT, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
It's open. Yes,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
PPT is open, ma'am.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
visible.
PPT is open,
Yeah.
ma'am. You can go for slideshow now. You can close the other tab, ma'am. It's kind of yes, ma'am. You can close even that Google Meets dialog box that's there. There's a into mark on.
Yes.
Ma'am, you just click on your presentation and start slide sharing, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Don't do anything, ma'am. You can start slide share. That's it, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can start.
Yes. Yeah. A very good morning to all. Myself, I'm Dr. Jyoti Supar, and I'm working as Associate Professor in the Department of Botany and PG Studies, Rupunga University, Bangalore. The title of the paper which I would like to present is Evolution of C4 Pathway in Family Asteraceae. A little bit of introduction. Photosynthesis, as we know, it is a physiological process by which the physical energy is converted into chemical energy, that is in the form of sugar and carbohydrates in the plants. So in photosynthesis, C3 pathway is the major metabolic pathway for carbon fixation, and that is known as Calvin cycle. And it is the only cycle that is used to fix carbon dioxide directly from the air. So this dark reaction is a carbon fixing reaction in C3 plants. And this is quite independent of the necessity of light. So the enzyme required for C3 photosynthesis is rubisco. There is another pathway called a C4 pathway or Hatch-Slack pathway. In this, carbon dioxide fixation takes place both in the mesophyll cells as well as in the bundle sheath cells. There are some plants which are C3 as well as C4, that is intermediate plants, which show photosynthetic characters which are in between the C3 plants and the C4 plants. And a low rate of photorespiration has been observed in such plants, and that is due to intracellular localization of an enzyme, that is the glycine decarboxylase. And this is the key enzyme which is involved in decarboxylation of glycine. So in our studies, we have selected family Asteraceae, and in this family Asteraceae, Flavaria, it is a model genus, and this has got the evidence for C4 evolution. This plant, the C4 plants, they have got specific type of anatomy. So this is the anatomy of the C3 plant, and this is the anatomy of the typical C4 plant. A bit of review of literature and the material and methods. I would like to present the workflow that we adopted for this study. So we listed the Asteraceae plants which showed C3 pathway, which showed C4 pathway, and also which were intermediate, that is showed C3 and C4 pathway. Then the second step was construction of the phylogenetic tree. So this, when we break up into step by step, we identified and acquired the homologous DNA sequences of chloroplastic TRNL and TRNLF. Then we found out the C3, C4, and C3, C4 intermediate pathway species by using the NCBI website. Then we acquired the TRNL gene sequence from the GenBank. Then we have aligned whatever sequences we retrieved from the NCBI, we aligned them using the muscle software. Then we plotted the C4 pathway, and finally we constructed the phylogenetic tree, and then we have done the interpretation of this. So these are the websites which we have referred: NCBI, FASTA sequence, then MSA, where multiple sequence alignment has been done by using Clustal Omega for the TRNL and TRNF intergenic region. Then we have also used the G-Block website. So G-Blocks, they are ungapped multiple alignments of related protein sequence segments, and these correspond to the most conserved regions of the proteins. So the block database is a collection of the blocks, and it represents the known protein families, and it can be used to compare the protein or the DNA sequence with the documented families of the proteins. So the protocols, in our protocol, we have used this block-based tools. So in this family Asteraceae, the C3 plants, when we browsed, we got about 25 plants. Then in this TRNL and TRNF intergenic region, we obtained was 16. In C3, C4, there were 8 total plants we got in family Asteraceae, and in this there were 6 of the intergenic regions. In C4, we could obtain 24 plants, and in that we got 21 of these intergenic regions. So these are the names. This table shows the names of the plants which have been selected for our study. And the second column shows the accession number. Then this third column is about the C3, C4 intermediate plants, again followed by accession number. And this column shows the C4 plants which we have selected along with their accession number. So these are the list of the plants. Baccharis prarifolia, Baccharis cordifolia, Baccharis pennintonia, Baccharis pingeria. Like this, we have the families which are the plants which belong to family Asteraceae. The results. So these are the list of the plants along with the accession numbers. We retrieve the sequences, the marker sequences by using that is internal transcribed spacers, as well as ETS, that is external transcribed bank database of NCBI. So this is the data about the number of the TRNL and TRNF intergenic spacers which we got in C3 plants. 16 in C3 plants, then 6 in C3, C4 plants, and 21 in C4 plants. And these are the list of the ITS and the ETS genes which we obtained over here. We got 22 ETS and ITS from C3. We got 8 from ETS and ITS. And in case of C4 plants, we got 21. So this is just a representative pic. This is the FASTA sequence which we obtained from Acmella decumbens. And this is the TRNL, TRNF intergenic spacer region, that is partial sequence that is present in the chloroplast. So we retrieved it by using the BLAST facility, BLAST tool of NCBI. And what we obtained was that the sequences which were retrieved using this nucleotide blast we used the query FASTA sequence against a non-redundant database, that is the NR database. Then highly similar sequences that was done by using megablast. These were opted in order to get the most similar sequences of the plant species. From these, again, we selected the plants which have got the percentage identity, which is in between 95 to 100%. So in all these cases, the query cover percentage was found to be 100%. The next step was we compared by using this multiple sequence alignment MSA. So this is the pick of the plant Flavaria, and these are the sequences when they were aligned in a multiple format. So in MSA, it shows that most of the sequences are conserved. So here you can observe where there are gaps, there it is not conserved, whereas in most of the cases, these sequences are conserved. Then in order to know the interrelationship, we use the G-block facility, and these are the curation results. So these are the colored blocks. These are in terms of tens. So these are the G-block results which we have got. So the results from G-blocks we got was that the minimum number of sequences for A, that is a conserved position, was 15. Minimum number of sequences for a flanking position was 25. Maximum number of contiguous non-conserved positions were 8. And the minimum length of a block was 10. Allowed gap positions, none of the sequences from G block, they were found to be this. And then we have gone in for plotting the phylogenetic tree. The flank positions of 5 selected blocks were considered. So these are the flanks in between 171 to 202, in between 211 to 244, in between 279 to 305, in between 333 to 353, in between 360 to 464. So these positions were then input into FASTA, and we obtained the phylogenetic tree. So this is the tree which we have obtained. So you can see that there are 2 different clades. The first clade shows the C3 pathway. These are the plants which are exclusively showing the C3 pathway, and the other clade is showing the plants which are in the C4 pathway. The most interesting part is over here that the C3, C4 plants which are here intermediate. So our results have shown that some of C3 is the ancestral block, and C4 plants have evolved from the pre-existing C3 block in case of family Asteraceae. And over here, the purple ones, which we have labeled over here, those are interesting states wherein the plants were C4, they have reconverted to C3. So that needs to be investigated. So the summary or the conclusion from this work is that the tree suggests that the C3 pathway is ancestral in character. The C4 pathway has evolved later in the Asteraceae family. C3 and C4 plants, have been maintained in separate clades. In some of the species of Asteraceae, C4 have been found to they're found to be in intermediate stages of evolution. They are reverting back to C3. And during later evolution, C4 plants have got converted into even C3 plants. And C3 and C4 intermediates are present in between those 2 plates. These are the references that we have used for our study. Thank you, sir. If there are any questions, I will be happy to take.
Thank you, ma'am. It's quite a straightforward analysis of phylogenetic evolutionary origin of the Asteraceae family. Just a query: is there any other non-related but evidence that you can provide as a support to your study? Other evolutionary studies or other field evolutionary biologist analysis or the field biologist reports which says this is the evolution of this is so have you gotten any other evidences that to support your study?
Sir, we have looked into only the dry lab, sir. We haven't.
But not your wet lab. I'm not asking for your wet lab results. Yes, has anybody done in a completely different approach, suggesting that these plants are C4 pathways, these are 3C3? Is there any reports on that? Somebody else done differently?
Yes, sir. The first paper, which is by McNowan, sir, McNowan, and they have given, sir, phylogeny of Flavaria asteraceae and inference of C4 photosynthesis evolution in American Journal of Botany, sir. There we have the evidence of that, sir.
Okay, okay. Good, ma'am. There is no much questions. The protocol is pretty standard, so there is no confusion as such. Thank you, ma'am. That is good.
Yeah, thank you,
Any
sir.
questions from the audience? Okay, I request Kumari to take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Lokesh sir. Thank you, Jyoti ma'am. Our next presenter will be Dr. Kavya. Ma'am, I think you can start sharing your screen and start presenting, ma'am.
All right. I'm giving a try now.
Okay, ma'am. Meanwhile, Lokesh sir, kindly note, this is Dr. Kavya K, and her team will be part of pharmaceutical phytomedicine. There's a difference in team, change in team, and ma'am, can you wait for like a bit? Yes, ma'am, we can see your presentation. You can on the slide share more and
What more?
slide share. On your
Yes,
left
yes.
hand top corner.
Yes, yes,
Exactly
yes.
about. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, is it
Ma'am,
fine?
wait for a. Yes, ma'am. It's perfectly fine. Or you can start in a minute, ma'am.
All right.
Ma'am, you can start presenting.
Can I start, Kumari?
Ma'am, you can start presenting now.
Okay, I'm audible, right?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
All right. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Kavya. I'm from the Zoology Department, School of Life Sciences from the St. Joseph's College, Langford Road, Bengaluru. I'm here to present my work under the theme of pharmaceutical phytomedicine. My title work goes as Midostaurin inhibits proliferation of castrate-resistant PC3 cells via G1S-phase cell cycle arrest. Why pharmaceutical mitosidine as my theme is because of the midostaurin, which is an alkaloid. The contents of the presentation are as follows. It includes the introduction, and then we'll speak about the objectives, which is drawn by the introduction, and then the experimental approach with the experimental design, how was the experiments conducted, and then the results, and finally the summary and the conclusions which are obtained from the results, and the references that are used to study this particular topic. Coming to the introduction, the prostate cancer is the most pervasive malignancy which is diagnosed, and it remains to be the second leading cause of cancer, which is related to the mortality affecting the men in the Western countries. On an annual basis, worldwide, you see all about 1.7 million new cases every year, and it is about 499,000 new deaths by 2030 is being expected. So the prostate cancer is a type of a cancer which is known as adenocarcinoma, which is caused due to the aberrant activation of an androgen receptor signaling. The androgen receptor is the one which is responsible for the causing prostate cancer, and it is activated in a two pathways known as classical genomic pathway and the other pathway known as alternative or the non-genomic pathway. These signaling pathways exert their function through activation of various downstream transcription factors. The transcription are enormous, including including the E2F1 transcription factor, AP1 transcription factor, and many other transcription factors, which is results in the changes that influence the cell cycle regulation and the cell proliferation, and which is the reason for the tumor to be caused. Coming to the androgen receptor signaling, I have placed both the androgen receptor signaling, the genomic pathway as well as non-genomic pathway here in the picture. The first genomic pathway goes as such. We have a testosterone, which is converted to a more potent known as dihydrogen testosterone with the help of an enzyme 5-alpha reductase. And this dihydrogen testosterone is being taken by an androgen receptor. So the inactive androgen receptor becomes active by the binding of an dihydrotestosterone. Once this dihydrotestosterone binds to the androgen receptor, it gets activated. It forms a dimer complex, and this dimer is now getting entered into the nucleus. And once it enters the nucleus, it binds to the transcription factors and make the genes to be expressed. And this is known as genomic androgen receptor pathway. While not just the genomic pathway, but also you have many other non-genomic signaling pathways, which is also activating the genes which are responsible for this cancer. That is through GPCR pathway, that is nothing but G protein coupled receptor pathways. The RTKase pathway, which is nothing but receptor tyrosine kinase pathways, and many other pathways, which is not just being activated by dihydrotestosterone, the androgen hormone itself, but also by other regulators such as cytokines, hormones, and the mitogens. All these will activate the non-genomic pathway. This non-genomic pathway in turn activates the AR receptor, not just by the binding of a ligand, and this will activate the transcription factor and release of those genes which are involved in cell cycle progression and relating them to a tumor formation. Therefore, here what we'll have to understand is that the alternative pathway should also be taken care, not just the genomic pathway, to regulate the prostate cancer. Coming to the one of the important non-genomic pathway, I'm speaking about intracellular kinase signaling pathway, where we have PKA and PKC, where I'll be restricting my study only with respect to the protein kinase C. The protein kinase C is considered to be the widely activated pathway, which is related for any other tumors also, including the prostate. The PKCs are widely expressed in tissues and abnormal levels has been found in the tumors. The PKC family consists of 13 important isoenzymes, which are classified into conventional, novel, and atypical isoenzymes. Out of this, the novel isoenzymes, especially the epsilon and the delta, plays a major important role, and the roles are also opposing in function. Whereas, as you see in the picture, the PMA is a probol which can activate the PKC pathway, and that is activating the isoenzymes, both delta and epsilon, which is novel isoenzymes. The PKC delta is activating apoptosis, where you can see the opposing effects of PKC epsilon, which is activating a survival pathway. So because of these opposing effects, we want to check how is this PKC inhibitor midostaurin acting upon these PKC delta and epsilon. This paradigm shift because of the functional diversity is exemplified majorly by the probol ester, as I said you, the PKC delta and epsilon, and they are found to be the key mediators involved in the regulation of prostate tumorigenesis according to the study, which is independent of androgen receptor. Apart from that, we will also be looking after the role of E2F1, the important transcription factor in the prostate cancer. As we all know, the E2F1 contributes for the development and progression of many other tumors, including the prostatic malignancies, by regulating the expressions of genes which are involved in proliferation, transformation, apoptosis, and metastasis. How is it doing? The phosphorylation of the RB gene, which is also called a tumor suppressor, this is phosphorylated by the cell cycle kinase complexes known as cyclin D, cyclin K, and this releases the transcriptional repression of the E2F. And once the E2F is free out of RB, this can result in cell cycle progression. So the activity of the cyclin E can also be controlled by a P53, which is also a tumor suppressor. So according to my study, we will be studying about the effect of the probol ester and the PKC inhibitor midostaurin, how are they activating on these E2F regulating genes, and how is it in turn affecting the prostate malignancies? So the evolution of prostate cancer from a clinically localized hormone naive state, that is from the genomic pathway where you can control with the genomic activity, to an hormone refractory phenotype where it is not just the genomic pathway, but you have an non-genomic pathway which is not under the control of the hormone, which is nothing but hormone refractory phenotype. It involves a complex interplay of the protein kinase C, that is one of the intracellular non-genomic pathway, and also the implication of the transcription factor which is coming with the protein kinase C. Hence, the present study aims to target the aberrantly activated protein kinase C signaling pathway with the A2F pathway registration through the PKC inhibitor, that is midostaurin. The midostaurin is also known as PKC412, a semisynthetic alkaloid, and it is derived from the bacterial staurosporin. It is a multi-target protein kinase inhibitor, and it is also being used under a clinical trials for the leukemia cancer. Therefore, we wanted to check their activity in the prostate cancer also. So this might possess a therapeutic potential for hormone refractory prostate cancer. Hence, the study was taken up. Coming to the experimental design, we have cultured the PC3 cells. The PC3 cells are considered to be androgen receptor independent cells, which are not under the control of the androgen receptor positive cells. And these cells were incubated in the 5% carbon dioxide with 37 degree of humidity. And we have seeded the cells into a 96 well plate for different assays and a 6 well plate for an RNA expression studies. Coming to the 96 well plate assays, we have a direct cell counting method by using a trypan blue exclusion method, which is also known as a standardized method. And the proliferation studies were done using a MTT assay, and this is also a standardized method for the study of the proliferation of the cells. And both were subjected to the statistical analysis using student t-test. Coming to the 6 well plate assays, the PC3 cells were seeded on the 6 well plate for the treatment with modulators. The modulators here are the PMA, which is also considered to be a probolester, which is a PKC activator. And then we have an midostaurin, which is a PKC inhibitor. And then we also did a treatment with respect to both PMA and PKC inhibitor, that is midostaurin, if there is any differences in the expression, to check the differences in the variation. And once the treatment was done with these modulators, the cells were used for the RNA isolation. The isolated RNA was subjected to the cDNA synthesis, and this was done according to standard protocols with minor modification, which is found in an in vitro cDNA synthesis kit using a semi-quantitative RT-PCR and the actin normalization. As we all know, actin is considered to be an housekeeping gene, and this is considered to be a standard control for the expression studies. Therefore, actin and normalization was procured and done for the gene expression studies. And then the densitometric analysis was done for the gene expression diagrams. And finally, the statistical analysis were used for one-way ANOVA and post-Turkey test to determine the statistical importance of the data that we received. So this is about the experimental design. Coming to the results gave us the importance of anti-proliferative effect of the midostaurin. When midostaurin was treated with the PC3 cells, exhibited a dose-dependent decrease in the cell viability of PC3 cells with the maximum decrease of 40% that you can see, which is observed at the 10 micromolar concentration. And this confirmed us there is a role of this midostaurin as a potent inhibitor of an androgen independent PC3 cells. So we saw that PC3 cells were undergoing a cell death of about 40% decrease in the cell viability when it was treated for about 10 micromolar of concentration of midostaurin. Coming to the expression of a novel isoenzymes of the PKC pathway, that is the PKC delta and PKC epsilon. This was done by the modulators using PMA and the midostaurin, and including both PMA and midostaurin at the given concentration. The results show that PMA almost had no effect on the PKC delta expression, but induced the PKC epsilon. As we all know, PKC epsilon is the one which is taking them to the survival pathway. And therefore, you could see the increase in the expression of PKC epsilon when it was treated with the PKC activator PMA. And our results also show that midostaurin, the PKC inhibitor, along with the PMA, so show the significant increase in the expression of PKC delta, which is leading them to the apoptosis pathway, whereas it is increasing by 52 to 46% of the expression of PKC delta compared to the control. Furthermore, the midostaurin also decrease the levels of PKC epsilon, which was taking to the survival pathway. And the decrease was about 30 to 25% respectively compared to the control. And this gives us an idea that the PKC delta being an activator of an apoptosis is being activated by the midostaurin, whereas PKC epsilon, which was involved in a survival pathway, is also decreased by the activity of midostaurin. And you can see the densitometric analysis of the image that is being taken for mRNA expression. Okay, further confirming the role of midostaurin, which regulates the mRNA expression of the E2F pathway genes, including the RB, the tumor suppressor gene, and then E2F transcription factor, and also involving the genes that are regulated by the E2F1 pathway, that is P53, the tumor suppressor, the P21, and then we also have cyclin-dependent kinase, the cyclin D1 and the cyclin E1 expression here in this diagram. The midostaurin significantly induced the mRNA expression of P53, which is a tumor suppressor, by 1.8 fold, which is quite enormous. And then the RB gene was also expressed high of 0.5 fold increase in the expression, while the expression of the cyclin D1 and cyclin E1 and E2F1, which is involved in proliferation, were decreased by about 60%, 35 and 40% respectively, compared to the control that is being used. So this study gives us an information that the midostaurin was actively involved in inhibiting the tumor of and prostate cancer by activating the expression of P53 as well as the RB. And as we all know, RB controls the expression of the E2F1. And therefore, RB is inhibiting the E2F1 expression. And if there is an inhibition of the E2F1 expression, there is also inhibition in the proliferation. And therefore, the arrest of cell cycle G1 phase arrest can be taken care. The above mRNA expression results confirm that the involvement of RB, the tumor suppressor gene, E2F1, and its regulated cell cycle genes involving the cyclin decase, the cyclin E1 and cyclin D1, in the development of hormone refractory prostate cancer is confirmed. Further, it also confirms the inhibition of the cell proliferation through G1 S-phase. As we all know, G1 S-phase is controlled by cyclin D1 and E1. By the arrest of inhibiting the expression of cyclin D1 and E1, which is involved in G1 S-phase of cell cycle, and also indicating the tumor suppressor P53 and P21 genes to be expressed high. This has to be further confirmed by the protein expression studies to conclude. But then with the work that I'm presenting today, we have the results of only the mRNA expression studies, but then protein confirmation is also required to go further about this. Coming to the summary and conclusion, our studies provide evidence that midostaurin suppresses the tumor growth and induces the cell cycle arrest in the hormone refractory prostate cancer, that is androgen independent prostate cancer, which involves the PC3 cells, via the modulation of the novel isoenzymes, the PKC delta and the PKC epsilon, which is having an opposing effect in the cell survivability and regulating the genes involved in E2F pathway, such as RB and its targeted genes involved in cell cycle regulations like the cyclin E1, cyclin D1, and P53 and P21. From the above findings, it can also be concluded that pharmacological targeting of the PKC may serve as a therapeutic potential for the hormone refractory prostate cancer, and such approaches may also help the knowledge in understanding the mechanism of the castrate-resistant prostate cancer, which enable us to develop a new therapeutic opportunities against this disease. So thank you all. Any questions? These are the references that I used for the study. You can go through the references and questions, if any.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a very good presentation, a very detailed analysis, actually. I don't have a question as such, but I have a clarification in the RT-PCR results, ma'am.
Yes.
Uh, you said I mean, this is something that I mean, I'm not completely sure on. So
Yes.
you said one of the protein is getting expressed, increased expression, and the other one is getting suppressed, right, ma'am?
Correct.
So this I came across another paper as well, where inhibition of a particular protein actually increases the mRNA expression because the cell is trying to produce more of that same protein by increasing the the transcription, whereas the protein is present in the I mean, how much ever protein the cell is producing, the particular protein is getting inhibited by the compound, which is why the cell is trying to compensate to that particular protein by producing more RNA, more mRNA.
Yes,
So
yes, yes.
how do
Your point
you think
is
of,
right.
what is your opinion on this?
Yes, yes, yes. Now, whatever that you're stating is right to certain extent. But then the moment when you take a particular study with respect to the modulators, you are not checking just on protein expression, but you're also checking for an mRNA expression. And your results will give you the clarity that if there is a decrease in an mRNA expression as well as in protein expression, then you can come to a conclusion because you are arresting a cell at that particular point itself. Yeah, are you getting my point? Like, for example, when you're treating with some modulators, you are subjecting the cells to that particular modulators at the same time frame, and you are halting the expression. I mean, taking the treatment of that particular cells for both mRNA expression and the protein expression at the same time frame.
So
So it
here
not
both the
necessarily.
things are protein, or here your studies are mainly mRNA, right, ma'am?
Yes, mRNA.
Yes.
That's
So
what I
you
said.
said
Like
that,
it has
yeah,
to be
yeah. You
further
mentioned that.
confirmed with the protein expressions.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
You
ma'am.
can't come to a conclusion only with the mRNA expression.
Correct,
It
correct,
has to
correct.
be confirmed with the protein expression. And
All
as
right.
we all know, there are a lot of post-translation modification that also occurs.
Mm-hmm.
So even if there is a protein mRNA production, that mRNA will not be leading to a functional protein.
Correct, correct.
Okay.
Exactly, exactly.
Therefore, the protein analysis studies are more valid when compared to an mRNA expression studies. And once you get in protein expression to be decreased, it can be directly confirmed. Why? Because even if you have an mRNA synthesis to be occurring, as you said, because of the feedback mechanism or whatsoever, but that expression will not have an effect to forming a functional protein.
Okay. The point of discussion was, what was my question was, ma'am, when the mRNA quantity of a mRNA of a particular protein is getting suppressed,
Correct.
it could mean two things. Yes, one is that the protein is getting downregulated, and
Absolutely.
what we can suggest is, one of the suggestions, because my PhD work is also on the same lines. I was also working on this cancer.
All
What
right.
we could suggest is that the compound is downregulating the protein by downregulating the mRNA production by interfering with any transcriptional factors. That is one.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes.
Yes, that is must. Because
Yes.
if you see any regulation with respect to mRNA expression, that
Is
has to be involved with the transcriptional factors
correct.
for
Correct.
sure. And you can have many transcription factors. If you
Right.
ask me, in my studies, I used a lot of transcription factor known as AP1 transcription factor, which
Yes.
is a very prominent transcription factor, which has almost has the combination of 4 combinations with Jun and Phos family of proteins. So each one binding together and forming a complex, you have a different function.
Correct.
So the
Correct.
transcription factor is not involved in one such function, but it is involved in many functions, right from progression to what you call what to be said, regulation and so on.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes, ma'am. So
transcription.
something to add a little bit in this, that could actually, your discussions are very solid, and there's a strong suggestion of points here. Just a thought that would make it even more, completely complete literature review would have supported is something like, maybe this is getting downloaded because of the interference with the transcriptional factors is one. Second,
Yes.
the possibility of the protein that we are saying that delta is getting upregulated in the mRNA is probably
Correct.
because the protein is getting inhibited. That is why the cell is trying to produce. Maybe this is one possibility of things that you can add in the discussion part that you can add it just as a future for your paper. It will be good.
All right, yeah.
Just a thought. But of course, the paper is very strong, and this is something because even I faced the same dilemma when I was writing my thesis.
Correct.
So that's why I thought of bringing it up. But
Yes.
definitely,
But
it's a
when
very
you have
solid work. Yes, ma'am.
when you have a solid results with respect to the protein expression, you can blindly
yes.
go for it, because the
Exactly.
moment you have a protein expression studies results, that will confirm you at that particular time frame. This is what is happening with
Yes,
respect.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Very true.
And
Very true.
with this, you can also think of an in vivo, because physiological changes again matters, not in the cell lines. It should be more upgraded with an in vivo work also.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's very good work, ma'am. Thank you very much for presenting. I don't have any questions as such. Audience, anybody have any clarifications, ma'am?
Thank you, ma'am. It was a nice presentation.
Thank you for giving an opportunity. Yeah,
yeah,
my pleasure.
If there are no questions, we will move on to the next presentation. I request Pranjali to present their work on green synthesis of nanoparticles from Punica granatum.
Good morning, everyone. Is my slide visible? Good morning, everyone. So myself, Sole Pranjali Bajara, and I am a research scholar from the Department of Life Sciences, Christ University, Bangalore. So today I will be talking.
Pranjali, your PPT is not shown far. You're not sharing your screen.
Okay, sir. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Sole Pranjali. I am a research scholar from the Department of Life Sciences, Christ University, Bangalore. So today I will be talking about the green synthesis of nanoparticles from Punica granatum, a plant with rich phytochemical and pharmacological potential. So as everyone knows, Punica granatum, pomegranate, common name is pomegranate. So it is like very basic fruit which we use in our dietary day-to-day life. So scientific classification genus, it belongs to the genus Punica and species granatum and belongs to family Litheraceae. When we will talk about the biological source, so bark, leaf, fruit peel, pulp and seed, it is mainly biological source. And habit of this plant, it is a fruit bearing deciduous small tree. It grows between 5 to 10 feet tall, and it is commonly found in tropical regions all over the part of India. And habitat, it is mainly native of Persea, extensively grown in all parts of the world, and it is widely used as bonsai because of its beautiful flower and color fruits. So name Punica granatum originated from the Latin words which is like ponus and granatus, means granular or seeded apple. So when we will talk about the fruit contributes near about 10% of seed and 40% of oil and 50% of peel of its total weight. So basic chemical constitution, it is good source of potassium, vitamin B, C and natural phenol like flavonoids, And hydrolyzable tannin is the most abundant polyphenol present in Punica granatum. So we'll talk about the pharmacological properties of Punica granatum. It is a very high high antioxidant fruit. It shows like 3 times more than green tea or red wine, and seeds of pomegranate contains highest amount of steroidal estrogen than like any other botanical species. And pomegranate juice helps in prevention of prostate cancer as well. And the consumption of juice for like continuous 2 weeks was shown to reduce the systolic blood pressure. With that, it helps in controlling diabetes, heart diseases, and it boosts the immune system. So other than this, Punica granatum is used commercially in various industries for preparation of different products, as well as red color of Punica granatum, the seed, that is also in high demand in industry purpose. Then most important pharmacological compounds which of Punica granatum, which will make Punica granatum pharmacologically more strong. So there are some compounds class like simple sugar, hydroxybenzoic acid, flavanol glycosides, amino acid, conjugated fatty acid, and sterols. When we'll talk about punic acid, so it helps to cholesterol lowering, anti-diabetic, anti-inflammatory, and anti-carcinogenic. When we'll talk about the leucosterol, so it's a natural effective chemotherapeutic drug applied in cancer treatment. So the chemicals or phytochemicals which are present in Punica granatum, it makes like a pharmacologically more active and important fruit. So I will be talking about the green synthesis. So nanotechnology, as all of us know, is the field that involves manipulation and creation of materials either by reducing or refining a single group of atoms to produce the materials on the nanometer scale. And so it is a solid particle with minimum size like a nanometer, 1 to 100 nanometer, 10 to 100 nanometer. And nanoparticles are different from bulk materials because of their distinctive physiochemical characters, such as extremely small size, immense surface area to mass ratio, and because of their highly reactive nature. When I was reviewing all green synthesized work on Punica granatum available. So I found like plant part use almost like peel extract, juice, leaves, and seed. These part plants are mostly widely studied, and nanoparticles. So I made the column of that, like nanoparticles which are already studied from which plant and what are the pharmacological activities they have studied. So I found one thing here: seed oil no one has used for the nanoparticle synthesis. So I went for green synthesis from seed oil. So for that I purchase pomegranate gold press seed oil from NRCP, National Research Center of Pomegranate, which is situated in Solapur, Maharashtra. So I brought from there and I gave the trial for 3 samples. So it is like 3% of concentration oil, 5%, and 7%. So for that, I use protocol 0.1 molar of cobaltous chloride plus 7 ml of cold pressed pomegranate oil. So for concentration, 7 ml showed me the good result. With that, I gave 3% of concentration and 5% also, but 7% gave me more good results. After that, I maintained the pH for 10.5 by adding the NaOH, and I make up the volume up to 100 ml. With that, I added 2 ml of PEG, polyethylene glycol, and I kept reaction for 1 hour with magnetic stirrer. And we can see that here dark blue green to light green color I got. After that, I gave the centrifuge 10,000 RPM for 10 minutes, and I just kept it as a dry hot air oven for 1 day. And after that, I did the characterization of nanoparticle, that is DLS. It is mainly used for size distribution profile of small particles in suspension, and for that for suspension I use water here. And I got peak for 259 nanometers. So it was the size distribution, whatever I got, that is 259. So it is a nanoparticle. But for further study, I use FTIR, that is Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. It is used mainly to obtain the infrared spectrum of absorption or transmission of sample. And here you can see the green part which is shown. It's showing the metal carbonyl. So there is a presence of like cobalt, and with that I got some vibration like CH bond, after that C double bond O, and some functional group also I got metal carbonyl and terminal or metal cyano complex. So these I did analysis with using the software IR spectrum software. And I have given my samples for further studies like XRD, SAME and TAME. So it will be characterized, and once I will get good results, I will be going further study like medical properties like antimicrobial, anti-cancer and antioxidant activities. And these are my few references. Thank you.
Now it's a time for question and answer. Participants, if you have any questions, please go ahead.
Nice work for Pranjali. So what is the size of the particles that you got in DLS?
Sir, I got 259.
Okay. Are you working on improving this? Because
Yes,
200
sir.
is above the nanometer scale. I mean, usually it has to be less than 100 nanometer, right?
Yes, sir. I found one thing: when I'm increasing the concentration of oil, I'm getting the nanoparticle size is less, because for 5% I got near about 500, and for 7% I got 259. So I'm trying for 9 and 10 both. So I might get less.
Okay. You can put a comparative chart next time when you're presenting, so that it will be more easier to understand that as the concentration increases, the size is reducing. I think now you showed only one graph, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. So good. I think still there is not the full characterization is not done. So we'll have further questions when you are done with all your work.
Yes, sir. I have given samples, but I didn't get results. Thank you.
Yeah,
sir.
the work is very novel. All the best. Hope you get a good result soon. Yes. Anybody?
Hi, this is Shailendra Singh. Hello.
Shailendra Singh, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. I think.
Yeah, it's a good morning here in Israel.
Yes, sir.
Just I wanted to ask a simple question regarding the pomegranate.
Yes, sir.
To the Pranjali.
Yes, sir.
You have seen that pomegranate is a very rich antioxidant fruit.
Yes, sir.
So in your chart also you have seen that peel and every extract, the different plant parts have been used.
Yes, sir.
So why you choose the oil, seed oil? Why not the peel extract? Because the peel is having a lot of hydrolyzable tannins. Actually, that is most important for the pharmacological activity of this fruit.
Sir, when I was doing review of literature, I found one thing like peel and leaf are mostly studied, and novelty of work for my PhD is required. So I thought, why not to go for seed? Because seed oil is also showing linoleic acid with that punic acid, which is like again helpful. So I thought novelty will be more good, because most of the common nanoparticles, metals, they have studied already. So for that, I just chose the seed oil.
Okay, good. Actually, I am also working on the pomegranate here.
Okay, sir.
So that's why I thought to ask you why you choose the seed oil, why not the peel?
Sir, as on seed oil, only gold nanoparticle studied, sir.
Yeah, for the novelty, it's okay, because you have to work in the area which is not so explored. It's good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shailendra Singh. Sir, shall we start with your presentation now? If you are ready with your...
Yeah, I'm ready. No problem.
Okay, so we will continue with your lecture and then we'll go on to, we'll continue with the paper presentation next. Anybody else have any other question to Pranjali for her work?
Thank you, Pranjali. It was a nice presentation. If there are no questions, we will move on to the lead lecturer now. I now request Dr. Sailendra Singh to speak on agrobacterium lysogenes, a natural genetic engineering for production of pharmaceutically active phytomedicines via airy root technology. Sir, can you proceed with your presentation now?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, there seems to be some technical problem. We'll just wait for a couple of minutes for Dr. Sailendra Singh to join.
Is it visible? Hi.
Your screen.
Yeah.
No, sir, it's not visible.
Now.
Not yet, sir.
Oh, sorry. I think I have shared it, but.
Sir, no, the screen itself is not visible, sir. I'll guide you how to do that. I think this Google Meet is new for you, right? If you can click the present now option.
Yeah, present now.
And then your entire screen, if you can click your entire screen.
Yes.
After that, there will be a small pop-up window on the top.
Yeah.
In that, there will be a middle option. You have to click that button in the middle.
Okay.
In that, there will be a middle small window will be there. You have to click that window and then press share.
Yeah, share.
1 second, sir. It's not. Something's wrong. There's some wrong messages popping up for you.
No.
So can you try sharing it again?
Yeah, I'm trying it. Actually, I'm clicking on the share, but just a minute. I will open it. No, cannot share screen.
No, sir, we are not able to see your screen.
Okay. Stop sharing.
Seems like Silent Singh sir has some problem. So shall we go on with the paper presentation for now? Is Shilpa here?
Yes, sir.
Shilpa, be ready. If sir is able to present now, we'll continue with the lecture. If not, then you can continue. Just be ready for a presentation once sir is done.
Okay, sir.
Dr. Silent Singh, are you able to get it? Yeah, now it's coming. Now your windows getting scared. Screen is getting shared. Dr. Silendra Singh, you are on mute. We can't hear you. Yeah. Now it's fine. You can minimize the browser directly now. Yeah.
Okay.
Now everything's fine. Yes, it's perfect. You can go ahead, sir. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Please, we are waiting for your lecture.
Yeah, first of all, thank you to you for inviting me to give a lecture on what I am doing for the last 10 to 12 years. And this is the core area which I am doing my research. So it's a good experience to deliver a lecture on a subject area which is of your interest. So today I'm going to present my lecture on just a minute. Yes. On how a natural genetic engineer, that is agrobacterium rhizogenes, has been used for the production of pharmaceutically active phytomedicines via the Heriru technology. how we have used this soil-borne bacteria for the artificially designing to produce the pharmaceutical molecules. So now I am working as a postdoctoral fellow at Israel. So first of all, I will explain what is hairy root technology. What is this hairy root? Generally, the Agrobacterium rhizogens, which is a soil-borne bacteria, and it infects the plant systems, most of the dicot systems, and produce a hairy root syndrome. So when this bacteria infects the plant, they release a phenolics, which is called as acetosyringin, which attracts the bacteria and finally leading to the disease, which is like a lot of roots will be coming from the site of infection. So this is the when you do the infection with the Agrobacterium rhizogens, it will produce large number of roots. So I am showing this in the picture in the Petri plate, what we have done. And after the this induction of the roots, we used to develop it in the liquid system so that it can be continuously growing without any hormones or any supplements. So this is the basic hairy root technology what I am using to produce the phytomedicines in the different plant systems. So what are the advantages of hairy root culture? They are the root systems which mimic the biochemical potential of the parent plant. Means they can mimic just like the original plant system. They are genetically stable and biochemically they are producing a lot of metabolites. And they are having a rapid growth, hormone autotrophy. There is no need of any hormones. You can grow it in normal media without any phytohormones, which is highly costly. So you can grow it in the minimal media. And if you get a good production source, you can upscale, means you can make it to produce large scale in bioreactor. Then it is having the potential equivalent or higher to the parent plant. Sometimes what happens that if you make a hairy root system, it will produce lesser amount as compared to the parent plant. But sometimes the integration of the rItDNA, it leads to the enhancement in the metabolites. So the tDNA transfer is the main logic and main reasons why it is having the different clones are having different potential of producing the metabolites. So when we come to the application now, the different areas, different research areas, they are working on it, such as phytochemical production, that is the phytomedicine production. This is the basic which many labs are working. Then we can do the metabolic engineering, we can do molecular breeding, recombinant protein production, phytoremediation, and also the biotransformation of many molecules which are of low value to high value end product. So I will covering today only on 3 topics, that is phytochemical production. I will just give you a glimpse, and basically I will try to give you more detail on the metabolic engineering, what I have done, and also the biotransformation aspect. So if you see that the plant system, different plant system have been utilized, and this all have been done in my lab, and we have been working on different medicinal plants. So first one is Osimum basilicum, which is producing rosmanic acid, oxalic acid. Many metabolites are there, but just a glimpse I am showing this type of metabolite. So Osimum basilicum is there, which is producing so many metabolites. Rolfia for reserpine ajmalin. Atropine is produced from the Atropa belladonna. Artemisinin is produced from the Artemisia annua, which is an antimalarial drug. Vidaferin from Vidania somnifera, and Valepotrates from the Valeriana valechi. So different medicinal plants we have worked on and succeeded to produce a metabolite and confirm with different spectroscopy analysis. So I am just giving a glimpse. And continuing to the examples, Borrelia diffusa, which is producing a borrevinone and eupalatine. Stevia revidana, see the roots of stevia, it is like green in color. So when you put light condition, it will be greenish and it will produce stevioside. And this Andrographis paniculata, it is producing andrographolite. So when you get the good result of any of the plant system, not because of a medicinal plant or maybe it's another plant system, you can go for the upscaling. Large scale production can be done for the production of phytomedicine. Just I am showing you some of the glimpse. That is the Ocimum basilicum, Ocimum gratissimum, Ocimum killimansericum, all have been done in my lab. So we are basically working from the low scale to large scale up to the 10-liter scale. This bioreactor is almost 10-liter capacity, and the working volume is 7 liter. So from the 250 ml flask, we are working up to the 10-liter flask or 10-liter vessel. So now I am coming to the another part that is the most important and most interesting is the metabolic engineering. How we can do the metabolic engineering for the production of metabolites in different plant systems. So the problem I am going to clarify is curcumin. That is the most important molecules I have ever seen, and I have ever come across the literature. If you see in PubMed, almost 5,000 to 6,000 publications will be available in every 2 years. So in different aspects, most of the persons are working, but I try to utilize this concept in producing the curcumin in the hairy root culture of Atropa belladonna, which is very unique because Atropa is meant for atropine, that is the alkaloid, not for the phenolics. So it is a very interesting work, and we have tried to optimize different conditions, different parameters, and then we finally succeeded to produce the curcumin. So what was the problem? There is no alternative production source. You know that curcumin is produced only from the curcuma species. So in later time, what will happen that there will be no source. Then so in regard of this, we try to develop a protocol where we can produce the curcumin. So as we know that curcuminoids are produced from the curcuma species. So curcuma longa is the major source which is producing curcuminoid. Curcuminoid is actually they are the mixture of 3 compounds: curcumin, dimethoxycurcumin, and bis-dimethoxycurcumin. And curcuma and curcuma amada, these are the 2 major sources of curcuma species which is producing curcumin. Curcuminoids. So we are having a lot of commercial products available in the market with this curcumin. Different products are different companies, they are making it and selling it in the market. And for cosmeceutical as a medicine and many others. So this is just an example to show how they are utilizing in the market. Now, many pharmacological activities are just, I said that it is a very important molecules which is showing almost every types of activity, every reported. There are so many activities they have been reported for the last 20, 30 years. They're still continuing so many research and many clinical trials, almost 26 clinical trials. They are going on different types of cancer, acute kidney injury, inflammation, and many more. So I will not go into the details. This is just an overview how this molecule is gaining so much of attention from a kitchen to the pharmacological, this pharmaceutical companies. It is generally used as in our kitchen as a spice, but it is having a lot of activities. So what was the reason why we want to produce the curcumin? So the main problem was no alternative production source. Only curcuma is the source of this curcumin, and they are producing in very low yield. That is almost 1 to 9%, and they are high. They are almost in high demand because of its high price. If you take 1 gram of curcumin, pure curcumin from Sigma, it will be around 83,000 for 1 gram. So it's highly expensive. And the chemical synthesis is tedious and complex. And if you go for the cultivation, so it will be a long gestation period between the planting and the harvesting. Generally, what happens that when you plant curcuma, it takes almost 2 years for the maturity. And when it will be matured, then the large amount of the highest yield of curcumin will be produced. So it is a long time for the cultivation and harvesting. And the last point is surely uncertainty in the supply of active principles due to the environmental or seasonal or pathological hurdles. This is the most drawback of this plant system cultivated in the field. There will be some environmental or many pathological infections will be there. So the yield will be very less. So I will be focusing mainly on the no alternative production source. That was the problem. So when we come to the pathway, how it is produced in the plant system, generally ferulic acid is the precursor of that molecule curcumin. But in the plant system, they are having a different enzymes, that's genes which are regulating the synthesis. So they start from the phenylpropanate pathway, just like phenylalanine cinnamic acid, up to the ferulic acid and coumaric acid. So the ferulic acid, when it will be converted into ferulyl coenzyme, in the presence of DCS, the DCS is diketide coenzyme synthase, and KERS is the curcumin synthase. These are the enzymes which have been reported from Curcuma longa. So I took the concept from that paper. So how actually they are regulating it towards the production of maybe curcumin, dimethoxycurcumin, and bis-dimethoxycurcumin. Generally, these are the main limiting factors, DCS and KERS. They are limiting the synthesis of that molecule. How much curcumin will be produced, how much dimethoxycurcumin will be produced. So if you see that from ferulic acid, when ferulyl coenzyme with malonyl coenzyme, you can see here that ferulic and malonyl coenzyme will combine together in the presence of DCS and form a ferulyl diketide coenzyme. So this ferulyl diketide coenzyme in the presence of KERS 1, 2, and 3, there are three different forms of curcumin synthase that has been reported. So this three will be activating on the basis of the substrate availability, and they will convert it into the curcumin. So when one coumaryl coenzyme and one ferulyl diketide coenzyme, it will combine, then it will be dimethoxycurcumin. And when two molecules of coumaryl diketide coenzyme will be fused with the KERS3, then it will be producing the bis-dimethoxycurcumin. So coming to the next slide, I will be targeting on these two enzymes. So before starting, just we want to check the expression level of these genes in the different rhizomes and leaves. And of the CAR is the curcuma amada rhizome, and CAL is the curcuma amada leaf, curcuma longa leaf and rhizome. So we took the two species, that is curcuma amada and longa, and two different parts, leaf and rhizome. And we check the expression level of the DCS and KERS gene in this all the extracts, this plant systems. And finally, we found that yeah, it's true that the higher expression is found in the curcuma longa, that is in the rhizomes. So this has been already been reported. I have taken the idea from that was a paper published in 2007 that they have already reported that DCS and KERS, they are regulating the curcumin synthesis pathway. So the curcuma amada is the best the plant system I choose, because these genes were not explored in the plant system, and I was working on this curcuma amada in my lab. So I tried to amplify that gene from this one, curcuma amada. So rest of all the works I have done in curcuma amada, not from the curcuma longa. So this is just to show that how we have cloned this diketide coenzyme synthase. We isolated the RNA, making the cDNA from the rhizomes. Then step by step, I'm showing you the pictures of how it is cloned from PGMT to P Honeywell to P green, that is the binary vector. Similarly, we cloned the KERS gene in different P green vector. This is the conformations. So this is the most challenging. This is really, I feel very happy when I find out the result, final result. But this was really very challenging when you want to make a cloning, and that also in a cassette. In a cassette means one construct will be there, then another construct will be there. As you were saying that each gene is having their own promoter. So yeah, DCS is also having its own promoter. This KERS3 is also having its own promoter, and this construct was finally confirmed in the P green binary vector. Then we mobilize into the rhizogenes, and in the strain that is ATCC 15834. This was the most virulent strain. And before that, I would like to say that before starting the cloning part, I have selected three different plant systems to express this construct. The first one is Atropa belladonna, that is the most just we can say that it is a model system in our lab. We are mostly working on this because it belongs to the Solanaceae family, and Solanaceae is having a benefit that we can easily develop the hairy root. And another plant system which I have selected is the this Ocimum basilicum. It belongs to the Lamiaceae family, and also we choose another system that is the Chenopodiaceae member Beta vulgaris. So all these three systems I have tried, but when I did the hairy root induction in the Beta vulgaris and Ocimum basilicum, the roots were coming. Yeah, no doubt the roots were there. The transformation frequency was also there. But when I grow it in the liquid media, it was not growing. It was growth was retarded and they died. So I didn't continue with the two plant systems. But when I did with the Atropa belladonna, the roots were coming and the frequency was very good. Then we stabilized and making it in the liquid media. Then we confirm the role genes. That is the most important gene, which is actually showing that it is transformed one. It is having it because the role genes is transferred to the host genome by this agrobacterium. So we checked in the plant system, the hairy root system, that if it is available, it's transformed. Then we check our gene. What is the gene of interest? That is the DCSN. CURS3. These two are the genes which is having a size almost 1.2 kb. So it is showing in the pictures. Then we also develop the wild type roots because it is important to have a control with respect to the transgenic one. So in this system, we also check the same root system, role genes and NPT2, that is the kanamycin resistance gene. We checked in the vector control also. Now, after confirming that, its roots is positive and everything is positive, now we have to develop so how it will grow in the media. So we have a growth curve which is showing that the 4 different lines we have selected. It was a random selection because many lines were there, but we have selected the fast growing root lines, just 4, which is having a good biomass as well as the growth. So we checked and found that PGD2 HR1 is showing much growth as compared to the other one. Then before starting, just it was a curiosity to check whether the molecule is present or not in the root system. Just we have taken the root, crushed it and with the methanol and checked it in the TLC. This picture is showing that this is the compound 1 which is present, and this is the hairy root 1 and hairy root 2, 2 different clones we have taken, and this is the standard curcumin. So it is showing almost on the same RF. So this is the transgenic hairy root lines bearing the 2 genes, that is DCS and CURS. Both genes are expressing in this line, but in this system, in the another system where wild type is there you cannot see any metabolite here in the RF of curcumin. So this gave us a clue that it is producing, but we have to check, further confirm it, how. So we done the preparative TLC, then we isolated the molecule from the preparative, then we did the 1H NMR because it was a novel compound, and novel in the sense it is producing in a system which is not meant to be produced. So we confirm it with different spectroscopy analysis. This is NMR. Then we did the LCMS spectra, what is the molecular mass of that molecule. And finally, to further confirm it, we did the HRMS. So all these data finally showed that, this compound is curcumin and having a molecular mass of 369, that is the M plus H value, and having the formula of C21 is 20 and O6. So we confirmed that, this is the molecule curcumin produced in the hairy root of Atropa belladonna. But the question is how much? So we quantified with the HPLC. We quantified the curcumin in all the samples of the four root systems, and in the solvent system 60-40 methanol water, HPLC's PDA analysis. So we found that in different, I will just mention that it was in different growth phases. We collected the samples in 15 days, 30 days, 45 days, and 60 days. So on 4 days, we collected the samples and analyzed it through the HPLC. And here we found that out of the 4, only 2 were producing, 2 were not producing. And the one which is producing is maximum produces 180 microgram. So that is 180 microgram per gram dry weight, which is very less as compared to the earlier reported in different microorganisms. Anyhow, this was the data which was having the potential of producing this metabolite. So we checked the expression level of these two genes in these two lines, why it is producing. And we also found that, that CURS3 and CURS DCS expression was higher in these two lines. So as compared to the other clone. So the overall outcome is this was the first successful isolation heterologous expression of two curcuminate synthase gene from Curcuma amada in Atropa belladonna. And the yield improvement, of course, we have to done the additional supplementation of precursor substrate so that it can produce a large amount of this curcumin. And the further refinement of this heritage technology can be a powerful approach in the coming years towards the industrial application. If you are having a good result, definitely the company will take over as a technique to produce in a larger scale. So this was the first part, that is the developing an alternative production source of curcumin in another plant system that is not linked with the biosynthetic pathway of curcuminoid. So this is the heterologous expression from one system to another system. So now the another question was why this curcumin is having a lot of activities, but the major drawback was poor bioavailability. So keeping in this mind that whether we can try to increase the this bioavailability of that molecule. So what we try to design the same construct which is produced in the curcumin. So we try to develop clone another gene, that is the glucosyl transferase gene in the same cassette, so that when curcumin will be produced, that will lead to the glucosylation of that molecule. So this was a CAGT2 gene from Catharanthus. It was previously reported in 2004 that Catharanthus cell suspension. They have not taken the hairy root, but they have taken in another culture system, that is cell suspension. So they have reported that CAGT2 gene is the gene which is responsible for the glucosylation of curcumin. So we try to isolate the gene and making a cassette in a single cassette in pea-green binary vector. So this is the confirmation of all the genes in the cassette. And this is the interest gene which has been cloned. Then we again did the transformation in Atropa because that was the system was easily developed. Then we confirmed the role genes in these lines. Then confirmation of all the three genes, DCS, CURS, and CAGT2 in two lines. And we try to develop almost 7 clones and also seeing the growth potential in different growth phases like 15 days, 30 days, 45 and 60 days. So this is the graph showing the different growth phases of the 7 selected clones. Then we did the HPLC analysis of this root lines to check whether curcumin is there or not. So we can see that in the sample it is a very lesser amount is detected. That is, the first one is the curcumin and the second one is the curcumin monoglucoside. So when we check in different time period, it was found that it was produced in the one of the clones in maximum in the 45 days. That is the PGD HR3. PGD3 means it is having 3 genes. So the maximum production was 67.89 and monoglucoside was 32.63, and another clone it was 49. So only 2 clones here also we found that maybe it is very less, but we succeeded to produce it in different clones. Then we checked the expression level of Q by qRT-PCR of these 3 genes in these 2 lines, and it was found that the maximum production was in PGD HR3, which is almost 1.86, 4.92, and 3.79-fold increase of CURS3, DCS3, and CAGT2 in these lines. So finally, we succeeded to produce both the curcumin as well as the curcumin monoglucoside in the hairy root system, which is not relevant to the curcumin biosynthetic pathway. So after this production of these molecules, we tried to develop a protocol so that from the shake flask we can cultivate it in the bioreactor. So we put it in the bioreactor, then grown it, and After 30 days, we harvested and did the analysis also. This is the specially designed bioreactor where we have put a nylon mesh. That mesh is for the support of the hairy root so that it will be on the surface and it will grow in the liquid media. So this was New Brunswick scientific company. They have provided in our lab. It is having a capacity of 10 liter. So, and one more thing is that we have used the 2 marine impellers, which is very, very important, because when you are doing in a bioreactor, that impellers should be very important, because when you have different types of impellers like sharpened impeller, turbine impeller, that will cut the root hairs, and it will lead to the lesser biomass yield, and also the root will be damaged. That will lead to the shearing effect. So we have used a marine impeller, which is specially designed, and it was patented from our lab. So it was very good for the large scale cultivation of any root system. So we checked the metabolite production, how much it was after bioreactor upscaling. The biomass yield was almost 3.8 fold, curcumin was 1.6 fold higher, and monoglycoside was only 0.9 fold higher as compared to the Shake Plus. And we can say that, yeah, this is the first report for curcumin monoglycoside as well as curcumin by heterologously rerouting the biosynthetic pathway of Heteroba belladonna. And upscaling has added an extra credential to this hairy root-based metabolic engineering approach, which can be utilized for the large-scale production of these metabolites. So this was the main metabolic engineering part, and it was published last year in Journal of Biotechnology. So, okay, now we have seen that, okay, curcumin is produced, curcumin monoglycoside is produced, but another interesting fact was that transgenic plants, they spontaneously regenerated from the this 2 genes and 3 gene construct. This hairy root system is showing that, okay, these roots are they are having the potential. I don't know how they are they are not developing in the wild type and vector control, but when I put the double gene and triple gene, it is showing so spontaneous regeneration that we grown it in glasshouse condition to check whether the presence of gene is there. Yeah, it was present. We checked it, and also in the 3 genes. This is with the 2 genes. This is the picture is showing with the 3 genes. Yeah, see, this is the regeneration from the spontaneous. We have nothing added in this. Maybe the gene which has been incorporated, because of that, it has triggered some genes so that it is regenerating from the plant systems. So we develop it and cultivate it in the greenhouse condition, because as it is a transgenic, so we cannot put it in the field condition. So we have put it in the glasshouse condition. And we also check the presence of gene in these transgenic plants. All are present. Role genes were also present. So this is the regeneration table showing the regeneration frequency of shoots. These 3 lines, they have shown the potential of regeneration from the different root lines. But it is interesting to note that no hairy root mediated regeneration was observed in the wild type. What I told, that because it was not present in the wild type and vector control, but it was spontaneously growing in the PGD2 and PGD3 hairy root clones. So we check the metabolic profiling of the leaf and roots with the standard, but in the leaf we cannot find any curcumin, but the root is showing slight indication that, yeah, it is producing in the root. So we tried to do the HPLC, and it was found that it is producing almost 31 microgram per gram dry weight, and in 2 lines of the PGD2. And in the PGD3, which is having 3 genes, only 1 line was showing the potential of producing the curcumin, not the monoglycoside. Only curcumin was produced. Maybe the substrate was very less, or maybe after adaptation. So it all depends upon the time-to-time variation and the time-to-time how much time you are going to give for the expression of the gene. So I think only in PG1 clone that is showing the potential of producing curcumin. So this are the studies which related to the metabolic engineering. But now coming to the another aspect, which is the that is very important, where you can utilize the hairy root system as a biofactories for catalyzing the conversion of exogenous chemical moieties. You can change, you can transform as a as an enzymatic machinery. It can you can put some molecules which you want to transform into another, because this hairy root system is having a lot of enzymes, different classifications. Just for example, I will show you. This is the advantage. What is the advantage? Just I told you previously also that it is very having a lot of multiple enzymes and specificity. So this is the plausible mode of enzymatic reactions. How this metabolite? Suppose a target molecule is put inside the hairy root system, it will be uptaken by the hairy root, and the product may be retained in the root system, or products should be excreted in the media, because all these metabolites, mostly secondary metabolites, are toxic to the plant. So they tried, the plant system actually try to develop so that it cannot be harmful, but the need for the protection, for the defense and everything, and also under the stress, they are bound to produce the secondary metabolites. So when these metabolites will be toxic, they will convert. Suppose any metabolites you can put it is toxic to the plant, so they will directly convert into another product. So you can have a chances to make a low value substrate to high value substrate, and maybe the enzyme will be released in the media, and the conversion might be taking place in the surrounding media. This might be plausible conditions, because many times what will happen that okay, in media all the metabolites is there, but when we did the biotransformation, we try to extract both the roots as well as the media, and try to check both the metabolites, both the transformed products in both the media as well as the root. So this is the review we have published in 2012, in last almost 89 years back. So we found that most of this hairy root system, they have reported glucosylation effect and also the glycosylation. Almost 60% of the reported literatures which is showing the glucosylation and glycosylation effect of this root system. And others means oxidation, maybe then esterification type of reaction, and the reduction is 20%. So this was a review we have published, and we have shown that 60% is towards the glucosylation of the molecules. So this is an example which we have published. This is artemisinin. We have trying to make it another derivative so that it might increase the potential of these molecules. And one of the derivative was showing a very good TNF lowering potential, and it was published in Journal of Molecular Catalysis B. And another is the betlogenol. We have converted the betlogenol into betuloside and raspberry ketone. And this betuloside is having a very good anti-inflammatory, analgesic, hepatoprotective activity. And another product which is produced was raspberry ketone, which is natural ingredient in cosmeceutical as well as the anti-obesity dietary supplement. So this is with the normal wild type, means we have developed the root system without any target gene. This is just the enzyme system which is produced in the wild type. We have utilized that system, but we can also do the metabolic engineering. We can target some genes and put it in the hairy root system, and making it is a platform to convert many metabolites. Just I am showing you, this is a work which is done in our lab. That is, we have isolated a ECH, that is the enoyl-CoA hydratase, which is actually, it's from a bacteria, and which is converting them this metabolites, this eugenol to vanillin. But we have isolated this ECH gene from the hairy root system of Ocimum species. We have isolated that and cloned it in the Ocimum different species, that is Ocimum basilicum, and we tried to convert this eugenol as well as the ferulic acid to vanillin, and it was succeeded. We isolated the molecule and also confirmed with the spectroscopy analysis like NMR and GCMS. So finally we succeeded to produce eugenol and ferulic acid to convert them into, because these are very cheap substrate. These are very easily available substrate. And vanillin, you could know the cost of pure vanillin, the 1 kg cost of pure vanillin is almost 6 lakh. So which is very, very, very important. And it is widely used. And in all the companies, like mostly we try to use it in this this cosmeceutical as well as the pharmaceutical companies, and also we can have some ice cream with the vanillin. So another was the this same CAGT2 gene. I have also cloned this in the singly in the Atropa belladonna to convert curcumin to curcumin monoglucoside. Actually, this work before that metabolic engineering and before that curcumin production, actually I cloned that CAGT2 gene to confirm whether the what the literature is saying it is true or not so much effective. So I tried to clone the gene in the hairy root system of Atropa belladonna, isolated from the catharanthus and cloned in the Atropa. Then we put substrate from the outside, that is the curcumin. We put curcumin and it was converted to the curcumin monoglucoside. And I was lucky that it is converting, and I isolated the curcumin monoglucoside and making it a standard for the my different another work, because curcumin monoglucoside standard is not available in the market. So this was the first step. Then that was the different step where we have utilized the curcumin monoglucoside for our HPLC analysis. So this is the all type of work which I have doing for the last 10 years. And with this, I got some publications, one review article and book chapters. And thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for organizer for giving me a chance to speak on this. And thank you especially to Lokesh Ravi for timely making all the arrangements, like all the details. I got it, so it was very good. And today it's off day for me in Israel, because on Friday and Saturday we used to have a off, and from tomorrow, that is Sunday, we have a this our office hours. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. But it is new for me to hear that Sunday is actually a working day and Saturday is Friday and
Yes.
Saturday is a weekend.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. It's our pleasure that you came here and you explained so much about your in-depth knowledge and experience in this field of science. It is too much for us to actually follow, and it is a lot. It's a very intense presentation. Thank you very much, sir. It is actually our pleasure that we have you in this conference. Any of the participants, do you have any questions to sir? If anybody has any questions later, you can message me and we will connect you to Dr. Sailendra Singh. Sir, it was a wonderful presentation. I don't have any questions. It's just I'm just overwhelmed with all the information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
So much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It was our pleasure to have you here, sir. Thank you, sir. We'll move on with the following presentations. If you can stay here and ask some questions of the participants, that will be really great, sir.
There will be okay. I will try to manage.
Yes, sir. Of course, you are.
Yeah, it's almost 9:30 here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I understand you are busy. You are having a busy schedule, and thanks for taking this time, even though there is a big difference in our timing, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sailendra Singh. Have a good day, and we'll meet in some other occasion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll continue with the conference. Before that, I'll also like to welcome Dr. Gopinath, who has just joined. Gopinath, sir. Dr. Kasi Gopinath, are you here? All right. We will... Gopinath, sir. Okay. Shilpa, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Shilpa, we'll move on with the presentations session. If you are ready with your PPT, can you share your PPT and start with the presentation?
Okay, sir. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, Shilpa, your screen is visible. You can start with your presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So my topic for today's presentation is photocatalytic degradation of crystal violet using Quassia indica leaf extract. I have just joined under Dr. Joseph K.S., Department of Life Sciences, thrice deemed to be university. So I'll be giving a brief introduction, followed by how I have prepared the plant extract and the synthesis of silver nanoparticles, followed by the characterization of the synthesized nanoparticles. I have synthesized silver nanoparticles. So the characterization was done by UV-Vis, FTIR, XRD, DLS, and then the application part, that is photocatalytic degradation of crystal violet dye using the synthesized silver nanoparticle. And finally, discussion, conclusion, and reference. First of all, introduction. So, dyes are becoming more widely used as a result of their numerous applications in various industries. The effluents discharged from the dyeing industries is a major cause of water pollution because it contains a huge volume of dye. The high concentration of dyes in water bodies block sunlight and reduces the oxygenation potential of receiving water, affecting aquatic biodiversity and photosynthesis. Approximately 15% of textile dyes are lost and released into water during the dyeing process. This effluent eventually triggers issues such as mutagenic, carcinogenic, and toxic effects. Synthetic dyes pose widespread health hazard by their nature or by the non-degradable byproducts which are produced with the reaction of other chemicals. The industrial effluents containing dyes affect the growth of microorganisms and also affect the photosynthetic activities of aquatic flora by reducing light penetration in receiving water bodies. Moreover, discharged dyes reduce the amount of dissolved oxygen in water by forming a thin layer on the surface of the receiving water body. So the direct use of untreated dyeing effluents for irrigation has serious environmental consequences such as reduced soil fertility, seed germination, chlorophyll and protein content of the plant. So my objective of this study is to synthesize silver nanoparticle from Quassia indica leaf extract and to characterize the synthesized nanoparticle and finally to evaluate the photocatalytic degradation of the crystal violet dye. So nanotechnology, it's a branch of science of manipulating matter on an atomic or molecular scale. Nanoparticles with very attractive shapes are synthesized by numerous physical and chemical methods. However, biological synthesis are preferred because they are cheap and safe. Mainly, it can be either by microorganisms and plants. I'll be focusing on a plant named Quassia indica, which belongs to Cimarubiaceae family. This is also known as Samadura indica or Nipa bark tree. It's a medicinal plant found in India's Western Ghats. It has antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, antiviral, anti-feedant, and growth-regulating properties. Moving on to materials and methods. So, first the plant was collected, shade-dried and powdered. Then I have followed a reflex method for the extraction of the plant extract. So here I have taken 5 grams of the plant extract, plant powder, and I have dissolved it in 100 ml of the distilled water and kept for reflex at 60 degrees for 30 minutes. And the obtained solution was filtered by Wortman filter paper. So finally, this was the extract that I have got. Then I have done synthesis of silver nanoparticles with the plant extract. So I have taken the plant extract and silver nitrate I have taken 0.01 molar of silver nitrate, and the reaction was kept at 40 degrees Celsius for 20 minutes by a reflex method, and the mixture was then centrifuged and dried in hot air oven. This was the final powdered silver nanoparticle. Then I have moved on to characterization of the synthesized nanoparticle. So figure 1 shows the UV visible absorption peak of the plant extract, and figure 1b shows the absorption of silver nanoparticles. So UV visible photometric analysis is carried for the primary investigation of silver nanoparticle. So after mixing of the extract and silver nitrate solution, there was a change in color change of extract was observed, which may be due to the reduction of silver ions leading to the excitation of silver nanoparticles. So the UV spectra analysis was carried out, and a peak was observed at 430 nanometer, which showed a stable range for nanoparticle formation. Second characterization technique that I have done is FTIR. So the FTIR spectroscopy analysis was performed to investigate the functional groups in the silver nanoparticles. The FTIR spectrum shows peaks at 2164, 1701, 1460, and etc. So these peaks were due to the interaction of the metal with oxygen atoms. So the FTIR spectrum revealed the presence of different functional groups like alkene, alkane, amine, ester, etc. These chemical groups were proved as reducing agents which help in the synthesis of silver nanoparticles. And this is the peak of plant extract. Next characterization technique that I have done was XRD. So XRD is done to find the crystallinity of the synthesized silver nanoparticles. So the size of the nanoparticles was calculated based on the D/Scherrer equation. D is equal to K lambda by beta cos theta. So here D represents the particle size, particle diameter size, and K is a constant, and lambda is X-ray source wavelength, and beta is FWHM, that is full width at half maximum, and theta represents the diffraction angle. So by calculating the peaks obtained, the average crystalline size was found to be 8.145 nanometer. Another characterization technique that I have used is a DLS analysis. So here the Z average was obtained at 181.3 nanometer. And figure 4b demonstrates the zeta potential of the biosynthesized silver nanoparticle, which was found to be minus 24.2 millivolt. This shows that the silver nanoparticles synthesized from leaf extract of Quercia indica are stable. Now, I'll be moving on to the application part, which is photocatalytic degradation of crystal violet using silver nanoparticles. So, to study the photocatalytic activity of nanoparticle, I have prepared the dye solution having different concentrations, and I have taken 100 ml of the dye solution in a beaker along with different concentrations of nanoparticles and kept in UV light with constant stirring. And then the absorbance was taken after definite time intervals and degradation efficiency was calculated. So the percentage of degradation was calculated using the formula percentage of degradation is equal to initial absorbance minus final absorbance divided by initial absorbance into 100. Figure 5 represents the photocatalytic degradation of crystal violet by silver nanoparticles. This is a graph obtained by UV. So the photocatalytic
degradation of crystal violet dye was carried out with the silver nanoparticles synthesized, and the degradation had occurred in the absorption spectra region at 580 to 590 nanometer. So the absorbance peak of dye, the crystal violet dye, alone showed higher range of absorbance, and the reduction of peak was most evident and efficient with the addition of silver nanoparticles into the solution of crystal violet dye and the extract. The decrease in absorbance indicates that the ability of biosynthesized silver nanoparticle to reduce crystal violet dye. So in the present study carried out for 140 minutes proves that the degradation of crystal violet dye by the green synthesis of dried Quassia indica containing silver nanoparticles. And the percentage of degradation was found to be 94.73%. Moving on to the discussion. So the studies already performed have shown similar result to the current work. So they include from Eugenia Rosberg leaf extract, UV visible spectroscopy range was found to be at 470 nanometer, which indicated a stable range for nanoparticle formation, as well as the fruit seed extract of Nigella sativa degraded Congo red dye and was found to be potential for removal of industrial effluents. The phytocompounds present in the plant extract, such as polyols, terpenoids, polyphenols, are responsible for metallic ion bioreduction. Moving on to conclusion. So during the synthesis of nanoparticle, silver ions reduce to silver in presence of plant extract, and this will be due to the presence of reducing agent. Moreover, the UV visible absorption spectrum of the reduced reaction mixture was obtained at 429 nanometer, and the average crystallite size was estimated to be 8.145 nanometer. And about 80 to 90% of the crystal violet dye degraded in the presence of silver nanoparticle under UV light exposure of 140 minutes. So the present biogenic approach for the synthesis of silver nanoparticle using this plant leaf extract is considered to be non-toxic and a cost-effective method. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Shilpa. If you can keep your PPT on, that would be great. Okay, that's fine. Shilpa, you showed the results of the DLS, right?
Yes, sir.
In that, there were two peaks. What does that signify? What does that mean?
Yes, sir. There were two peaks. One peak was obtained at 109, and other one was 420. So I guess it's due to agglomeration.
Yes.
And since due to agglomeration, the Z average has gone to like 181.
Are you doing any refining process to reduce the agglomeration effect?
I'll be trying to do that.
All right. Then second question is the degradation of dye you said, right?
Yes, sir.
You said 97% or 94% degradation.
Yes, sir.
How did you quantify that? How much was degraded?
So using I have calculated it using the equation by calculating the initial absorbance by the control of crystal violet. Control was the crystal violet solution. So with crystal violet solution minus the final absorbance range, that is the final 140 minute value divided by the initial crystal violet absorbance into 100.
Okay. Is it that the blue color solution is changing completely colorless, or is it changing into some other color? It's completely colorless.
It's changing colorless.
All right, all right. So the whatever is the remaining blue color, you are saying that it is 94%. So remaining 6% is
Yes.
still remaining. And
Yes.
what does that mean for your concentration? At what concentration of, I mean, how much of nanoparticles
Okay.
is degrading? How much, you said percentage, fine.
Yes,
For
sir.
example, percentage in the sense, I added 1 milligram of nanoparticle, which is
Yes, sir.
degraded 10 milligram of dye. Like that, you have to give a ratio. Is
Okay,
that
sir.
possible? Have you done anything like that?
Yes, I have taken 1:2 ratio. So crystal
Mm-hmm.
violet in 1 ratio and nanoparticle I have taken in 2 ratio. So dye concentration was 10 raised to -4 molar.
Right. Micrograms, okay, molarity. You have
Molarity, yes, I have
molarity
taken
wise.
in molar.
All right. And while the nanoparticles are in grams, is it?
Yes, sir,
Micrograms.
grams.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
It would be better if both are in micrograms so that you will be able to see
Yes,
the
sir. I have
ratio
converted it into
micrograms.
grams. Yes, I have converted crystal violet. So it was like 0.006 grams of crystal violet and 0.0025 gram of nanoparticle I have taken.
All right. So for every 6 micrograms, is it? Is it 6 micrograms or 60 micrograms? Okay. So but it is like 25 is to 60. That's the ratio?
Yeah, normally 1:2 ratio, like CV is to nanoparticle.
Okay. Okay, Shilpa, very good work. Any participants? Anyone have any doubts?
I have a question, sir.
Yes, sir.
May I ask?
Go ahead,
Yeah.
sir.
This is regarding what sir has asked. Do you have a photographic evidence that the color has faded? Hello. So you said that there is a 94% of degradation of crystal violet.
Yes, sir. I have an image, but I haven't included it in the presentation.
Yeah, so
My
because
work
that
is
is
still going
something.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, because when you say that 94%
Yes, sir.
degradation, only 6%,
Yeah.
the entire, color has to go away. So only 6%,
Yes,
only
sir.
little blue. So that gives us, a concluding, say that
Yeah.
yes, you have, degraded the particular crystal value.
Yes, sir.
And the next one is that you said 1:2 ratio, right? So that
Yes,
was
sir.
10 to the power of -5 molar, which is nothing but 100 ppm, right? So if you calculate with the ppm, it is 100 ppm.
Yes, sir.
And you have taken 200 ppm of nanoparticle, is it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you said microgram, and you are saying now 200 ppm. So there is no any clarity in the answer.
I have done in grams. It can be converted in ppm as well.
See, when you say that molar, 10 to the power of -5 molar,
Yes.
so you're supposed to take 1:2, and how did you take the nanoparticle? What concentration? And do you have the TEM and SEM data for that to say that 8 nanometer is the size?
I have to do SEM and TEM analysis.
Okay, do you have the energy dispersion spectroscopy result? What is the percentage of nanoparticle it is? XRD, EDX?
I have to do the SEM and TEM analysis. It's not yet done.
Okay, so that's it from my end, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mansi, please take over.
Yes, so our next participant is Mubashir IMG, and her topic is on physiochemical analysis of methanolic leaf extract of Serraca asuka. I welcome you, ma'am. Please come.
Yes, ma'am.
In this research paper, we are attempting to make herbal powder using Indian coconut spray, amla.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. I'm doing.
Kira, ma'am? Yeah, your background noise is a lot. Is there any place that you can sit where it's quiet?
Activated charcoal.
Some class is going on, I guess, that sound is too high.
Now let us see a chemical.
Yes, sir. 1 second, sir. Sir, is it fine, sir?
Yes. Now it's your voice is clear, ma'am. I mean, there's no background noise. Can you share your screen?
Yes, sir. Sir, is it? Sir, can you see the
Ma'am,
screen?
your presentations got stopped. Can you share it again?
Is it fine, sir?
Yes, we can hear you now. We can hear you now. Sorry, we can see your screen now. Can you switch to full screen? Yes. Went black. Ma'am, your presentation has went away again. Please follow the hello.
Yes, sir, I'm doing so.
Yeah, please follow the instructions. Yeah.
Sure.
Yes. Now, don't click anything else. The hide option is there in the bottom. Next to that, there is hide. Yes, please click that.
Hide.
Minimize this browser. Minimize this browser from the top.
Right.
From the top right top corner, from the right top corner, that small minus button. No, above, much above that. Okay, you can go to your PPT. You can open your PPT, ma'am. You can open your PPT.
PPT?
Yes, now you can click slideshow mode.
Okay.
That's all.
Is it visible,
Yes,
sir?
ma'am. Now it is visible. You can start with your presentation.
Good afternoon, and all present here. Myself, Mubashira MG, pursuing my full-time PhD under the guidance of Dr. Hari Prasad MG, HOD and Head of Pharmacology, KLE College of Pharmacy, and my Dr. Mamta M as my co-guide. My paper topic is physicochemical analysis of methanolic extract of Saraka soca leaf, and the content includes introduction, material, method, physicochemical parameters, and results and reference. As you all know, Saraka Asoka leaf, it is well known as Asoka plant, which is a herbal drug which plays an important role in healthcare. And it is also known as Saraka Asoka indica, which is belonging to family Cassabinaceae. It has a pharmacological activity and all the parts of the plant is considered pharmacologically important. And my main logo to choose this plant is it plays as anti-diabetic and anti-cancer activity also. In my further perceiving, my role is to produce a neuroprotective activity using Saraka soca leaf extract. It is also known as Ashoka in other languages, and in Sanskrit it is called as Kankeli, and other names are listed below. My main objective is to evaluate the physicochemical evolution and extract Saraka soca leaf using methanol as a solvent, and to analyze phytochemical analysis using the physicochemical activity and TLC profiling, further continuing with HPTLC. Methodology, which includes the Saraka Asoka leaf collection, then extraction and phytochemical parameter and TLC profiling. Further moving, the collection of Saraka Asoka leaf was done from Indian Institute of Horticulture, Hesarghatta, and authenticated by Dr. Rajesh Shekaran, and it is in the month of October. And further moving to the procedures, after the collection of Saraka Asoka, the leaves were dried in shade dry for a month or for a period of 1 month, and the size was reduced by using timber cutter and sieved accordingly. After the size reduction, it was saved for further process. After some a few period of time, it was considered for phytochemical analysis, and extraction was done by using Soxhlet apparatus, where the timber was made by using 20 gram of dry asoka powder in 100 ml of methanol as solvent. It took for around 8 hours to continue one cycle for the completion process. Then after the extraction process, the phytochemical analysis were continued. The physicochemical analysis showed presence of only 1.50% of foreign organic matter. Water soluble was 2%, ethanol soluble was 5%, methanol soluble was 5%, and total ash was performed in the presence of mufflin cerner, which was below 10%. And water soluble, acid soluble were also conducted. The results were satisfactory with the limits. These are the some procedures which followed during my preparation. Then for the following phytochemical analysis was performed, which showed Saraka-Asoka conformation for the presence of alkaloids, carbohydrate, tannins, saponins, and terpenoids, but anthraquinol was absent. Further moving, we have confirmed with TLC profiling, and mobile phase, the stationary phase was silica gel G, and mobile phase was changed like butane and acetone in the ratio 50, that is 1:1. Toluene, ethyl acetate, glycic acid in a ratio 60:10:1. But only the result was properly seen with toluene, ethyl acetate, and methanol with the ratio 80:10:10. The band were properly resolved. Here you can see the band which was properly seen. The stationary phase was silica gel G. Mobile phase was toluene, ethyl acetate, and methanol. The spots were seen in UV chamber under short and long wavelength. The plate was sprayed with 5% ethanolic ferric chloride solution to observe the color of the spots, and later on the RF values were calculated as per the procedure. My future perspective is to perform HPTLC and isolation of quercetin, then preventive and curative peripheral neuroprotective activity, and to perform behavioral and histopathological pathology, and to conclude with statistical activities further. And these are the reference. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Any questions, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
This is one part of your PhD work, is it? Because
Yes,
it's
sir. I am pursuing with pharmacology, and as a part of my work, I have selected as phytochemical screening also.
okay, and you're studying other extracts as well, not just one methanolic extract is one part of your study, I guess.
One part of extract, sir.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I have any major applications, but is there anything that is novel that you found in this plant that nobody has reported so far?
Yes, sir. The novel is economically benefited, sir, because it is already reported containing all the activities, and women active, like women fertility also, but it is not applicable, sir. But it has not applied by the public.
Okay. But it is a known information already. There is nothing that any new.
But peripheral neuroprotectivity. My work is on peripheral neuroprotectivity, which is also with diabetic and cancers.
Okay, ma'am. Good. I don't have any more questions. Participants, any questions?
I have
yes, sir.
Couple of questions.
You have done, Bashira, you have done a TLC fingerprinting, right? And
Yes,
you
sir.
said you have used a single wavelength, I mean, the 254, 366 and all, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't see the picture of that in the
Yes, sir.
presentation. And
Sir,
you said you have used a derivatizing reagent also, right?
I'm sorry, sir. The question.
Did you use a derivatizing agent? After the
Yes, sir. I
TLC?
have used, sir.
So which one you have used?
And next I'll be following with the comparative with corseting standard and
No. Whatever you have done in your research, TLC profiling or fingerprinting, you have used. Did you use the derivatizing agent to see the bands?
yes, a 5% spraying
So
agent
that
I have.
photograph I have not seen in the presentation.
I have
And you said you have
shown,
used.
sir.
No, that is UV you have shown.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so derivatizing you have to show that. That is not there.
Okay, I'll do it, sir.
Yeah, so then both the 254, 366, that is very important because since you are into pharmacology and phytochemistry, this all TSA profiling should be neat 254, 366 and derivatize.
Okay,
All
sir.
the three
I'll keep in
photographs
mind.
have to be because it will have different.
Okay,
So
sir.
that's it, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mansi, please take over.
Yeah, so next is a group of Shravani and Nagaraj on the topic antibacterial activity of Symbopogon winteranus against Mars. Any one of you can take. Let's take a minute.
Very good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Shravani. Can you share your screen?
Yes, sir, I'm sharing. Very good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Shravani from MS Ramaya College. I'm currently pursuing my final year MSc in Biotechnology. I would like to thank St. Joseph College for providing this opportunity. And my topic is antimicrobial activity of Symbopogon winterianus against methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. I have done this project under the guidance of Dr. Vinuta ma'am and under the co-guidance of Lakshmi Kant sir, and Divya Shri Aishwarya Nagraj are my project teammates. Coming to the introduction, Symbopogon winterianus is commonly known as citronella or Java citronella. It is a perennial, aromatic and medicinal plant which belongs to the family Poaceae. It is cultivated in parts of tropical, subtropical areas of Asia, Africa, and America. The plant yields commercially important essential oil and secondary metabolites such as terpenes, alkaloids, and phenolics. The uses of citronella oil are it is used in perfumery industry, pharmaceutical industry, and foods and beverages as a flavor, and cosmetics and in cosmetics and as an insecticidal agent. And citronella oil it is an ingredient in many mosquito repellents, and citronella candles can provide up to 50% protection. Citronella oil is classified into two types: Ceylon citronella oil obtained from C. nardus, which is inferior type, and Java citronella oil obtained from C. winterianus, which is superior type. Java citronella oil distilled from the leaves of C. winterianus is used widely as an aroma material in perfumery, cosmetics, either directly or as a starting material for the production of aroma compounds. Citronella oil constitutes important chemical compounds like citronellal, citronellol, and geraniol, which are used in the soap, perfumery, cosmetic, and flavoring industries. In traditional medicine, citronella is used in aromatic tea, in aromatherapy for treatment of fever, intestinal parasites, digestive problems, menstrual problems, and for mental illness. Therapeutic use of citronella oil includes mosquito repellent, antiparasitic, nematicidal, antifungal, and antibacterial agent. Studies indicate moderate to good antibacterial activity of citronella oil against human bacterial pathogens. Antibiotic resistance in bacteria has become a serious threat throughout the world. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the mortality rate is increasing every year and more. More than 35,000 people die due to infections caused by resistant bacteria. One of the important antibiotic resistant bacteria is MRSA, which is invasive and is responsible for serious skin infections, pneumonia, bloodstream, or surgical site infections. Initially, MRSA infection was seen in hospitalized patients. Later, it has spread rapidly in communities such as healthcare associated MRSA, community associated MRSA, and livestock associated MRSA. Due to the emergence of more and more new antibiotic resistant strains, it is important to discover new therapeutics which are safe and effective. In this regard, plant essential oils are regarded as potential alternatives to treat MRSA infections as they offer better biocompatibility with few side effects. Hence, the current study aims at analyzing the anti-MRSA property of citronella oil. Objectives are procurement of plant material, extraction of essential oil and analysis, collection of MRSA isolates, and analysis of antibacterial activity of C. vinterianus essential oil. C. vinterianus herbage was collected from GKVK, Bengaluru, Karnataka. The herbage was cut into small pieces measuring up to 3 cm and air dried at room temperature. Extraction and analysis of essential oil. Essential oil from C. vinterianus was extracted through hydrodistillation using Clevenger's apparatus. The essential oil was analyzed through gas chromatography and mass spectroscopy. GCMS of these essential oils was carried out on an acquisition Shimatsu GCMS model number QP 2010 plus equipped with electron ionization using a column RTX 5ms 30 meter length into 0.25 μm film thickness and injector of 250 degrees Celsius. Sample injection was 0.1 ml. Temperature programming was done initially of 40 degrees Celsius for 2 minutes, ramp at 5 degrees Celsius to 280 degrees Celsius and 20 degrees Celsius to 300 degrees Celsius, which holds for 2 minutes. Collection of MRSA isolates. 5 clinical isolates of MRSA were collected from Ramaya Memorial Hospital. The isolates were subcultured and maintained at 4 degrees Celsius for further studies. MRSA isolates were stored and maintained in glycerol stock at -20 degrees Celsius for further use. Analysis of antibacterial activity of C. vinterianus essential oil. The different concentrations of C. vinterianus essential oil ranging from 35% to 55% were prepared in sterile 10% DMSO for agar-well diffusion as well as disc diffusion method. For broth dilution method, concentrations ranging from 2 ml per ml to 256 ml per ml were prepared in 10% DMSO. The antibacterial assay was performed using 3 different methods: agar-well diffusion method, disc diffusion method, and broth dilution method. Agar-well diffusion method is carried out. MRSA isolates were inoculated on sterilized Muller-Hinton agar plates. Wells of 5 mm diameter were made and 50 ml of essential oil concentration was added to the wells. In the control well, 10% of DMSO was added. The oil was allowed to diffuse into the wells and plates were incubated at 37 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. The zone of inhibition was measured after incubation period. In the disc diffusion method also, MRSA isolates were inoculated on the sterilized Muller-Hinton agar plates. Sterilized discs were soaked in different concentrations of essential oil for half an hour. Discs are carefully placed on the agar plates using sterile forceps. Plates were incubated at 37 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. The zone of inhibition was measured after the incubation period. In the broad dilution method, the minimum inhibitory concentration of the essential oil was determined using broad dilution method using different concentrations of citronella oil. To the test tubes containing Muller-Hinton broth, different concentrations of citronella oil ranging from 2 to 256 BUL per ml were added. The tubes were inoculated with isolates of MRSA. The tubes are then mixed well and they are incubated at 37 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. The bacterial growth was checked for turbidity by visual observation. This is the procurement of plant material. This is the picture of C. winterianus. This is where the extraction of oil was done using Clevenger's apparatus. This is the analysis of oil by GCMS. Each peak indicates a compound and number of peaks is equal to number of compounds. These are the compounds found by GCMS analysis. There are about 68 compounds, and the important compounds are D-limonene, which has an area percentage of 4.67, and it has safety and clinical applications. Next is the B-linalool, which has the area percentage of 1.10, which is used as a scent in 60% to 80% of perfumed hygiene products and cleaning agents, including soaps, detergents, shampoos, and lotion. It also exhibits antimicrobial and antifungal properties. Next compound is the citronellal, which has the area percentage of 12.13, which has a role in metabolite and as an antifungal agent. Next compound is citronellol, which is used in perfumes and insect repellents, which has the area percentage of 14.9. Next compound is the euglenic acid, which is mainly used in the preparation of mint and other flavors, and it has the area percentage of 1.50. These were the isolates, 5 isolates, MRSA isolates, which were collected from Ramaya Memorial Hospital. Antibacterial activity, analysis of antibacterial activity of C. winterianus by agar-well diffusion method. These are the zone of inhibition which have increased due to the increase in concentrations. As the concentration increase, the zone of inhibition is also been increased. This is the result table for the zone of inhibition. We can see that there is increase in the zone of inhibition from 35% to 55%, from 11 to 15 mm. The zone of inhibition has been increased from 11 to 15 mm for isolate 1 and 12 to 15 for isolate 2, and for isolate 3 it is 11 to 17, and for isolate 4 it is increased from 11 to 20, and for isolate 5 it is increased from 13 to 14. And this is the graphical representation of the table. There is increase in the zone of inhibition as the concentration increases. Statistical analysis for agar-well diffusion was done. The p-value results were significant and the p-value was good. Disc diffusion. Next is the disc diffusion. This is an example for one isolate where there is increase in the zone of inhibition for with increase in the concentrations. Here also we can see that there is increase in the zone of inhibition from 19.25 to 21.7 in the isolate 1, and in the isolate 2 we can see there is increase in zone of inhibition from 13.85 to 21.7. In isolate 3 we can see that there is increase in zone of inhibition from 12 to 25, and in isolate 4 from 12.7 to 21 mm, and in isolate 5 20 to 35 mm. This is also the graphical representation for disk diffusion. There is increase in zone of inhibition as the concentration increases. The statistical analysis were found to be significant. Next procedure is the broad dilution method. These are the results. Plus indicates that the bacteria is sensitive at these concentrations, and minus indicates that the bacteria was resistant at these concentrations. Isolate 1 was isolate 1. The minimum inhibitory concentrations for isolate 1 was 16 mol per ml. For I2 also it was 16 mol per ml, and for I3 and I4 it was 8 mol per ml, and for I5 it was 4 mol per ml. Coming to the discussion, Symbopogons are aromatic and medicinal plants. From the present study, it is clear that C. venterianus has shown good antibacterial activity against MRSA. Further studies can be done and explored on these plants, and cell culture studies can also be done. Thus, we conclude that in present era of emerging multi-drug resistance among bacterial organisms, C. venterianus essential oil will be helpful in treating infections. Acknowledgement. This is a seed money project funded by MS Ramaya College Management. I would like to express my deepest thanks to the management and everyone who supported and helped in completion of this project. I'm also extremely grateful to St. Joseph's College and coordinators for giving this wonderful opportunity, and thank you so much for your support. These are the references, and thank you.
No, I'm sure. Thank you, Shravani. Presentation was nice. I have some questions in your
yes, sir.
agar diffusion. First,
yes,
this is an oil, right? This is an oil extract.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you said agar diffusion. You said it is 35%, 40%, and all. So 35% and 40% is basically oil with what did you add? Water you cannot add. So what did you?
Yes, sir. We used 10% DMSO, sir.
Okay, you dissolved that 35% in 10% DMSO. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And
yes,
after dissolving, how much did you add?
50 ml, sir. 50 ml of the concentration.
50 microliter in each of
yes,
this.
Sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So when you're representing these results, instead of saying 35%, 40%, you should actually say
sir.
how much microliters of oil is there in that assay first. Okay. And the other well diffusions, that the experiments that you have done, it should probably be uniform. That is, in many plates you have only one wells, and the other plate you have only two wells. Usually, in an agar well diffusion method, you should have a positive control, a negative control, and the test. So, refer some papers. Although you have done the work, it will just improve the quality of the results that you are representing. Okay. Try to include a positive control, a negative control, and the test compounds in the same one agar plate, one single agar plate. Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
GCMS. What was the other method? How much was the yield for this? The oil, how much for every 1 kg or 1 gram of it? How much?
Sir, for 300 grams of grass, we got 1.5 ml of oil, sir.
For 300 grams, you got 1.5 grams.
5 ml of oil.
1.5 ml
of oil.
Okay. So approximately 0.5 ml of oil for every 100 gram of the plant.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. You have to convert that into a percentage, and you have to represent that in the results. Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Percentage. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Otherwise, it's a very basic work and very interesting as well, Pa. Anybody
Yes,
else
sir.
have any questions for this? All right. If no other questions, then thank you, Shravani. You can end the session. Mansi, please take over.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we our next presenter is Dr. C. Balalakshmi, and she will talk on green synthesis of tin oxide nanoparticles using Prunus dulcis gum. Ma'am, please present your screen. Okay, so we'll move on to another person. This is a group, Miss Koru Jyotsna, on the topic synthesis of CDS by Pungamia pinnata flower extract and its antimicrobial activity. Now, please take over.
Koru Jochna, are you there? Who else is there? Dharani.
Ma'am, your mic is, yeah, perfect. I can't hear you, ma'am. You have to allow. No. Go back to the edge, the browser. No, we can't hear you, ma'am. Go back to the windows. Yeah. Now, on the left side, you have to allow that pop up. Yeah? Allow. Yes. No, not audible. Not audible. Yeah. Okay. Not audible. You can rejoin the meeting now.
Okay.
I'm audible, ma'am.
Yes, you're audible, ma'am. You're audible, ma'am.
Shilpa, we are waiting for you. Shilpa, we are waiting for you. Would you be able to continue, or shall we move on to the next presenter? Shilpa, if you are having technical issues, you can leave the meeting and fix it and come back again. We'll move on to the next presentation for now. Dharani, are you ready with your presentation? Dharani? I'm so sorry. No problem, no problem. Dharani, are you ready with your presentation?
Ma'am, please stop sharing. Your screen is visible. Stop sharing the screen now. Shilpa ma'am, please stop sharing.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, so here is B. Dharini, and she will speak on grain synthesis of cerium oxide nanoparticles using pandanus. Ma'am, please take over.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Nandandal. I'm happy to introduce myself, Dharni, Project Fellow, Department of Botany, Alagappa University, Karaikudi, under the guidance of Dr. A. Arumugam, Principal Investigator, Tanshi, Department of Botany, Alagappa University, Karaikudi, Tamil Nadu. This is my topic, which is green synthesis of cerium oxide nanoparticles using Pandanus amarelli leaf extract, and they are evaluated the biological applications. This is introduction of nanotechnology, which has a rapid development in the field of science. It's a branch of engineering which devotes the designing, producing, using structures and devices by manipulating the atoms and molecules at nanoscale level. Materials have a different properties and new effect compared to the same material made as a large size. This is because of due to the high surface volume of ratio and nanoparticle is compared to large particles. These are the applications of nanoscience which involved in agriculture technology, energy technology, pharmaceuticals, and medicines. The synthesis of novel nanoparticles of metal and metal oxide nanoparticle have received a huge attention as an emerging field of nanoscience and technology. This is nanoparticle cerium oxide, which is a member of lanthanide series, and it's one of the rarest element as a free metal or oxide form. It has a two oxidative element, which is Ce4 plus and Ce3 plus. These oxidative states can auto-regen
the phase. What is the exact mechanism going on is hypothetically derived is the cytoplasm and nucleoplasm. The cytoplasm have the nuclear pore complex. The nuclear pore complex have the 35 nanometer size of pore. We have 20 nanometer synthesis nanoparticle 20 nanometer easy to penetrate to cytosol to nucleoplasm is binded with the DNA molecule DNA, and DNA is twisted in the form of the protein linked H1 protein linked one. There's one nanoparticle electrostatic interaction gram positive and gram negative signs. It stimulates the DNA replications. Here to find this one. This is it's not our image. This is the reported image. Okay, what is the nuclear pore complex? No one know clearly. So this is the nuclear. This is the nuclear pore. Already first image mentioned the nuclear pore, and next one is the same image of the nuclear pore complex. How to use this? This is the H2A H2B protein linked DNA. So this efficiency mechanism is fabricated in nanoparticle magnetic solution are not be fully clarified. Okay, this is nanoparticle can penetrate to a nuclear pore complex, enter the nucleoplasm, leading to the electrostatic interaction of DNA and H2A H2B, especially for H2A H2B because of negatively charged protein. This contains one of the mechanism which A nanoparticle to induce the cell division and protein synthesis. This is the metatic cell division in the control. Water is a control after the treatment of different concentration of gold nanoparticles. The 5 replicators as conduct the experiment. Overall, the cells were calculated in the thousand cells were monitored, and 280 divided cell in the column of the 280, 295 of the dividing cells. The overall mean percentage was calculated in 29, 40, and 50, and 71. This is conclude that increase the concentration of gold nanoparticles, increase the metatic cell divisions. So pollen germination activity. The previous result is they are diploid cells. Okay, two in nature. We want to confirm the gold nanoparticle as a stimulation for growth or metatic cell division or division or interact with the DNA or not. So we want to analysis for haploid cells. We need to germination activity testing the pollen germination. Your gold nanoparticle is to derive water. Water in 30 minutes, drainage water, the different concentration of gold nanoparticles. The collected glorious group of pollen grains is because endangered medicinal plant pollen grains. Okay, suspended in a 3 concentration of gold nanoparticle. The basal medium. The basal medium contained boric acid and 10% of sucrose is tested. The germination pollen generation analysis by under the CSM microscopy at room temperature. This is the CLSM, the confocal laser scanning electron microscopy, scanning microscopy. Scanning microscopy show the control and treated gold nanoparticles. In the increase the concentration, the pollen germination tube will be increased. So this is the normal microscopy images for this pollen germination. It's not clear the pollen germination tube. Okay, it's slightly show that one. So why you choose this? The pollen grains lifetime is 1,000 years. Okay, 1,000 years. pollen germination. You want to the rare or endangered medicinal plant, you want to grow the basal medium. You could not find any positive impact. Means you can add we can add the gold nanoparticle in the medium. Definitely it may be germinated. The malva's Flyvestis and Yoko of Flamondosa pollen grain did not show any significant effect in pollen germination based on medium. So if you add the gold nanoparticle, it maybe show the positive impact of pollen germination. This is the pollen germination effect generally based on medium 24% and increase the 80% more or less 3 times are increasing, 2 times increasing the 2 times increasing the efficiency of the gold nanoparticle. Efficiency of pollen germination in the help of the gold nanoparticle. Nanoparticle involves intercellular communication, intercellular signaling with the cell. The treated sample indicating the pollen germination tube, the percentage compared with the control that showed the indicating the pollen germination depends upon the concentration. So seed germination activity. How do you use the seed germination activity? We have previously in the pre-cleaning process of the mercury chloride or 20 clean the seed surface microbes, and 100 number of seeds were tested and concentration of 500 and 1000 micromolar. Water is a control. Okay. Transfer into polyethylene trailing slave will contain the sterile stand and kept in the mist house is already outfit because to avoid the micro contamination. The seed germination percentage and node elongation, biomass, rhizome, and leaf root initiation were calculated in 20, 50 days intervals. This is soaked seeds. What is the mechanism going on this? This is look like a monocot plant. Okay, monocot plant. So after the different concentration of soaked in the gold nanoparticle migrate into the incubation process to trigger the GA3 activity, and GA3 activated to DNA replication, DNA to RNA, RNA to alpha amylase. This is a monoclonal plant having the one specific layer, special layer of alluron layer. Okay, one is the alluron layer. So alpha amylase converted to this starch. Alpha amylase converted to the alluron cell layer of the alpha amylase converted starch into simple sugar. It's easy to germinate the signal from the young seedling of the growth epicotyls. Okay. This is the graphical mechanism of 20 days, 30 days, and 40 days and 50 days. The 20 days, 30 days, a small rhizome. After 40 days, a small rhizome will be increased, and the L shape or blow shape of the rhizome will be generate growth. Okay, growing on the 15th day. Okay? This is the photographic evidence for the seed germination activity. The control samples show the 40, and after that increase in 74 and 93 plants. This is the 100 micromode. The internode, leaf, and the rootlets and biomass also increase the concentration. This is the node elongation, leaf elongation, and node elongation 4%, 7.83 as compared to control, and 4% as compared to control are 1 times increasing, and significantly increase the root initiation. Biomass also increasing the 4 times compared to the 1000 micromole concentration. This is the findings. The findings of plant germination reported investigation Alagappa University brings the gold nanoparticle from leaf extract of Arjuna enhanced the metatic cell division pollen germination. Very good research. They certified that one. The vertical news published in 2013 or 14. The next one is Philandus indicus. Already mentioned that Artemia salina nipuli. Okay, Artemia salina is species. Nipuli is the stages. Okay, Philandus is the overall mechanism of the overall schematic representations of the Philandus indicus leaf extract. Add the gold nanoparticle thermoanalysis and metatic cell division pollen germination and Artemia is the additional information of crustaceans. Artemia salina tested for the gold nanoparticle toxicity evaluation. This is the gold nanoparticle increase the time intervals. The surface plasma will increase the semi-image clearly shows the spherical nanoparticles. The exotic patterns showed that high crystalline nature of our material. This is the metatic cell division. Already mentioned the same phenomena was observed increase with the exact concentration of different. This is in this time we are using is a different percentage of 1 millimolar of solution. Last one is the the 1 millimolar on 0.5 millimolar concentration. This is the 1 millimolar concentration for the different percentage. We taken out a different percentage of solution with increase the concentration of nanoparticles. The material will be increased. The pollen germination. This clearly shows that the images. Okay. The pollen germination clearly observed when The pollen germination, the control sample has slightly, 25% of pollen grains are the pollen tube are germinated, but as increased the concentration has significantly increased basal medium and 1,3 because of high concentration of coal nanoparticle. Previously reported significantly increased, but in this case 1%, 3%, 5% almost reached 93, 94, 96, 97, 98. So gold is definitely influenced the pollen germination activity. Is totally of the pollen tube or clumped form of the 10% of gold nanoparticle treatment. In this case, Artemia Selena Nicoli tested the gold nanoparticle toxicity in the 24 to 48 hours intervals. We have reported eco-friendly techniques for the synthesis of gold nanoparticle these tested. SEM, FTR, XRT, SEM analysis will confirm the material confirmation. The Artemia Selena did not show any toxic effect. The only presence of the gold nanoparticle in the intestinal region due to the pink color present in this form as compared to control did not show the pink color. The pink color is only observed in the intestinal region. So it's confirmed the gold nanoparticle penetrate the intestinal region and the midgut region. Okay, find the intestinal region. That means the midgut. It's called as the midgut. So also the output of the gold nanoparticle, the positive impact on LMC for root tip cells, onion root tip cells, and pollen germination of Glorious superpa. The Artemia Selene 100% of survivability. There is no toxicity. There is no mortality observed in the Artemia Selene. So okay, this is a recent achievement is one of the plant extract. Also, we will find out the Artemia Selena, negative control and positive control. The negative control means water, and the positive control means plant extract at 25, 50, and 73, 100% of gold nanoparticle. The intestinal region clearly mentioned the high content of the pink color is confirmed the gold nanoparticle present in the intestinal region. Also very good mitotic cell division was observed in this stage. The clearly observed this section. The gold nanoparticle definitely influence of the mitotic cell divisions. The clear images, but we investigated the fluorescence microscopy could not exhibit the color fluorescence because the gold nanoparticle don't have the fluorescent property. Okay. So we want to observe some fluorescent tag with the gold nanoparticle. Finally, we exhibit the fluorescent microscope to show what are the gold nanoparticle intestinal region or other parts of obtained or not. So in this normal procedure, we could not find the nanoparticle in the fluorescent microscope. So next is in chitosan. Chitosan is a natural polymer we obtained from the Pinnaceous simply plants. Potential new antimicrobial plant growth is one of the sea shrimp. Okay, sea shrimp shell is find out some process of the acetylation method. So the 5 to 5 class will confirm the chitosan is a 20 the theta degree at 18 degrees 20 is confirmed the high crystalline nature. The size of 6.9. This is a TEM confirmation for average size of 20 nanometer, 20 to 100 nanometer of the size. So it tested the antibacterial activity did not show the positive impact of the gold antibacterial activity. Its antifungal activity is very good antibacterial activity increase with the increased concentration of the fungal strains. It tested in Philanthus indicus plant tissue culture, root initiation, shoot initiation, root initiation, and the 15 to 30 days intervals. The percentage of chitosan nanoparticle were 1, 3, 5, 7, and 10. They significantly increased the concentration of the root initiation, shoot initiation, leaf initiation. Clearly showed that one. This concludes that chitosan nanoparticle are positively charged can easily bind with negative charged bacterial cell membrane peptidoglycan due to electrostatic interaction. They thoroughly enter the microbial cell and promote the leakage of cell electrolyte, leading to the cell death. The chitosan nanoparticle transmembrane pores of fungal cell membrane interfere with the protein synthesis as well as intercellular signal, which may lead to the bacterial and the fungal cell lysis. This is a nanofertilizer slide. This is the nanofertilizer. Zinc is one of the essential elements of the micronutrition plant development, playing the core role of physiological functions such as the nutrition metabolism, nitrogen metabolism, energy transfer, protein synthesis, and plant growth, hormone production, and intercellular elongation. Consequently, zinc deficiency alter the plant growth process such as starch accumulation, small leaf formation, flowering, and fruit, and reduce the seed seed yield and increase the oxidative stress. So we are using for some of the nanoparticle already used for the zinc oxide, titanium oxide, aluminum dioxide, iron oxide, magnesium oxide, copper oxide, cerium oxide, and silver nanoparticle at cadmium selenide, quantum dot, and promising novel agents from the life science applications. In sixth chapter, okay. Green cells of zinc oxide nanoparticle using the Parthenium. Already you know the Parthenium is a weed hydroporous. Okay, we want to use this of plant zinc oxide nanoparticles. This is already known that the leaf extract of zinc oxide zinc nitrate and stirred with 80 degree flow levels finally get the zinc hydroxide form. It's calcinated at 400 degree. Finally get the material. Is treated as the antibacterial and seed germination activity of zinc oxide nanoparticle is the absorption around the 370 to 380. Is the bandgap value at we can show the bandgap value. Direct value will be calculated by the 1240 divided by 380. We get the 3.4 or 3.16. This is the FTR functional group. So this is the plant extract. Okay, this is the plant extract. Another one is the after calcination of zinc oxide nanoparticles. So the zinc oxide nanoparticle that is the hydroxyl group and A stitching, A symmetric stretching, CH A symmetric stretching and symmetric stretching and OH also there. So finally you find one conformation peak of zinc oxide bonding at 679 centimeter minus 1. So this is a confirm the formation of cerium oxide and the presence of zinc metal in this spectrum. The XRD form, this is confirmed that the XRD peaks J6 score number 361451 the formation of zinc oxide nanoparticles. The average crystalline size of 17.63 nanometers. This is the same morphology, surface topology, the agglomerated spherical nanoparticle. In the TEM analysis or investigated the size and shape. The TEM in micrograph in the exhibit the spherical morphology in the range of 5 to 20 nanometers, the average is of 10 nanometers. The antimicrobial activity increases with the increase of concentration. So everyone, the nanoparticle generally increases with the increase of concentration of the antibacterial and antifungal activity. So zinc oxide nanoparticles antimicrobial activity also already I mentioned that electrostatic interaction releasing of the zinc ions penetrate to the cytosol binding with the sulfur contained amino acid interact with the biological signal affecting the DNA replication inactive the electron transport chain reduce the ATP synthesis and causing a mesosomal oxidation stress and mitochondrial oxidation stress in membrane because the antimicrobial contain the mitochondria. Okay, so that is in this place of the mitochondrial oxidation stress in bacteria there is no mitochondria, so that place of the mesosomal oxidation stress are generally the reaction of the species. The imbalance of metallic activity and leak out of the biological electrolyte and microbial cell death. Okay, this is the treatment of Cinnamon indicum. Okay, Cinnamon indicum. Cinnamon indicum. The 30 days control treatment. Treatment of seed germination, shoot length, root, and numbers. After treatment is increasing as compared to the control temper. What is the mechanism of zinc oxide nanoparticle seed germination and vegetative growth of Cinnamon indicum? That's the inhibition process. Inhibition process. Okay, inhibition process. Water of zinc oxide nanoparticle penetrates the cytosol, involve the metabolism, shift the catalysis, superoxide, dysmutase peroxidase, phenols are similar ROS, protein, chlorophyll content formation. And the other hand, it acts as a micronutrient because zinc oxide nanoparticle content as the root has continuous releasing of zinc oxide 2 plus ions and zinc oxide nanoparticle surface. The zinc oxide were uptaken by the active transport at the plant cells. Enzyme encompassing the 2 plus ions are crucial for electron transport, ATP generation, chlorophyll biosynthesis, and maintaining the membrane integrity. Zinc oxide nanoparticle activated the Tata box. Before DNA replication, the Tata box is opening. So Tata box promote the DNA replication towards the protein synthesis, which lead to the zinc 2 plus ion act as a metal regulating protein. The intercellular plant organelle peroxidase involve the breaking down the oxygen molecule H2O2 quickly converted into the oxygen water. The oxygen mainly accumulated in the meristematic region in need to the cell division. The H2O2 confirm the differentiation and accumulation of elongation of clone. Then last one is if you generally we use the zinc oxide nanoparticle, zinc oxide fertilizer. We want to implementation of the two metals, the calcium also essential, and the zinc oxide also micronutrient. So we want to come together to formation a new material of the doping process. So 5%, 99% of zinc and 5% of calcium. Okay, calcium. This is a photograph. So the calcium deficiency of tomato. Okay, calcium deficiency of tomato. So how to implementation the deficiency with the help of the nanoparticles? We implementation of calcium incorporated in this nanoparticle with the doping process. This is the overall diagrammatic. The condition normally the zinc oxide nanoparticle band gap value 3.1. After the calcium doping, the band gap value increased to 2.23. So already mentioned the zinc, one of the micronutrients key role of the physiological function and so on. So the calcium here, calcium is very important and essential micronutrient play the virtual role of development of growth, plant cell wall stability. It has been showed active plant enzyme, intercellular communication, intercellular activity, promote the cell tissue elongation and pollen germination tube. This combined both micronutrient for nanomaterial surface modification to be able to introduce the by micronutrient for plant development. So this is the TGA. Okay, this is the white loss. When you increase the temperature, the white loss will be occurred. After incorporation, that means after incorporation of calcium in the zinc oxide nanoparticles, so the white loss will be decreased because the calcium have the very good heat absorbing capacity. When compared to the zinc oxide nanoparticle, the calcium doping, the temperature will decrease. Okay, the decomposition has decreased at 400 degrees due to the calcium of the thermal conductive material. So another one is the band gap. Already mentioned the absorption peak. Already mentioned zinc oxide around 370 to 380. So in this case, 374 of zinc oxide nanoparticle, 383. The band gap will be redshifted. The electron band gap hold at easy at 3.31 of zinc oxide nanoparticle, 3.23 of calcium doped zinc oxide nanoparticle. There is no doping process. This is no crystalline variation in the XRD data. They clearly showed that zoomed data at 30 to 37 degrees Celsius. The exoconal versus structure. This is the morphology of A2C is the zinc oxide nanoparticle. G2F is the calcium dose zinc oxide nanoparticle. EDAX profile clearly shows the oxygen, zinc, the presence of zinc oxide nanoparticle, and oxygen, zinc, and calcium and zinc is confirmed the calcium doped zinc oxide nanoparticle. It's the accumulator form. We will not conclude the particle exact particle size and shape. We want to analysis further. So in this case, the thermal analysis we could not find the metal presence or not. Is the additional information of elemental analysis. The elemental analysis, this is the overall map and oxygen zinc oxide nanoparticle. The red color indicates this oxygen and green color indicates the zinc. The calcium soaked zinc oxide nanoparticle, the black light image shows that the 2D image, the below the red, blue, green, the zinc oxide, calcium, oxygen also present in the single image. So what is the presence? The red color indicate the oxygen and green, yellow color indicate the calcium and green zinc, green color indicate the zinc. It's confirmed that calcium incorporated in the zinc oxide nanoparticles. So table images and the zinc oxide nanoparticle have the spherical shape, almost a spherical shape in the 10 to 30 nanometers. But calcium doping the hygroscopic nature, it looks like a spherical ball-like structure. And 100 to 400 nanometers, the amorphous nature is the zinc oxide nanoparticle is the high crystalline, polycrystalline nature. So in this interesting information, the 5 mg nanoparticle tested concentration, the positive control of rampacin 5 mg, okay, the water as a negative control. So zinc oxide nanoparticles, tested gram negative and gram positive of E. coli and Staphylococcus aureus. The after calcium doping zinc oxide nanoparticle antimicrobial activity has decreased due to the antagonist effect of the dose processing. Okay, antagonist effect of dose processing has decreased due to the calcium is essential element, essential for the plant growth. So the essential nutrient easy to obtain from the bacteria. So antibacterial activity is slightly decreased as compared to the few zinc oxide nanoparticle. And clearly show this graph. This is nanomaterial. This nanomaterial treated in the MS media with a different concentration mg per liters. Its calcium doped zinc oxide nanoparticle clearly shows the very good multiple shoot, okay, multiple node elongation, leaf and shoot initiation also as compared to the zinc oxide nanoparticle. Zinc oxide nanoparticle also show the 5 mg concentration of the long elongation as when compared to 5 mg calcium doped multiple shoot with the long elongation shootlets, okay. The conclusion of zinc oxide, calcium doped zinc oxide, exoconal red structure, the X diffraction, white thermal images show the both nanoparticle exhibit spherical structure, the elemental compositions of nanoparticle system and the EDAX spectra. It also determines zinc oxide highly antimicrobial activity against both gram-positive and gram-negative package calcium zinc oxide due to the antagonistic effect of doping process. And additionally, the effect of both nanoparticle in vitro engineering experiments indicate shootlet was examined. As expected, calcium doped zinc oxide enhanced the vegetable growth of experiments indicates more effective than the zinc oxide nanoparticle effect. It could be used for bioimaging, biomedical, and calcium doping used for the dry micronutrient plant tissue culture application. So this is the last two slides there. One is nowadays also nanoparticle implementation nano copper, the harvest spray on the vegetable crop improvement. Okay, so stored at stored marketing temperature 20 degree 10 days for stored temperature 5 degree 23 days. Extend the shelf life of the nano copper and nano water also nanoparticle also used for the prolonged almost double layer microbiological and semi sensitive substantial material. Zinc oxide also spraying zinc oxide nanoparticle enhances cell site conditional zinc concentration of tomato fruits, and the chitosan polyethylene nanoparticle executes the fruit harvesting type fruit under the chillness test. Okay, this is my future work. We are using the molybdenum oxide texture in the Arabidopsis seeds. Arabidopsis is a very good tool for the overall growth germination. Is more or less 65 to 90 days of the life cycle. So we analysis the research, the ongoing process, and the nanoparticle impact on plant growth or not. So it's a preliminary clinical test is going on. The gold nanoparticle also the gold nanoparticle immobilized nanoparticle also is in the Arabidopsis. So nanomaterial impact need to be evaluated by the development of in vitro and in vivo experimental is needed. Okay. Small thing make a big changes. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Hello. Hello. Nama disconnect aicha.
Sir, you're audible, sir. You're audible.
Audible. Okay. Sir, you have any doubts?
It was a good presentation. I have heard all your presentation. So let the team answer. Yeah.
No, never mind. Oh, stop presentation. So, you have any question or doubts?
Sir, thank you very much, sir. I don't have any personal question. It was a very intensive and a very detailed presentation.
Okay.
I'm just. I'll open the session for any questions. Any participants have any questions? You can ask, sir. Any topics up for discussion? I guess not. But it was a very information and self-explanatory, sir. Whatever you explained, it was like I don't think anybody has any doubts. Thank you very much for that such a detailed and breathtaking session, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for St. Joseph's College and the coordinator, especially you and your colleagues and department staff, non-teaching staff, and students also, coordinating students also.
Thank you,
very
sir.
Good organizing these sections.
Thanks to you for coming, accepting our invitation and coming and joining us today. So that will be really good. That was really great of you. Sir, I think if there's no questions, then we can move forward with the paper presentation session.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
That would be very great, sir. I request Mansi to take over and announce the next presentations.
Thank you, sir, for the insight. Thank you so much, sir. Yes. Now I welcome our participant, B. Dharani, who was talking about green synthesis of cerium oxide nanoparticles using pandas.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. This is Shilpa, ma'am. Can I present after her?
Yes, sure. Okay. Yeah. I think Dharani is not here right now. So Shilpa, you can take over.
Okay, ma'am.
Dr. Gopinath? Dr. Gopinath?
Is it visible, ma'am? Hello?
Yes, yes, yes. Please
Okay.
put it on slideshow. It's in the right corner. Below.
This one, ma'am? No, ma'am.
Dr. Gopinath, are you here?
Yes, sir. I am here.
Yes, sir. No, nothing. I was just wondering, will you be able to judge these presentations, the following presentations?
Ma'am?
Okay. I will follow. No problem.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ma'am, can I present like this? Hello?
Put it on full screen, please. It's below, right corner.
Click F5.
Just closer to that 67%. Go to the right below.
Okay, this one.
Below. At the bottom of the window.
Oh.
Yeah, that's 67. Just closer to this, next to the 60%. 67%.
No. This one, ma'am?
Yes. Nice.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My current topic is the synthesis of cadmium sulfate by Pongamia pinnata flower extract and its antimicrobial activity. I am working under Dr. Sikandar Mullah sir in the Department of MSc Biochemistry of the Reva University. Furthermore, this is the abstract of our project. In this recently, nanomaterials have recently gained in the favor due to their small size, that is nanoscale dimension, which allows them to be used for a variety of purposes. Pongamia pinnata flower was employed in this study. An aqueous extract was obtained using a microwave-aided extraction method. The findings of the phytochemical study showed that reducing sugars, alkaloids, steroids, flavonoids, and saponin tests were positive, while the tannins were negative. We also tested antimicrobial activity and created CDS nanoparticles from the microbial activity and aqueous extract of the Pongamia pinnata flower. Next, come to the introduction. Pongamia pinnata is the common plant in India, belong to the Fabaceae family, order Fabulous, and kingdom Plantae. Almost every of these plant is utilized as an antibacterial, blood cleanser, and wound healer in traditional medicine. And these inch-long, pinnately complex, glossy green leaves are deciduous, falling for a brief period in early spring, but speedily being replaced by new growth. Throughout the year, little clusters of white, purple, and pink flowers bloom on the branches. Pongamia provides numerous advantages for humans and animals. The fragment blossoms of this ornamental tree provide pollen and nectar, which bees use to make black honey. This honey can be obtained for apiculture and used to support rural communities. These are the flowers collected from this tree. These are the flowers which are collected from this tree. Next, more on to the methodology. We have done these three methods. Like we did extraction by microwave assisted method, and we did phytochemical analysis, and later we did synthesis of nanoparticles, and further we are going for an antimicrobial activity which is under progress. These are the results. We get on phytochemical analysis. Every step shown positive result except tannins. Further, we already send nanoparticles for the identification and characterization of SEM and XRD. SEM we are getting size, surface tension, whereas XRD we will get crystal structures and particular things. These are already sent for the characterization, and along with further also we will do antimicrobial active. Once we will confirm that we will go for the microbial activity. It is shown the activity of different concentrations. Hence, we are not reported here, and it is taken for the synthesis of nanoparticles. But concentration is under progress. We are not only we done in liquid. So this MIC under the progress on the basis of UV. It has been confirmed nanoparticles. These values are referred from the other articles. We observe the formation of the nanoparticle in this peak. Where earlier in this earlier means that is control, that there is no peak, but after interacting with our extract sample it is shown particular peak, indicates nanoparticles have been formed, and the same results were observed from the different article papers, and we refer and we are waiting for the results. In this concludes that when antimicrobial and phytochemical cadmium nanoparticles are synthesized using naturally occurring biomaterials, they produce toxicity-free products that are not harmful to environment, as well as cost-effective approach for a wide range of treatments that could change the pharmaceutical field in the future. Other antimicrobial activity analytical characterization are in the works. We thank Department of MSc Biochemistry of Allied Sciences, Java University, for providing overall guidance to the green synthesis of nanoparticles. We also wish to express our gratitude and sincere thanks to
Joseph College for the encouragement and for giving an opportunity to participate in the event. And these are the reference we referred. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanka. Dr. Gopinath, if you have any questions for the para presenter, please you can ask.
So this is not Priyanka, sir. This is Shilpa, sir. We have used it, sir. From different.
Okay, so this is not work of Priyanka, it is a work of Shilpa.
Yes, sir.
Shilpa Reddy.
Yes, sir.
God, Dr. Gopinath, please kindly, if you have any questions, you can ask Shilpa Reddy. Dr. Gopinath, if you have any questions for the presenters, you can ask her. Dr. Mohan, if you have any questions, you can.
Sorry, sir, are you audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible now.
Okay. No problem. This is Priyanka or Shilpa?
Shilpa, sir.
Okay. This is the cadmium nanoparticle or cadmium oxide nanoparticle? So,
Cadmium sulfate nanoparticles, sir.
Oh, cadmium sulfate nanoparticle. You have the only two data, correct? One is morphology. One is synthesis conical plus in the material. Next one is the UV, correct? There is other data under progress, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Antimicrobial activity.
So based on the preliminary activity, this is the confirmed metal sulfate nanoparticle. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, there is any more characterization is not there. So it's okay. This is the preliminary activity. Okay, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's good.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
What are the applications of cadmium sulfide? Where it is used?
Sir. Sir, it is.
Yeah.
Sir, am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, audible. Yeah.
It is used in the production of solar cells, where it is used a buffer layer in the manufacture of copper, indium, gallium selenide, sir.
Why it is? Why you are checking for antimicrobial activity?
It said the
I think we lost her, it seems. We can go for next presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So moving on, our next presenter is Jinsy A. George, who will speak on evaluation of potential larvicidal and pupicidal activity of Quercia.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Jinsy, you're not audible.
You can't hear me? Am I audible now? Hello?
You are audible. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll just present the screen. Give me a second. Good evening, everyone. So my topic is evaluation of potential larvicidal and pupicidal activity of Cassia fistula L.
synthesized silver nanoparticles against Aedes aegypti. So just giving a rough introduction about my work. So I'm working on mosquitoes, specializing on Aedes aegypti. So as we know that Aedes aegypti is a day-biting species of mosquito, and it is known to spread a very fatal disease called as dengue. And dengue mortality has been happening.
So can anybody else hear her? Because I can't hear anything from the presenter.
Sir, we can hear her, sir.
You can hear her. Okay. We are not able to hear anything.
Should I stop, sir, or shall I continue?
It's audible for me.
You can continue. You can continue. If others can hear you, then no problem.
Okay. Yeah. So coming back to my introduction. So as I said, I'll be working on the dengue mosquito. So
Dr. Gopinath, you are able to hear her, right?
Pardon? Hello?
Dr. Gopinath, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, sir.
You can hear the presenter?
Yes.
Then fine, sir. Then fine. I'm not able to hear, but if you can hear her, that's fine. Jency, continue your presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So, as I was discussing, sorry for this interruption. Yeah. So the dengue cases have been increasing since over more than 2 decades of time. So, and even now, as per the recent statistical report from WHO, we can see that there are 390 million cases of dengue. And there are 2 kinds of infection it spreads, dengue fever or dengue hemorrhagic fever, based on the severity of the disease. And so far, there is no medications or anything that has been developed against this particular disease, despite of all our development in science and technology. So, but many methods of removing these mosquitoes were developed from a long period of time. For example, the insecticides, and they used multiple particles like DET, alethrin, and pyrethroid, and all those things. But all of these insecticides have resulted in showing some of the harmful effect on the environment as well as on the human beings. So here is when we are trying to develop nanoparticles and plant-based nanoparticles, which can be reliable source of solving this problem. So this is our area of focus. So what I've done is I've collected multiple species of plants. As of now, I'm only focusing on one of the plants for the presentation, that is Cassia fistula, which has shown tremendous activity against the mosquito species that I've been studying. And this is the outline of my work, where I've collected the plant, I've extracted the plant material, characterized the same, and we have synthesized nanoparticles, characterized the nanoparticles, and we have applied to see their potential against the Aedes aegypti. So here I'm presenting only Aedes aegypti. So we had collected the plants from FRLHT, and we have been authenticating this plant, and we have found it to be Cassia fistula. It has many medicinal properties. It belongs to the family of Fabaceae. And we let the plant parts undergo for soxhlet extraction. Here I'm focusing on the leaf part alone. So the leaves have been shade dried and grounded to powdered form, and then they've been subjected to soxhlet extraction. So I've subjected it for a 12-hour run cycle, and the yield percentage was calculated to be around 80%, so with 10 grams of leaf extract that I added. So preliminary studies, we have done phytochemical analysis of these leaves. We have tested for the alkaloids using Mayer's, Wagoner's, Dagendorf's test, and the presence have been indicated with white precipitate, red precipitate, and deep red precipitate respectively, confirming the presence of alkaloids. Moving on, I had tested for tannins using lead acetate 1%, and there was a creamy white precipitate that was formed, which confirms the presence of tannins. And lead saponins test was conducted using vigorous shaking method. So based on the thickness of the foam layer that was formed on top, we confirmed the saponins. Flavonoids by ammonium method, proteins using Millen's test, using Millen's reagent, and also proteins was further confirmed using the Biuret test. So the changes in color and precipitate formation confirmed the same. Moving ahead, we are also checked for the phenols using ferric chloride test, and sterols and glycoids, carbohydrates. So with these tests, we indicated the preliminary, the basic phytochemical properties of the plant. We further subjected the plant extract to GCMS analysis, gas chromatography, and we had analyzed the samples using NIST library. So here we are just focusing on few of the particles such as hexadecane, ecosan, sulfurous acid, guanidine carbonate. So these are the particles that have been intensively studied separately to show anti-larval activities against mosquito species. So this is the work that we have done. We have isolated, we have extracted the plant material and used silver nitrate to develop silver nanoparticles and studied its activity on the mosquito larvae and pupal stages. So to the plant extract, that is 25 ml of the leaf extract, we have added silver nitrate and we have kept the mixture at around 200 RPM in room temperature for 24 hours. So this is basically after standardizing it. So we did it for 12 hours, 6 hours and 3 hours and then 24 hours. So we had this intense formation at the end of 24 hours. So that is how we standardized the same. So whatever mixture we have got, we centrifuge the same at 10,000 RPM for 12 minutes. And then the pellet we are drying. And this is how we get our nanoparticles. The yield content is comparatively less because the quantity taken is less as well. So we characterize the nanoparticle using UV visible spectroscopy, FTIR, XRD, SEM, EDAX, and zeta potential. UV visible spectroscopy showed the clear range at 429.73 nanometers from the theory which confirms the formation of silver nanoparticles with plant as the source of reducing agent. And XRD analysis was done, and using a JCPDS of this number, we had analyzed the formation of silver nanoparticles, the peak indicating the crystalline nanoparticle, and the size was calculated with FWHM value that is around 52 to 53 nanometer. And FTIR was conducted and various band stretching corresponding to the nitrates and conjugated alkenes and other amine stretching, which indicates the possible potential of the plant which has released its reducing compounds that could have been the possible reason for the reducing the metal ion, that is silver nitrate, in the formation of silver nanoparticle. SEM and EDAX confirm the formation of cylindrical shaped crystalline structures of silver nanoparticles. So these are the images at 5,500, 10,000 and 20,000 X of SEM images. And using imagery analysis, we have again further confirmed the size is around the same range as we had calculated previously, that is around 56 to 59 nanometers. And we had also conducted zeta potential to check the potentiality of this particular silver nanoparticles, and we estimated that it is around minus 20.7 MV, indicating the stable nature of the silver nanoparticle. We had also conducted antioxidant activity of the silver nanoparticle to check what are the probable antioxidant activity it possesses. We used 3 methodologies, that is DPPS scavenging assay, hydrogen peroxide scavenging assay, and reducing power assay. In all the 3 assays, we have done it for the leaf extract alone and the silver nanoparticle that is formed from the leaf. And here our standard kept is ascorbic acid. So we see that when compared to the leaf, the silver nanoparticle showed tremendous antioxidant activity. So as this is shown in DPPS scavenging assay, we can see that 62.06% is the percentage of antioxidant activity for the leaf extract, whereas for the nanoparticle that is synthesized from this particular leaf was exhibiting 72.05% of antioxidant activity. The same kind of data has been observed in hydrogen peroxide scavenging assay, where the leaf extract showed 81% and the nanoparticle showed 92.89%. And reducing power was calculated based on the absorbance of the particle, and the leaf extract showed around 0.62 nanometer of absorption, whereas the silver nanoparticle extracted from the leaf showed 0.66 nanometer of absorbance. So this indicates the antioxidant capability of that silver nanoparticles that we have extracted. Moving ahead with the major application, our nanoparticle has been applied on the larva and the pupa stages of Aedes aegypti. So as we know that a mosquito has 4 stages of larva, it has 4 larval stages and 1 pupal stage before it completely hatches to an adult mosquito. So in the first, second, third and fourth larva, we subject them to a control condition where they are developed in a normal water provided with the diets that as per the WHO, and we make them grow in a energetic way, and then further we subject the same condition is given with exposure to the nanoparticle. So we had exposed to 5 different concentrations, that is 0.1, 2, 4, and 2, 4, 6, 8, and 1 ppm concentrations. And we had seen that the LC50, we had calculated for LC50 value using regressions of probit analysis, and we found that the LC50 value for the first instar larvae is 352.03 microgram per liter. That is what we have taken. So that is the value. So very reduced concentration of our nanoparticle could inhibit 50% of the overall population of these larvae. So this marked where our nanoparticle is efficient in larvicidal activity. The same was done with the pupae with 540. That is like half of our concentration could kill 50% of our pupil growth. So indicating its potential in larvicidal and pupicidal activity. So we are also checked for the morphological changes of this larvae. So we can see that on the very first picture, we can see the clear antennas and siphon and eyes, and as well as lateral tentacles and everything. Whereas as we keep exposing them to the nanoparticle over a period of time, there is loss of anal papillae and other hairy structures. That's the first row shows the third instar larvae, whereas the fourth instar larvae is shown in the second row. So we can see that there's a complete loss of the lateral hair rush and all those things. And moving ahead with just to check the as we are exposing this to the larvae, we also wanted to check if the larvae affection is, any effect on the larvae is also going to affect the predatory species such as fishes that feed on the larvae when we are going to expose it on a larger scale. So we had checked for the predatory efficiency of Poecilia reticulata on the Aedes aegypti larvae. So what we do is in the bowl which contains the fish, the subject fish, we expose the water to the nanoparticle solution in various concentrations as listed here. And we feed the larvae with first, second, third, and fourth instar larvae. We feed the fish with the 3, 4 instar larvae, and we see that the eating habit is changed before and after the exposure to nanoparticles. So the study showed that there is tremendous increase but no decrease in the feeding behavior of the Poecilia reticulata when we expose it to the nanoparticle in its system. So marking the biosafety level of a nanoparticle, even if we expose it to the environment, it also marks that there is a mortality in the larvae, but no other effect that is going to happen on the fishes that is eating the larvae. And going ahead, we also checked the cytotoxicity of these silver nanoparticles against C636 cell lines. So C636 cell line is the insect cell line, which we commonly study to understand the effect of any particle on the cellular level, at the cellular level of an insect cell line. And we found that highest of our concentration could at least inhibit 18 to 20% of the cell from multiplying. So the picture A shows the control cell lines, that is C636, and B and C shows the reduced multiplying nature of the cell as we are exposing it to the silver nanoparticles. So these are the works that we have done. Basically, concluding what is my work is we have developed this nanoparticle from plant, so marking its safety level when it is put to the environment. We have confirmed the nanoparticles using various analytical techniques, and also we have also confirmed its efficiency at the molecular level as well, and also its effect on any other species. We have been studying its studies going on. So I'd like to acknowledge Christ University, my principal university where I'm conducting this entire work, KSTA, Karnataka Science and Technology Academy, because they have been funding our project, and NCDC, from where I procure the larval, they authenticate the larvae for me, and FLST and TDO for helping us gain our identification on Cassia fistula. Yeah, these are my references, and yeah, that's the end of my work.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, welcome. Jency.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have some questions. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned the XRD analysis. This crystalline size or particle size? I clearly not see that one. You show that slide.
XRD, sir.
XRD.
Yes, sir.
How to calculate the crystalline size? Crystalline size. You mentioned that 53 to 53. Okay, for 52 to 53.
53. Yes, sir.
How to
So this
how to calculate?
Yes, sir. So using that wavelength, sir, we like when we plotted this on origin, we get our wavelengths, right? So FWHM, that wavelength number, with that we were
Not
estimating
wavelength.
a
Okay, it's not a wavelength of reflection peak. Okay, next step. They calculating, correct? You calculate by which method?
So using the Scheizer's equation, sir.
Equation. Very good. It showed several peaks. Okay, how many peaks you could we find out? You showed
So
one. You want to? Yes. 3.
You're asking me how many
4
we
plus
used?
3. How many peaks you calculate?
So we estimated for 10, sir, around 10 peaks, which was very broad. You have mentioned around 8, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
not
So
you're
we
not
have.
Okay. You show the JCPD score number, correct? 040783. Okay.
Yes, sir.
What is the standard? Standard. What is the standard value? So standard value clearly showed that 4 peaks. Okay. 44 something, 44 and 64, 77 something near this peak. Okay. So you calculated around 10. Okay. It's not relevant to your silver nanoparticle peaks. Okay, only for the 4 peaks are silver nanoparticle. The other peaks relevant to your material salt or impurities. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So maybe it's a nanoparticle. Is a crystalline size and nanoparticle closely related to the boundaries. But your nanoparticle 52 and 53 crystalline size and same images. Please show go to same images.
Yes, sir.
Which show the 56 to 59. Okay, it's closely related. Okay, but same images could not confirm the nanoparticle size. Okay,
no,
it's
sir.
an assumption. Okay, it's not an exact value. You want to study it with the same analysis only. 100%, 100% ensure our material is exact size. Okay, so also closely reached this one. So your data, XRD data is not 10 peaks. Average is not a clear one. Okay, you should be taking out 4 is clear. I think based on my research, 4 peaks is because you mentioned that JCP score number. Okay, this JCP score number show only 4 peaks. You calculating 10 peaks is incorrect. Okay, you will check you by yourself. Okay, based on my knowledge. It's not clear. It's not a clear one. Okay.
Sir, I'll check
okay,
this.
It's very good. Nice presentation. Okay, you check. You should be checked. Okay.
Yes,
no,
sure, sir.
Okay. But you mentioned. Okay, you mentioned that. Okay. I based on my nanotechnology aspect, I convey some message to you. When you put into the x-axis, y-axis, intensity A dot U. A dot U means attributed unit. Okay.
Yes, sir.
It's approximate unit. Okay, approximate unit is general term as approximate unit. The exact name is attributed unit. Okay. So you mentioned the 200. So you do not put A dot U. Okay. As A means A dot U dot. So you remove that one. So okay, everything is perfect. Based on your laryngeal activity, you mentioned some of the I don't know. I'm not clear in zoology. Okay. The leaf and the laryngeal and the flagella look like what is that? It is affected, correct? Look like a flagella, like I'm not clear that one is affected. What is the exact mechanism? You know about that one? What is the exact mechanism?
Yes, sir. Sir, the mechanism is basically they use their siphon to come to the top of the water to breathe. One is that, and also to exchange gases, sir. And second thing is to get their minerals from like infiltration methods, sir. So that particular siphon at the tip of their tail, sir, so that has been found to be reduced in size and it is shrinking. So as it shrinks, there is no possibility for exchange of gases, sir. So this shrinkage is happening when we are exposing it to this nanoparticle. So we have given the data for histological study. So that would give us much clearer picture on exactly which cells are responsible or which pathway is responsible for this nanoparticle nanoparticle to get into the body and lead to this. So histological data is not here. So rough
Generally,
data.
it's a general mechanism. Okay, general mechanism when you treat with the nanoparticle and that larva easy to feeding that one. Okay, generally it is very also say very hungry that one, so easy to eat that material. Generally, it happens. I tested in graphene oxide and some other nanoparticle. We see the mid-grade region was affected in that treatment of nanoparticle. Our intestinal also affected this nanoparticles. Finally, leads to the larval mortality. It's a general phenomena. I tested several times. In this case, was observed in the morphological analysis. We did not do any histological analysis. Okay. So based on this is the phenomena. Okay. Very good research. Okay, good. But you want to implementation extra analysis. Okay. But you should be presentation TEM analysis. Will more confirm your material.
Sure, sir. So we have given the sample for
good
TEM
job.
as well as for adulticidal effects. So like we are taking it to the adult level as well. So this is where we're standing as of now. So this is the data.
Okay. Good. Okay. This is enough for the data. But it will doubly ensure that. Okay. Nice presentation. Good.
So much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I have one question to ask, Jinsi. So what
Yes,
is the yield of silver nanoparticle you obtained?
Sir, based on the extract that I'm taking, so the image that I showed you, that was only around 50 ml of extract and 50 ml of nanoparticle. For that, I yielded 0.57 to 0.6 gram. So as I'm increasing this quantity of the extract that I'm taking, I was getting better.
What is the silver nitrate concentration you have used?
So 1 millimolar, sir.
1 millimolar you yielded to 0.26 grams.
0.56 grams, sir.
56 grams for what? If you have used 1 millimolar for your experiment, and
yes,
you
sir.
have got 0.2656 grams
yes, sir.
per liter.
Not per liter, sir, for 50 ml.
50 ml.
Yes, sir. 50 ml of plant extract, 50 ml of 1 millimolar silver nitrate.
From where the remaining silver has come. So you have used 1 millimolar of silver nitrate.
Yes, sir.
And you are getting it 0.56.
Yes, sir. 0.56 mg. Yes, sir.
Mg or gram?
Mg, sir. Mg. Milligram. Sorry, milligram.
So it must be a milligram.
Yes, sir. Milligram. 0.56 around that range, sir. Milligram. Mg. 0.05.
Any stability studies?
Stability of the nanoparticles, sir?
Yes.
Sir, only the zeta potential I've studied and the antioxidant activity I've studied, sir, for the nanoparticles.
That is about the biological activity. I'm talking about the stability of a silver nano.
No, sir. We have conducted only zeta potential. Other than that, nothing. Just check
this. For the characterization, zeta potential.
Nothing else. No, sir. Not yet, sir.
What's the source for the insect cell line?
So insect cell line, we have outsourced it at one lab here called Skanda Lab, and other than that, we are doing viral studies also. That we are trying to collaborate with VCRC, Pondicherry, to that so that we can do it on the dengue virus as well, integrating the dengue virus into the cell line. So that work is yet to be started, sir. But we are collaborating with VCRC as of now.
Your anti-cancer studies?
No, sir. No, sir. My area focus is only on larvae, mosquito larvae and pupae. So it's only focusing the dengue virus, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you please stop sharing? Yeah. So moving on to our next presenter, I request B. Dharani to speak on green synthesis of cerium oxide nanoparticles using pandanus. You can continue, Dharani.
So just for your information, Dharani has already started the presentation, and because of network problem, she got disconnected. So I request Dharani to skip the introduction and start from the methods and this methods and results section.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir. This is an overview of our study, which is synthesis and characterization and biological activity. Here, the synthesis of CEO2 nanoparticle using Pandanus amarellifolius leaf extract. 10 gram of Pandanus amarellifolius leaf extract was added to 100 ml of boiled water, and the extract was filtered with Wattman number 1 filter paper. 2.15 gram of cerium nitrate was added to 475 ml of double distilled water, and it's make up to 500 ml by using the plant extract. It was stirred at 80 degrees Celsius till the formation of white precipitate occurs, and the stirrer was continuous till the formation of reddish brown color precipitate. After the precipitation, it was dried at 100 degrees Celsius in hotter oven and gently ground to a fine powder and calcinated at 400 degrees Celsius for 3 hours at the furnace. After that, it was characterized under the UV with DRS, ATR, FTIR, XRD, EPR, Raman, photoluminescence spectroscopy, SEM with IDAX and TEM. After that, it was test under the toxicity analysis using hemolysis, cytotoxicity assay, and seed germination activity. And one more biological application was antimicrobial activity. This is a UV absorption of synthesized CEO2 nanoparticle, which is quantitative determination of diverse analytes or samples such as transition, metal ions, organic compounds, and biological macromolecules. Here, the UV spectra showed a hump between 280 to 340 nanometer, which confirmed the presence of CEO2 nanoparticles. And the FTIR analysis here showed for the synthesis of CEO2 nanoparticles, which is range between 4000 to 350 centimeter minus 1. The broad absorption frequency at 3750 to 3000 centimeter minus 1, which assigned OH stretching from the alcohol, water, and CeOH. The band at 1647 centimeter minus 1, which correspond to H bond, O bond, H bending, and the CEO stretching band appeared in the 450 centimeter minus 1, and which in that will indicate the formation of CEO2 nanoparticles. This is X-ray diffraction, which is to identify the structure of the CEO2 nanoparticles. The diffraction peak of CEO2 nanoparticle observed at the various plants, which correspond to the face-centric cubic structure, and the strong and sharp diffraction peak, which indicate the good crystallinity of synthesized CEO2 nanoparticles, and the absence of additional peak, which represent the purity of the CEO2 nanoparticles. Here, the EPR analysis, which is non-destructive analytical technique, which is used for oxidative reduction process and reaction kinetics. Here, the EPR parameter also changed when the calcinator temperature was increased. In this graph, we showed that blue color peak, which indicate the as prepared CEO2 nanoparticles, and the red color peak shows the 400 degrees Celsius calcinated CEO2 nanoparticles. This is a Raman analysis, which is a non-destructive chemical analysis technique, which provide a detailed information about chemical structure, phase, and polymorphy. The strong Raman band, which observed at 457 centimeter minus 1, which confirms the presence of CEO2 nanoparticle with cubic structure, and it based on the interaction of light with the chemical band in the material. And this is a photoluminescence studies, which is photoluminescence spectroscopy is widely used for characterization of optical and electronic properties of semiconductors and molecules. The peak at 363, 377, and 395 nanometer, which correspond to UV emission band. A blue band shows at 414 nanometer, and a strong blue-green band showed at 492 nanometer. The high intensity peak in the UV region of CE2 nanoparticle is associated with the defect localized between CE and O valence band. This is a SEM analysis. Field emission scanning electron microscopy shows the formation of spherical sized particle or agglomerated together, and the IDAX studies shows the presence of Ce and O element and no other elements are detected. This shows the purity of synthesized CeO2 nanoparticles. This is a TEM analysis which shows the accurate size of particle. Here the crystalline size range from 20 to 50 nanometer and the average size of CeO2 nanoparticle is 32 nanometer. Here the spotted ring seen in the SAED pattern denotes the polycrystalline nature of CeO2 nanoparticles. This is antimicrobial activity. We have used 4 gram negative, 3 gram positive, and one more fungi has been used for antimicrobial activity for the synthesized CeO2 nanoparticles at various concentration 1, 3, 5, and 10 mg. Here the amoxicillin used as a positive control. The zone of inhibition was increased due to the concentration, due to the increasing concentration of synthesized CeO2 nanoparticles. This is a hemolytic activity. Hemolytic activity is a destruction of RBCs, and this is a toxic assay which confirms the material is toxic or not. So the biocompatibility of plant extract derived CeO2 nanoparticle is studied through the investigating hemolytic activity in RBC cells, and the degree of hemolysis measured by the separating the plasma from the RBC by centrifugation, and it was analyzed the amount of cell-free hemoglobin using the spectrophotometer, and the biomaterial exhibit below 5% of hemolysis, which is an experimental data corroboratory a fact that only minimal or no hemolytic activity in the CeO2 nanoparticles. The graph showed below 4% of hemolysis. So we confirm that CeO2 nanoparticle which has no hemolytic activity. And this is a cytotoxic assay. Generally, it was determined by size, shape, aspect ratio, stability, surface charge, and surface defect. We using the cell line lung cancer cells, which is A549, to test the viability. Below 60 μg shows the 90% of viable of cells, and it also suggested the negligible toxicity effect. Here the CeO2 which confirms the less effective, and the IC50 value of synthesized CeO2 nanoparticle is 100 μg per ml. So we can suggested that CeO2 nanoparticle used as a drug carrier for cancer applications, which is below IC50 value. This is a seed germination activity. We use Vigna radiata seeds to germination activity. Here we're using a various concentration of synthesized CeO2 nanoparticle 10, 50, and 100. Distilled water used as a control. After 4 days, we have to measure the length of the plant. After 6th, 8th, and 10th day, we have measured, which is represented in the graph. Here we conclude that compared to control, which is plant parameters are decreased due to the increasing concentration of CeO2 nanoparticles. And this is the overall conclusion of our study. Synthesis of cerium oxide nanoparticles using Pandanus amarylifolius leaf extract, and it was annealed at 400 degrees Celsius, and it comes under various It was characterized by various characterization techniques. UV-DRS analysis, which is a spectrum of CeO2 nanoparticle, showed at 302 nanometer and calculated the optical band gap at 2.9 electron volt. The ATR-FTIR spectrum of plant extract, which is showed the active functional group which is responsible for CeO2 synthesis. And this is XRD pattern showed a well crystalline plane at various planes which correspond to face centric cubic structure with an average crystalline size of 32 nanometer, and the diffraction peak indicates the good crystallinity of CeO2 nanoparticle. The SEM and TEM image shows the spherical shape range from 20 to 50 nanometer. The different content of CeO2 nanoparticle was tested for antimicrobial, hemolysis, cytotoxicity, and seed germination activity. The antimicrobial activity shows that gram-negative bacteria is more susceptible to gram-positive bacteria, and the hemolysis and cytotoxicity shows the synthesized CeO2 nanoparticles are biocompatible and less toxicity that can be used for anti-cancer and pharmaceutical applications also. Thank you so much. I'm glad to thank St. Joseph College and the coordinator of the event to given the opportunity. Thank you.
presentation. A very good, nice presentation, Dharani. I have some questions. Are you audible?
Yes, sir.
That is audible. Okay. So go to a slide. Your plant germination test showed the negative impact of your research, correct?
Yes, sir.
Material, the cerium oxide nanoparticles, so slightly suppress your material for the plant height, that means centimeter. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So it's not a. What is the reason? It's essential in this material react with the plant the physiological function. That means what I asking. It's a rare earth element, lanthanide series.
Yes, sir.
So it's not required for the micronutrition of the micronutrition for the plant growth promoters, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We don't know the exact reason for suppression of plant growth, but we assumed that it was not essential nutrition for plant cerium. So it can be suppress the growth, maybe, and it's also a rare earth element also. These are the reasons.
Go to your slide. Go to slide hemolysis.
Okay.
Okay. This is the hemolysis activity.
Yes,
what is the positive control, negative control?
We use positive control as blood sample, RBCs, and after centrifugation, we should separate the plasma, and it was act as a negative control, sir.
Okay. One more thing. How to hemolysis to confirm your material? Do you have any microscopic images of studied?
No, sir. We confirm that using tryptophan blue dye, which only absorb in dead cells, sir.
Okay. The live cell not absorb the dye, correct?
Yes, sir. It only absorb in dead cells.
Okay. Before the activity, what is the, you mentioned that increase the, go to antimicrobial activity.
Okay.
You mentioned increase the concentration. Generally, people will get the same result, increase the concentration.
Yes,
we don't know what is the reason. It generally happened, okay? What is the exact mechanism? Already in a previous presentation, I told to that slide. Okay, you know the any exact mechanism? What is you know about the antimicrobial activity?
Which is
the ROS generation or any other thing?
Yes, sir. ROS generation was increased due to the increasing concentration. The bacterial cell wall is a plasma membrane is negatively charged, and nanoparticle is positively charged. So it can bind to that and increase the ROS generation. That is the reason for this result, sir.
Okay, good. Generally, your material is 3.4, near 3.3 to 3.4 band cap material. You get 2.9, okay?
Yes,
so
sir,
the particle will be reduced, okay? So band cap will be decreased. Okay, good.
Thank you, sir.
Go to FTS slide. Could you find the metal peak in the region of cerium stitching? Could you 450? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
450 is cerium CEO stitching band.
Okay. So ensure that the cerium oxide nanoparticle, cerium-based metal present in the FTS functional group. Okay. Okay. Good. Nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so our next presenter is Dr. C. Balalakshmi, and she will be talking on green synthesis of tin oxide nanoparticles using Prunus stylus gum. You can take over, Balalakshmi. Yes, you can present your screen, ma'am.
Meenu, we are not able to hear your voice. Can you please check if your network is fine? Is anybody else able to hear her?
Not yet, sir.
All right, sir.
Is it audible, sir?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Good evening to all. My topic is it audible, sir?
Yes, yes, yes. It is audible. You can click on that hide.
Okay.
Just right to the stop sharing.
Okay.
Okay, you can continue. Okay.
Good evening to all. My topic is synthesis and characterization of tin oxide nanoparticles using Prunus dulcis. We are aimed to synthesis to tin oxide nanoparticles. The co-precipitation assisted chosen is a cost-effective method. And the synthesis to nanoparticles was characterized by Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, X-ray diffraction spectroscopy, scanning electron microscopy analysis, and transmission electron microscopic and energy dispersive spectroscopy. And the tin oxide is also known as a stannic oxide. It's a general introduction of the tin oxide, and this is the structure of the tin oxide image. We used capping agent of synthesized tin oxide nanoparticles is using Prunus dulcis. Prunus dulcis is nothing but almond gum. Is a byproduct of the metabolic mechanism of the tree, easily soluble in viscous and water solutions. Is in Tamil it is also known as badam pisan. It is white or brown in color and is found in shape of small rocks over the rock. And these are the components are present in the Prunus dulcis. And this is the image of the Prunus dulcis. It is look like a white or brown like rock-like structure. And materials and methods are, this is the synthesis procedures of the synthesized tin oxide nanoparticles. First, the 1 gram of Prunus dulcis was taken and washed with several times and dried through sunlight, and then it was grounded to the 1 gram of Prunus dulcis, and it was mixed with 20 ml of distilled water and stirred it for 1 hour. Then using the concentration of 0.1 molar concentration, 3.5 gram of tin chloride pentahydrate is added to the almond gel. Then it was stirred for minimum of 1 hour. Then we need to maintain the pH level. We needed to maintain pH level at 7. So we added ammonium solution. Then we go for the centrifugation. Then it kept at a muffle furnace for 12 hours at 90 degrees Celsius, and the sample was calcinated at 800 degrees Celsius for 3 hours. Then it was dried and it was grounded well to the gate. Finally, we get a tin oxide nanoparticles. We are confirming the nanoparticles at various characterization. We took XRD. It is used to determine the underlying crystal structure of a material. The crystalline size of the tin oxide nanoparticles has been calculated by a scalar equation, and it is estimated to be a 56 nanometer. And these are the peaks of the tin oxide nanoparticles. Then we took characterization and FTIR analysis, and it is used for the analysis of knowing unknown components of both organic or inorganic components. The tin and oxygen stretching and the tin oxide to oxide stretching confirming the tin oxide nanoparticles presence. And we took SEM image analysis. It clearly shows the morphology of the tin oxide nanoparticles. That tin oxide nanoparticles synthesis by green method showed morphology at agglomerated form. Then we took elemental analysis.
It is used for the analysis of the elemental composition of nanomaterials, and the weight percentage and atomic percentage of the elemental composition update ERAC spectra is the tin 21.004 percentage and oxygen 78.96 percentage. And we took TEM analysis. It is used to study the growth of layers and their composition and the defects in semiconductors. To analyze the shape, size, morphology of tin oxide nanoparticles are performed. The synthesized tin oxide nanoparticles exhibit spherical structures with uniform grain boundaries and particle sizes approximately 44 nanometer for spherical structure. Some anisotrophies were also observed by TEM. Such variation, shape and size of the nanoparticles. Then we conclude our topic. Tin oxide nanoparticles were synthesized by Prunus Dulcis. And then powder X-ray diffraction spectrum indicate the synthesis 56 nanometer. FTR spectroscopy SN stretching at 1104 centimeter per 1. SM analysis illustrate the morphology of is almost spherical structure. That TEM analysis have shown that they are formed with average size of 44 nanometer. Further, we go for the applications like antimicrobial activity, which is in under progress. We also tin oxide nanoparticles are also used for the like sensor applications, like gas sensor, catalyst, biomedical, energy saving, and anti-static and anti-reflection coatings. Thank you.
Valedictory. This is Valedictory, correct?
No, sir. Minu Prakati.
Okay. I have some question about your research.
Yes,
Your synthesis and characterization of SN nanoparticle using almond gum, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you show the UV slide.
So we don't
have UV slide.
We don't add UV slides, sir.
Okay, sorry, FTA, okay, FTA slide, you showed the FTA slide. Okay, this is the synthesis and characterization. The simple techniques we used, okay. The almond gum is 1 gram added in 100 ml of water, correct? The protocol is not clear, correct? 100 gram of water, your schematic diagram is clearly the way you choose. Okay, whatever it is. You choose 800 degree of calcination temperature. What is the exact reason 80 degrees Celsius for the calcination process of 2 hours?
Sorry, sir.
Your asperpus sample calcinated, that means annealing or heated. Okay, you understand this question. Heated at 80 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. Why you choose directly 80 degrees for 2 hours? You didn't get in material for 400, 500, 600, 700. Why you choose 80 degrees?
Sir, in order to better annealing temperature with the reference of the tin oxide nanoparticles, we choose 800 degrees Celsius.
Okay. I agree for your justification. What is the exact mechanism? Okay, 80 degrees for what is the decomposition? You took any TGDT analysis?
No, sir.
Okay, based on the 800 degrees Celsius choose of the literature report, what is the exact reason for you choose 800 degrees Celsius? You understand my question?
Yes.
Based on the literature report, you choose 800 degrees. What is the reason? Okay, you find out some reason. 800 degree is a amorphous stage or crystallinity changes, the phase transition is occurred. So some of the reason is there. Why you choose 800 degrees? You don't know about correct this question? Sir. Okay, I agree. You made big mistake. Okay, you did almond gum. Okay, but your conclusion show the Jessica, Jessica something plant name.
Yes, yes.
You go to the conclusion slide. So the synthesis is by Jessica Adulteration something. Okay, you should be carefully. Okay.
Okay.
Carried out your research PPT presentation.
Okay, sir.
And the next thing, What is the TEM result of your average particle size?
44 nanometers.
44. Okay, good. Nice presentation. So this is the I don't know about research synthesis characterization. Okay, simple techniques. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Thank you, sir.
I think overall it's a very good work. The amount of analysis and the work done is really good. That is really good, and yes, sir's suggestions are there. I have one question with FTIR, if you don't mind. Others usually they are doing the same FTIR analysis of nanoparticles. It's become a standard procedure. But if I'm understanding it correctly, we use the FTIR to find out what is the capping agent, right? Which molecule is bound with, or is there any organic molecule that is bound to the nanoparticles? Correct? Is what we are trying to find in this, right?
Yes, sir.
Because with this FTIR, we cannot find any cerium that is your metal particles. You won't be able to determine. You are going to determine the functional group. Based on this FTIR, are you able to say whether there is a phenol is acting like a capping agent, or tannin, or alkaloid, or saponin? Can you say any particular molecule which is acting like a saponin or acting like a capping agent based on this?
Yes, sir. Only tin to oxygen stretching is fine to calculate the.
It's just a suggestion. There is no question as such. It's not nothing mistake.
Okay,
so that you can add it for your improving your paper quality. Then I have one more question. UV, what is the maximum lambda max for UV? You have not included here, but what is the lambda max for UV? Did you check it?
Band gap value.
Yes, band gap. Energy band gap you calculated?
Yes, sir. 3.7, sir.
Okay, good. It will also help us to understand the phase shift of the salt. That is what is the salt you used for this nanoparticle substrate?
Tin pentoxide, sir.
Tin quintoxide, is it? Okay. It will also help us to compare the FTIR of tin oxide and this nanoparticles after preparing the nanoparticles. Tin chloride. You use tin chloride, is it?
Tin chloride pentoxide.
Yeah, tin chloride you have used and tin oxide has been synthesized, right? So you can compare the FTIR and UV of tin chloride individually and the nanoparticles comparatively, so that will give you the difference between the substrate and the final product. This will this will increase the value of your entire project. But the entire work is done very nicely. All the best. It is good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience?
So I'm concerned about the yield.
Yield, sir? Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what is the yield? The yield of strontium oxide nanoparticle. Hello.
Sir.
What is the yield of the tin oxide nanoparticle?
So 0.246 mg around.
Mg for how many ml of extract, or how many ml of strontium oxide macroparticle you have used?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. I think I'm done, sir. So
okay, thank you, sir. Mansi, please take over.
Okay, so moving on to the next. Okay, so moving on to the last presenter. Okay. I would like to welcome Jessa Teresa Curian, and she will be presenting on study on degradation of crystal violet and reactive glow.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Can I start sharing?
Yes.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Can I start presenting, ma'am?
Yes, you can start.
Good evening, all. I am Jisa Teresa Kurian, pursuing PhD in the Department of Life Science, Christ Redeemed University, Bangalore, under the supervision of Dr. Joseph Kales.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please put this on full screen?
It's in full screen, ma'am.
Ma'am, please follow the instructions. Can you stop the screen share now? Stop the screen share because you selected an individual. Now click the present now button.
Yes.
Select entire window. Your entire screen is there, no? Entire screen. That one you choose, the first option. Then there will be a drop. Okay, good.
Okay. Is it fine, sir?
Yeah, you can click the hide button there. Yes, that hide. Yes, thank you. Now you can continue. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, sir. The topic for my today's presentation is Study on Degradation of Crystal Violet and Reactive Blue 220 by silver nanoparticles synthesized using Garcinia gamiguta leaf extract. These are my contents. Coming to the introduction, according to UNICEF and WHO, 1 in 3 people die because of drinking contaminated water. And the statistics says that 20% of industrial water pollution comes from the textile treatment and dyeing industries. And out of that, 90% of these wastewaters in developing countries is discharged into rivers without any treatment. So if this contaminated water is not treated before given to the reservoirs, it can be harmful to both aquatic ecosystem as well as human life. So development of a novel eco-friendly method for the efficient removal is highly demanding. Here comes the role of photocatalysis. Photocatalysis constitute a promising technology for the treatment of wastewater, especially to those containing hard to remove organic compounds. So in my study, I'm trying to give a solution for the this water pollution by textile dyes by using green synthesized nanoparticles for the degradation purpose by photocatalysis method. Coming to Garcinia gamiguta, this is the plant which I am using for the synthesis of nanoparticles. Garcinia gamiguta belongs to the family Clusiaceae. It's commonly known as Malabar tamarind. It's distributed throughout the tropical regions of the world and especially in the southern parts of India. The species of Garcinia are economically important because the plant parts, the different plant parts of the Garcinia plant, Garcinia gamiguta and the other plants in the Garcinia family are widely used in culinary purposes, cosmetics and pharmaceutical industries. And they are also used in drug development purposes also. And the phytochemical studies that have done on the Garcinia gamiguta have proven that they have rich amount of phytochemicals such as flavonoids, phenolic compounds, alkaloids, saponins, tannins, carbohydrates, and proteins. So these rich amount of phytochemicals can act as reducing and capping agents in the synthesis of nanoparticles. And why I am using green synthesis? Because it's a less toxic method to synthesize the nanoparticles. So in my study, I'm trying to synthesize silver nanoparticles using this green synthesis method. And using the synthesized nanoparticles, I'm trying to degrade silver crystal violet and reactive blue 222 during by photocatalytic method. These are the objectives that are formulated for my study. First one is green synthesis silver nanoparticles using Garcinia gamiguta leaf extract. Then the characterization of synthesized nanoparticles using spectroscopic, X-ray diffraction and microscopic analysis. Then photocatalytic degradation of crystal violet and reactive blue 220 using green synthesized silver nanoparticles. Then I have analyzed the assessment of the bioefficiency of the treatment. Coming to the materials and methods, the first step in the materials and methodology was preparation of plant extract. For that, I have collected Garcinia gamiguta leaf from
effortlessly, and the fresh leaves were collected. I shade dried it, powdered it, and that powder was used for the preparation of plant extract. For the preparation of plant extract, I have taken 10-gram plant powder. I have mixed it with the 100 ml distilled water, and I have subjected the solution to reflex extraction at 60 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes, and the resulting solution was filtered through Whatman number filter paper, and that filtrate was used for the synthesis of silver nanoparticles. This is the protocol what I have used for the synthesis of green synthesis of silver nanoparticles. For the synthesis of silver nanoparticles, I have used 0.01 molar silver nitrate fluid solution. During the synthesis, I have mixed 100 ml Garcinia extract with 40 ml of 0.01 molar silver nitrate solution, and I have subjected the solution to reflex conditions at 60 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes, and I have observed a color change from green to brownish, I purified the nanoparticles, the synthesized nanoparticles using centrifugation techniques, and I have characterized the synthesized nanoparticles using UV visible spectroscopy, FTIR, XRD, particle size, and scanning electron microscopy. Then I have done the photocatalytic degradation of crystal violet and RB220. For that, I have prepared the dye solutions, crystal violet, 0.0001 molar crystal violet, and 1 ppm RB220, reactive blue 220, and synthesized nanoparticles was mixed with the dye solutions, and I have incubated the solution in magnetic stirring condition for 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes to reach the equilibrium. Then I have subjected the solution to UV radiation under constant stirring, and aliquots were taken. In the case of crystal violet, aliquots were taken at 20 minutes time intervals till 80th minute. And in the case of RB220, UV radiation was given in 1 hour time intervals. And the aliquots were centrifuged to remove the nanoparticles which are there in the solution. Then the supernatant was subjected to UV analysis at 200 to 800 nanometer. And the percentage of decolorization was calculated using the equation initial absorbance minus final absorbance divided by initial absorbance into 100. Then I have assessed the bioefficiency of the treatment using true environmental representatives. I have done ILM SIPA root growth inhibition test, Wigner toxicity, Wigner radiation toxicity test. I have done these two bioefficiency tests, and I will be doing brine shield lethality biopsy also. These are my results, the pictures, the images of the pictures. I have taken Garcinia gummicuta fresh leaves, dried it, powdered it. These are the images of the reflex extraction. And I have obtained the reflex extract, plant extract, and using the plant extract, I have synthesized nanoparticles. We can see a color change, brownish black color change in the reaction mixture. And this reaction mixture was purified using centrifugation technique. And the pellet was resuspended in water again and dried in hot air oven, and dried powder was obtained. So this is the results of the UV analysis. In the UV analysis, I have analyzed the nanoparticles. I have subjected the reaction mixture for UV analysis at 200 to 800 nanometer, and we have observed an SPR peak at 435 nanometer that confirms the formation of silver nanoparticles. This is the result of FTIR analysis of the synthesized nanoparticles as well as the leaf extract. The black one is the the FTIR spectrum of the plant extract, and the red one is the spectrum of the synthesized nanoparticles. And these are the peaks that are the phytochemicals that act as capping agents in the synthesis of nanoparticles. So these peaks corresponds to the band stretchings of the molecules, and the peak at 1541 demonstrate the NO stretching of a nitro compounds, and that of 1480 corresponds to the OH bonding of alcohol group, and 1173 corresponds to the SO stretchings of sulfonamide, and that of 904 corresponds to the CC bendings of alkene groups. So these band stretchings of the synthesized band stretchings that is present in the synthesized nanoparticles confirms the utilization of the plant phytochemicals as the capping agents in the synthesis of silver nanoparticles. This is a result of XRD analysis. The XRD analysis in the XRD analysis, we have observed characteristic peaks of silver nanoparticles, that is 38.1, 44, 64, and 77, 81. These 5 peaks, they are the characteristic peaks of silver nanoparticles, and we have also analyzed the mean the crystallite size of the nanoparticles, and we have observed mean crystallite size of 3.72 nanometer. And I have also we have also done the particle size analysis of the silver nanoparticles, and we have observed 3 different sizes of the nanoparticles due to agglomeration. We have observed a peak at 52.47 nanometer, as well as 567. So all these different peaks, the formation of different peaks are due to agglomeration, and I'm trying to reduce the agglomeration using the surfactants and waiting for the analysis slots. So after that, after the characterization of the synthesized nanoparticles, I have done the photocatalytic degradation of crystal violet and reactive blue 220 using the synthesized nanoparticles. The first graph is the degradation of crystal violet degradation. So the synthesized nanoparticles was showing 89.10% of degradation in the case of crystal violet within the 80th minute of the reaction, and in the case of RB220, the silver nanoparticles was showing 71.61% of degradation in 5th hour of the reaction. After the studies of the photocatalytic degradation, I have done the bioefficiency analysis of crystal violet degradation. So till now, I have done only 2 bioefficiency analysis, toxicity on allium cepa as well as toxicity on Vigna radiata. So toxicity studies on allium cepa showed that the crystal violet control, the CV control without any treatment with the nanoparticles was showing 83% of toxicity root growth inhibition. I have analyzed the root growth inhibition of the allium cepa. So crystal violet was showing 83% of the root growth inhibition. That was reduced to 11% after the treatment of the nanoparticles. And I also analyzed the biosafety of the synthesized nanoparticles, which is the concentration that I have used. So that was showing only 6% of inhibitions. And when it comes to the toxicity analysis of Vigna radiata, green graph, I have analyzed the growth inhibition in terms of leaf inhibition, stem, root, as well as the total length of the inhibition. So the yellow color is the crystal violet control without the treatment, and the black color is of synthesized silver nanoparticles, and the gray one is test nanoparticles, that is test solutions after the treatment. So it is observed that after the treatment, the toxicity of the solution was efficiently reduced. And we also observed some growth enhancement in the case of nanoparticle control, only the nanoparticle solutions. So it is proved that the silver nanoparticles were efficiently degrading the crystal violet, as also it is safe its biosafety is measured. And this is the bioefficiency analysis of reactive blue 220 degradation. Similar to crystal violet, I have analyzed the toxicity on Vigna radiata as well as allium cepa. So I have analyzed we have analyzed the percentage of growth inhibition of leaf, stem, root, as well as the total length. So it is clearly visible from the graph that the control was showing high percentage of growth inhibition that was reduced to less percentage after the treatment with the nanoparticles. As well, similarly, in the case of Phyllium cepa root growth inhibition, RB220 control, the dye control was showing 60% of degradation that was reduced to 4.15% after the treatment. So coming to the conclusion, it is proved that from the results, it's proved that the Garcinia gummiguta leaf extracts can be potentially used for the synthesis of silver nanoparticles as it is having rich amount of phytochemicals, and the phytochemicals that are present in the plant extract act as capping agents in the reaction, reducing and capping agents in the reaction in the reaction of silver nanoparticle synthesis that is evident from the FTR analysis. And from the XRD, we have calculated the mean crystallite size that was found to be 3.75 nanometer. And the photocatalytic, we have observed efficient degradation of photocatalytic degradation of crystal violet and reactive blue today with the synthesized silver nanoparticles within the 80th minute and 5 hours respectively. I'm concluding my presentation by telling that our study tries to provide a novel solution for the water pollution by synthetic dye effluents. These are my references. Thank you.
Nice presentation, Jisya.
Thank you, sir.
Correct?
Jissa.
Okay, I have some, Jissa, okay. I have several doubts about your research, okay. Your UV get the peak around 420 nanometer, XRD get the high crystallinity, okay. You show to XRD.
Sorry, sir, I'm not
familiar.
Sorry, sir, I didn't get your question, sir.
Okay. The high crystallinity means the intensity is very high, 35,000 intensity.
Yes,
if you prepared your material, first you add with a plant extract, after add with already you mentioned that 50-50, correct? 50 ml of something. What is the protocol? Your protocol is plant extract add
100 ml plant extract in 40 ml of silver nitrate solution, sir.
What is the total volume?
Total volume 140, sir. Total reaction mixture 140 ml.
Okay, I clarify your research. Okay, 100 ml of 1 mole of solution, you added extra 40 ml of plant extract, correct?
100 ml plant in 100 ml plant extract, I have added 40 ml silver nitrate solution, sir.
What is 40 ml? That is means any reason 40 ml of what? 1 millimolar solution, correct?
0.01 molar solution, sir.
Okay. Okay. You get the XRD. Okay, XRD show the high crystallinity. Okay, if you after synthesis your material, you centrifuged at the cooling temperature or heated at some temperature of 120 or 150. Because your crystallinity so high crystallinity. You understand what I say?
I have used a normal temperature, normal centrifugation.
Room temperature?
Yes, sir.
But your XRD is very high crystallinity, but your crystalline size showed below less than 5. Is a little bit controversy, okay? Based on my research, high crystallinity means the crystalline. Yes, high crystallinity means okay. Your material is crystalline nature, okay? High intensity means your material should be calcinated. Sometimes you heated at 150, 200, material may be oxide forms, silver oxide. No one know, okay? But if you centrifuge your material, get the peak, broad peak means the crystallinity and the nanoparticle crystallinity will decrease, okay? But your material, the high crystallinity, I don't know about what is going in your research. Okay? Next thing,
can I join in this discussion? I have, I too had the same thought. What I thought, what I'm thinking is, I think this is an aqueous extract of what extract is it, no?
Aqueous extract.
Aqueous extract, did you heat it at 60 degrees and extract it?
60 degrees Celsius.
Yes, and you kept a reflex at 60 degrees for this also, for extraction.
Yes.
So, Gopinath sir, what I think, or what my hypothesis is, probably there is a lot of starch or sugar content in that, which is actually contributing towards the crystallinity.
Okay, sir.
This is one suggestion that I think, because of the same thing, that the peak is so high, that means very high crystals. So the sugars present in the what part of the plant was it, Jesse?
Leaf samples.
Leaf samples. Okay,
Yes.
maybe the heat conditions and the reactions probably broken down the starch or cellulose into simple sugars, which could cause them to crystallize, resulting in the high crystallinity. First.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. Is that true, sir? Is that could be a possibility?
Your hypothesis, one of the hypotheses, but what is the real mechanism going on? This is a reduction process. Ag2 plus ions reduction process. Okay, definitely its influence of temperature. I think so, but based on my research, when I was this samples was heated at 150 degree, it showed this kind of result, 400 degree. Little bit heated with the flame of the material, the Bunsen burner, in the front of flaming, it showed this kind of result. I already did this kind
but
of.
She didn't do any heating as.
Yes. Sometimes happens. Okay, based on the research, sometimes happens. So we need to resolve this problem, not problem. This question. Okay, need to resolve this one. Okay, good. I agree your point of view, but each question have so many answers, but only one answer to fit the exact answer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we want to find out that one.
Sure, sir.
Okay. So okay. Next, you want to, but your research is very interesting. That only asking so many questions. Okay. That you mentioned that some blue crystalline blue something. Okay. 2220 something. But you mentioned that. Okay, whatever it is, some organic dye. Okay, so dye or organic dye,
it's a textile dye.
So you mentioned that declaration. Okay, it's a declaration process. The percentage will calculated by declaration. You mentioned that, correct?
Yes.
It's not degradation. Okay, declaration. Degradation and declaration is totally different. Okay, you do the sum of the electron in the dye, the cleavage, the bond. So bond, whatever bond is bond, the color will be disappear.
Okay,
but toxic dye is be appear in the component. Understand what I say? The color only disappear.
Okay, sir.
That is the declaration. You have any explanation? You tell me. No
I hope it was a degradation because when I analyzed the samples in UV, after the zero, the dye control has shown the maximum absorbance, and the 0th minute, then the.
Okay, ma'am, I understand your point of view. Okay, absorption. If absorption based on the chromophore, okay, the color, blue color absorption means high absorption. The no color means on the ground state, zero level. Is called degradation percentage. Degradation percentage. You mentioned that not degradation, declaration. You mentioned that one. Okay, you double ensure that one. What is different between the two? Okay, degradation means you come out totally decomposed. Okay, declaration means not decomposed. In the form of material, it will be there in the solution. Only color will be disappear. This is the electron donor or acceptor. What is the mechanism is going on that place? So color will be disappear. You will clearly observe this point of view. Okay, so the component will be should be there in the solution. You want to analysis, you go to CHN something. Some analysis is there to how to confirm the decomposition percentage in the CHN analysis. I don't know how to clear that one. Based on my knowledge, I will inform to you. Okay, that one. Second thing, because we have botany. Yes. Tell me. Okay, we are botany, so we want to ask
during the UV analysis. So during the UV analysis, I have observed some other peaks that was not there in the dye solution. So after each time intervals, that intensity of that peaks was increasing. So
okay, I understand your point of view. Data have information, correct? Data have information. We want to justification or clarification or proof of concept. Scientific explanation is needed. You show that your UV analysis showed a 420 nanometer something, 450 something nanometer. Apart from that, you show that 320 and 220 nanometer has a small hump due to the plant component or the phyto transition. It's relevant to the phyto component. You mentioned we are more focusing on the silver nanoparticle. Is based on the UV data. Second things. Your declaration treatment protocol is not clear. You want to show some protocol. Protocol means what is the procedure is the one of two slide is very important thing. What is the parameters going on? So allium cepa and Vicna radiata something. Okay, green net,
Yes.
green net and
Green
now
gram.
onion. You studied that one. After declaration, you tested on the plant growth or root growth.
In onion, we have tested the root growth, and in the case of green gram, we tested the plant growth, sir.
Okay. Some of the value, I don't know about that one exactly. You show the some PPT slide, the graph, some of the zero negative value. What is the meaning of the negative value?
So actually, the silver nanoparticles have growth enhancement activity. So these sets of trials was showing more growth than the distilled water control. Actually, we compared the results with the distilled water control. So these trials that have we treated with the silver nanoparticles, synthesized silver nanoparticles, was showing more growth than the other sets, than the distilled water.
Okay, agree. Based on the non-present, the negative result, totally it not could be understand, could not able to understand this result. And understand this point. The negative result is compared to inhibition process, right? You
Yes,
didn't
sir.
get the result. It's the result is 0. How it's going to minus 60? I don't know. I'm not clear. Okay, I asking general question about you.
Sir, I have calculated the growth inhibition rate. That's why it was coming a negative value, sir.
Okay, I'm not clear. Okay, I'm not clear this section. So, but I am generally asking this question. Okay. Next slide. Okay, this also blue and Linka radiata, beneficial analysis and the synthesis of aging effect one. Okay, okay. Okay. This is you get the result. Finally, you get the after declaration or decomposition of the dye, the plant's growth affected or not. Based on your data is second thing, affected or not.
Sir, after the treatment, the percentage of inhibition is reducing. So that,
okay, inhibition is reducing.
Yes, sir.
Inhibition means what you mentioned.
Sir, we have calculated the percentage of growth inhibition of leaf, stem, root, and the total length separately. So the dye control, that was the dye solution without any treatment, was showing high growth inhibition. After the treatment, the test solutions, that are the dye solutions after the treatment with nanoparticles, the growth inhibition is reduced, sir.
Okay. Basically, clearly, it's clear graph. Okay, inhibition graph. Okay. So, dyes show the high inhibition, then silver nanoparticles show the low, then after degradation is will slightly increase the root. Okay. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
So when you present the presentation, you want to show the some proof of concept. Okay. If you study the some conduct the experimental section, I already clearly mentioned the flowchart of your synthesis protocol. You do the proof of concept, something what you did,
Yes.
you take the photograph. But
Yeah, sure,
also
sir,
it's need, it's very important. Okay, you impacting parameter. So
Sure,
if you show the data, not easy to alter the data. So you want to show your photographical images, important thing for the, it's give more reliability of your work. Okay.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir. I'll do that.
Okay,
Sir.
nice. Okay, my section. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Sir, any further questions?
Sir, I have a question. May I go? Time is it?
Yes, sir. Last question. We will. Yes.
Okay. Sir, this is regarding the yield. So I am more concerned about the yield of the silver nanoparticle because every day there are 100 papers are coming up with a silver nanoparticle. One or the other plant extracts are used.
Yes, sir.
Also, chemistry people are also using the chemical synthesis of silver nanoparticle.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what is the yield of the nanoparticle?
Sir, I didn't calculate that exactly, but almost I think it is 10 to 15 mg I got, sir, from the one trial.
See, you are using 0.1 molar Okay, so what,
0.01
right?
molar, sir.
Yeah,
0.01.
0.01 molar.
Yes, sir.
Which means it is using 1 gram for the synthesis. In that only 40 ml you are taking. So if you
Yes, sir.
if you calculate, you will using just 8 mg in your whole extract,
Yeah, yes, sir.
whole process. So
Okay, sir.
in that, how much mg you are getting,
Uh,
or how much you are getting total?
and that's almost 10 to 15 in that range, sir. 10.
You are using itself is a 8 mg of silver nitrate. In the 10 mg you are getting silver nanoparticle. Where is
Yes,
the
sir.
correlation of the result? Right? So this is the yield. This most of the times everyone who has presented nanoparticle had made a mistake. The
Yes, sir.
entire mixture has a composition of 8 mg. In your case, there are people they have used 1 millimolar, which is still lesser than your concentration, and they are saying 0.2 gram. You have
sir.
used 40 ml of the silver nitrate solution and 100 ml of extract,
Yes, sir.
and you are getting 8 mg of 10 mg of silver nanoparticle, right? So
Almost, sir. I didn't calculate it exactly.
8 mg of silver in that.
Okay, sir.
Where the next 2 to 3, 8 mg has come.
Sorry, sir. I didn't calculate it exactly. I was telling it the almost range.
Okay. Okay. So
I'll
that's
look into it, sir. I'll look into it, sir. Sure.
Yield and stability is 2 things important.
Yeah,
If you do
stability,
that,
I'm
probably
waiting for the
see,
slots,
because
sir. I'm going
silver
for
nanoparticle, every other day, every 1 hour you will get a silver nanoparticle.
Yes.
There are, in your Christ only you can see how many people are working with the silver
Yes,
nanoparticle.
sir. So many are working in that.
Okay, so there is no point again taking one more plant and plant extract and go for that without getting a proper yield or without knowing what are the capping agent is used for that and how the mechanism is done.
Okay, sir.
So you may get a publication, but the purpose is not served.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Sure, sir. I'll look into it, sir. And I'll be going with the thermogravimetrical analysis to study the stability of the nanoparticles, sir. I am waiting for the slots.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the comments, sir.
Thank you, Jisa. Thank you very much, Mohan sir and Kasi Gopinath sir. Thank you for that wonderful discussion. Jisa, I hope that this discussion was very informative to you. The only
Yes,
reason
sir.
we are
Sure,
asking more
of course.
question is your work is having more work data. It has a lot of content in it, which is one of the reasons. So take this as a constructive comments and
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
work actually what you have done is very intense and we really appreciate your effort. It's really a very good work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jisa, for giving a wonderful presentation. Thank you, sir, for the participating in the discussion. And I think we have Father Denzel Lobo with us today. Good evening, Father.
Father, good evening, Father.
Good evening.
Thank you very much, Father, for joining us today.
Yeah. Good evening.
Father, we'll be starting with the valedictory function in another half an hour, Father. 5 o'clock we will start.
I'll join later, yes.
Yes, Father. We are just now finished with the last presentation of the conference. We are finalizing the event, the winners of the event. Thank you very much for giving us your time, Father. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
We also have a small request, Father. I will give you the list of winners for each of the events. If you would be able to announce it during the valedictory function, that will be really great.
I will do that, yes, sure.
Thank you very much, Father. I'll send it to you by email or on WhatsApp right now.
Yeah,
Father.
WhatsApp is better. Yeah.
Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father.
Okay.
I request Dr. Gopinath, Dr. Mohan Kumar, and others participants as well. Please to join back at 5 o'clock sharp. We will start with the valedictory function on time. While since it has been quite a tiring day for everyone, this will be a short break to freshen up, and we will all join back with the same enthusiasm and energy at 5 o'clock. I'm waiting to meet you all again in another half an hour break.
Sure. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. I'll keep this meeting session live, but we'll be on a break, so we will resume back just a couple of minutes before 5. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gopinath, for judging all the session. If you could please send me over the marks via WhatsApp or email. That
Already
would be
I
great.
did.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I'll contact you through phone now. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, look, yes.
Hi, everyone. I would like to start this valedictory function with a quote of Simon Sinek. So, what? Sorry for the interruption. The quote goes like this: what is an idea if it remains an idea? Try, experiment, fail, try again, change the world. A very good evening. I, Kumari, the host of today's program, would like to invite one and all to this valedictory function. It's indeed my honor to host this valedictory program for Phytocine 2022, an international conference on phytomedicine. The theme for today's conference was Biotechnological and Bioinformatics Aspects of Phytomedicine. This conference is organized by Center for Molecular and Computational Biology, CMCB, Department of Botany, School of Life Sciences, St. Joseph's College Autonomous, Bengaluru. I heartily welcome the chief guests, guest lecturers, faculties, and all participants to the valedictory function of Phytocine 2022. I now request Dr. Lokesh Ravi, the coordinator of CMCB, to present the conference report.
Thank you, Kumari. I am indeed very happy to conclude this conference by bringing us to the valedictory function. And before going to the formal function, I would like to give a report on the conference of what has happened so far for this last 2 days. It has been a scientific venture, and all of us have engaged ourselves in an enormous amount of discussion with all the participants and with the lead lectures. I would like to highlight some of the names. Our chief guest, Dr. P. Satyarajeshwaran, who is the director of the Siddha Research Center in the Ministry of Ayush, has taken his time to bless us with his visions towards the phytomedicine in the future of Indian medicine or healthcare. In addition to him, we had three reputed lecturers or professors from VIT University, Dr. K. Kannabiran, a senior professor, Dr. Mohana Srinivasan, associate professor, and Dr. Sudhakaran, assistant professor. All of them well-versed in the field of phytomedicine, and all of them are doing real-time application-based research in the field of plants and plant-based medicines. In addition to this, we have three international speakers with us today. That is Dr. John Adams, who is working as a postgraduate research fellow in University of Mississippi, USA. We have Dr. Sailendra Singh, who is working as a postdoctoral fellow in Israel University. And we have Dr. Gopinath Kasi, who is working as a postdoctoral fellow in University of Shanqing in China. In addition to this, we had an industrial lecturer, Dr. Karthik L., who is the project lead working in Salem Microbes, who's also working on a real-time application of plants into commercial medicines. In addition to this, we have an excellent collaboration with an upcoming brilliant journal, that is Medicinal Plants Journal, run by the Medicinal Plants Conservation Society of India, where we had Dr. Govind Prasad Rao to felicitate, and he took his time and he came and met us in person to appreciate our work, and he has agreed to give a special issue for St. Joseph's College to appreciate the effort we are putting in this PHYTOCINE 2022. In addition to this, I would also like to bring into the notice that the entire conference was possible only because of two brilliant minds, or two pillars in the Jesuit Society, that is Father Xavier S. and Father Denzel Lobo. Father Denzel Lobo, director of the St. Joseph's Institute for Information and Technology, and Father Xavier S. is the research director. Both the brilliant and well-known Jesuits in our institution has supported me in all the steps and has made it possible for us to bring this conference to this day. And we have successfully completed it, and we are towards the end of the session. I would also like to bring to notice that our department, Dr. Jairam Reddy, and my colleagues, Dr. Nathaniel Stalin and Dr. Niveshika, has supported me greatly in organizing this conference and making this a successful event. In addition to this, a conference can never be a success without the participants. And I would like to gladly say that even though it was an online event and we didn't have a full-fledged strength all the time meeting in one place, we had more than 71 abstract presentations, that is research papers, were presented in this conference from various parts of the country. And we had more than 25 different institutions taking part in this program, which I found it very successful despite the fact that it is an online event. Although it was changed in the online mode due to some unavoidable circumstances in the last moment, but still we did our best to successfully run the show without any trouble. Without any further delay, I thank each and every participant who has taken time to come for this show, and I thank all the lead lecturers, the research scholars, and the postgraduate students who has actively involved in the presentation. With that, I would like to conclude, and thank you, Kumari. You can take over the session.
Thank you, Dr. Lokesh Ravi, for your report. I now invite Father Denzel E. Lobo, SJ, to share his valuable thoughts.
Good evening to all of you. I'm very happy to be present today for the valedictory of this international conference. I'm very sure all of you are very tired and you have been here for 2 days and listening to various lectures and paper presentations. Therefore, I think I would like to begin with the note of humor, because humor is very important in our lives. So a humorous note. Mullah Nasruddin was addressing a mammoth rally. That was the election rally, and he was contesting as an MLA. And there were thousands of people there. And of course, when there's a big crowd, it tends to he was tending to speak longer and longer. He started his speech, went on for an hour. After an hour, some people left. It went on he spoke for 4 hours. Can you believe that? And at the end of 4 hours, there was nobody left in the audience. He came down, and when he came down, he saw somebody there sitting, and he said, "Thank you so much. At least you have stayed for last 4 hours and listened to me." Then he asked, "Sir, who are you?" Then the person said, "I am the next speaker." So you have had so many lectures and so many presentations. I hope after my speech, somebody will be left to listen to me today. Brother Sharon told me, we give you half an hour to speak, but I said, if I speak for half an hour, I'm very sure nobody will be there at the end of my speech. So I will confine myself to a shorter duration and address you. To be frank, I am not a botanist. I have not studied botany at all in my life, because in our days, even in the 9th standard, we broke off and we started studying PCM. So I was always a student of chemistry, physics, and mathematics. It went on all my life. So I am a chemist, but then later I switched on to computer science. Therefore, I don't want to speak about botany and research in botany and bioinformatics, though I have done a lot of bioinformatics, but I wouldn't like to touch on those subjects today. First of all, let me begin by congratulating Dr. Lokesh and his team. You have done a wonderful job, and so many papers have been there. And as you said, 25 institutions participated in the various deliberations and presentations. I'm very, very happy. Therefore, I need to congratulate you, Dr. Lokesh, and your team, because you have really meticulously planned this conference, and it has been a grand success. And you have been talking about medicines from plants. And for centuries, our ancestors, they did not have access to the modern allopathic medicines. But what they did was they took these plants and then bark of the plant, maybe fruits and leaves, etc. From that, they understood the use of these plants, and they used them as medicines. I still remember there was a woman in Bangalore. Whenever people had jaundice, they did not go to allopathic doctor, but they went to her, and what she did was she went to a forest and collected some leaves, and then she gave medicine to that. And that was nothing but phytomedicine. She was giving medicine from the plants and the leaves of those plants. And animals are so good. We have 3 dogs here. And whenever they fall sick, immediately they will go around and then they find out particular leaf and they eat that, because they are able to sense and able to the instincts tell them that a particular plant is able to heal them. But unfortunately, we as humans, we have lost that capacity to use these plants. But at least from the knowledge of so many thousands of people, our ancestors and the tribals, I think we can get a lot of information from them. And that is what has happened. Our scientists have gone to people and they've extracted these compounds from various sources, and they have studied these plants, extracted these plants, and chemists were there. Chemists, what they did was they found the equivalent weight, molecular weight from their molecular formula, and then they used various spectrometric studies to arrive ultimately at the structure of these compounds. And with the structure of the compounds, they were able to synthesize all these drugs, these medicinal compounds in a large number and make it available to people. And bioinformatics has come in the way now. After the introduction of computers and after the genomic studies, we are using computers to in bioinformatics to enhance, and with the docking techniques, etc., we will be able in future use this new tools of information technology in medicine, and we will be able to maybe prepare medicine for individuals. But I would like to today speak something about the Jesuit contribution to phytomedicine. You know, just when Dr. Abdul Kalam came to Mangalore in 2003 to inaugurate one of our buildings, he began his speech like this. He said, Jesuit tradition is a tradition of traditions. He himself was an alumnus of St. Joseph's College, Tiruchirappalli. He knew about Jesuits. You know, we belong here. St. Joseph's College is run by Jesuits. And throughout the world, for the last 450 years, Jesuit fathers have been there at nook and corners of the world. In India, Francis Xavier came to India and we spread out at various places. They went to China, Japan, South America, North America. And what they did was, when they were in various places, they interacted with the natives of the place, the tribals of the place, and they tried to learn the medical practices. And if you, in 1645, Jesuits, after interacting with the people of Peru and Lima, they came across what is called the cinchona bark. And that is known as, if you check the Google, say if you type Jesuits bark, it will take you to the history of this plant, which was, Jesuits found out that it had a special medicinal property to cure malaria. You know, malaria was spreading, people were dying, and they brought this cinchona bark, and of course that contains quinine, and later it was analyzed and we have got a lot of medicines. And what they did was, since there's a beautiful network of Jesuits throughout the world, they send this information, they send that cinchona bark to various places. So much so it is said that the King Louis XIV had high fever and he was saved because of this Jesuit bark. Not only that, in China, the king, the Kangxi Emperor of China in 1680 was also suffering from high fever and he was about dying, and he was given this cinchona bark by the Jesuit fathers who were there. And they did a lot of work there, and he was also saved. Therefore, the Jesuit bark came to be known as a very good medicinal property, and they were able to spread this information to people around. And what the Jesuits did was, they identified various plants with medicinal values. They collected these medicinal plants. Not only that, they spread this information worldwide, because Jesuits had this beautiful network of institutions throughout the world. In 18th century, Steinhofer, one more Jesuit, he wrote a manual called Flogio Medicinal in Spanish. It was a manual of medicine, pharmacy, and surgery. It was extensively used by people to treat people. In San Pablo in Lima, Jesuits started what is called pharmaceutical gardens, and they were very famous and well known for that. So this way, Jesuits have contributed for the last 450 years towards phytomedicine, and they spread it out throughout the world. Now, in India, what happened? In India, of course, Jesuits were there earlier, but Jesuits came back in after 1880s or 1840s, and in 1954, Father Santapau, who's a great Jesuit, he was appointed by the government of India as chief botanist and director of National Institute of Sciences in India. And what did he do? He was a great taxonomist, and he had a PhD from London. He worked in Royal Botanical Gardens in UK. And after coming to India, he spent 40 years of his life in India, and he went to Balochistan, Kathiawar, Dan Forest, West and East Ghats, East Himalaya, Assam, Darjeeling, and Missouri, and did a lot of study. He collected these plants, and he had a herbarium. So much so, when he died, When he died in 1970, then our Prime Minister Indira Gandhi said this: in Father's Santapau, we have lost an eminent scholar who has served and educated in education and science for 40 years. So this is what she said. They admired these Jesuits. He was a Spanish Jesuit who came to India and spent his life here. There was one more Father Jesuit from France. His name was Father Anglad. He listed flora and fauna of Palni Hills in Tamil Nadu, and he has a botanical garden in Chambaganur. For the Blatter, one more Jesuit for the Blatter, and there is a Blatter Herbarium in St. Xavier's College, Mumbai, and it has international recognition. In 1906 itself, he had collected 3 lakhs of plant specimens. There were algae were there, fungi were there, flower plants, etc. All this was collected by him, and it is even today, it is there in St. Xavier's College, Mumbai, which is also Jesuit college, sister college. Here in Bangalore, Father Cecil Sardana was well known. He also had a herbarium, and just before he passing away, he donated it to Institute of Science. If you go to Institute of Science, you will see the herbarium. Unfortunately, St. Joseph's College lost that herbarium. We did not have a place to house that herbarium. But anyway, it is there in Institute of Science, and many people, many scientists are benefiting from the collection of Father Cecil Sardana, who was also recognized by the government of India. Similarly, we had Father K. Matthew and at the moment we have the last of the famous Jesuits is Father Leo de Souza. He was also a taxonomist. He did his PhD in Max Planck Institute, and after he was in Bangalore, taught at St. Joseph's College. Then he was shifted to Mangalore as principal of St. Aloysius College. But he went into a new direction. He took a step forward in plant genetics. And he cloned a cashew plant from the leaves of cashew tree. And a great seminal work was done by Father Leo, who is just the other day, he celebrated his 90th birthday and is still strong and does a lot of work. So this way, Jesuits have done a lot of work. And you have heard about Alfonso Mango. And that was brought by Jesuits from South America. Jesuits brought cashew, pineapple, potato, guavas, custard apple, etc. They were not there in India. They were brought because the Portuguese were there, and then they had colonies in South America. All these fruits were brought by Jesuits to India. And in 1575, the Jesuits did a grafting of mango in Goa, and with that they did this Alfonso mango, and it is very much appreciated. So much so, Emperor Akbar appreciated the fruit culture by Jesuits, and he appreciated the mango culture, it is said. So this way, Jesuits have collaborated a lot in plant taxonomy and then in various research in plant tissue culture, etc. So this has been the contribution of Jesuits. So with this, I would like to end, and I'm very happy that all of you have become part, though I wish you had an opportunity to come to St. Joseph's College and then be here and see the campus and see the work done by our professors like Dr. Ravi. And in the introduction, person said about idea. This is very important. And this is what Swami Vivekananda said. Take up an idea, make that idea your life. Think of it, dream of it, love that idea. The more the power of concentration, the more knowledge is acquired. My dear friends, that is what you are doing as researchers. You have been taking an idea, you have been dwelling on that idea, you have been experimenting on that idea, you have been researching with that idea, and I'm very sure so many of you have presented these various papers, have done that, and this kind of research has to go on. Unfortunately, our education has been most of the time memorizing for examination, but we have to initiate our young students to really think and then come out with the concentrated mind, come out with a lot of knowledge which could benefit our world and thousands of poor people. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. I hope I have not bored you with my speech. And now I think I would like to read out to you the names of winners in paper presentation. Paper presentation, Bioinformatics Approach in Phytomedicine goes to Miss Priyanka of Sri Ramachandra Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. So congratulations to you. In genomics and proteomics of phytomedicine, the winner is Miss Nagaveni of Bangalore University. Natural products against COVID, winner is Miss Preeti of Kripanidhi College of Pharmacy. Congratulations. Pharmaceutical phytomedicine, the winner is Mr. Udali Narasimha Sudhir of Christ deemed to be University. Congratulations. Phytochemistry nanotechnology, the winner is Miss Dharani and from Alagappa University, Karaikudi. Congratulations. The awards for poster presentation. Bioinformatics approach to phytomedicine goes to Miss Satakshi Mishra of St. Joseph's College Economics. Pharmaceutical phytomedicine, there are two winners. Madan Kumar of Ramachandra Institute of Education and Research, Chennai, and Varsha Rani of Reva University, Bangalore. Congratulations to both of you. So thank you very much and congratulations once again. And thank you very much for coming. And we would like you to participate in many of the other conferences we are going to organize. I think one more conference has been already organized. So thank you. God bless you. Have a pleasant evening.
Thank you very much, Father. And indeed, we have more participants than we began with. We are still here to listen to your talk. Thank you very much.
That's good.
Thank you, Father. And I have to add two more winners, which was decided just now. We have a winner for our debate, which is Miss Tunga PR from Mount Carmel College. And we have another winner for quiz, which is Mr. Ganesh from St. Joseph's College, Bengaluru, from our own institution. With that, thank you. I'd like to request Kumari to take over.
Thank you, Father, for your insightful talk, and also thank you, Dr. Lokesh Ravi. I now request Dr. Nathaniel Stalin to convey the oath of thanks.
Okay, very good evening, everyone. So as our father explained about the contribution of the phytomedicine, especially by the Jesuits, even father has mentioned about the quote given by Vivekananda, Swami Vivekananda. So Vivekananda talked about education. So education, it's not just the amount of information that we are putting into the young minds. So education should make a man-making skill and character-making skill and assimilation of ideas. So in this conference, especially regarding the PHYTOCINE 2022, I think most of the ideas have been assimilated. So I thank you everyone for active participation. So here the thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. So it must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. So I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed each and every one of us with their presence. I'm also very much thankful to all the invited speakers and all my dear participants. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to Reverend Dr. Father Victor Lobo, SJ, a principal of St. Joseph College, Father Denzel Lobo SJ, Director of St. Joseph Institute of Information and Technology, Father Xavier SJ, Director of Research of St. Joseph College, for their constant guidance and support to shape this conference. So we also extend our thanks to our registrar Melvin Colasso, and our special thanks to our chief guest Dr. P. Satya Rajeswaran, Director and in charge of Ministry of Ayush, for his gracious presence in this Phytocine 2022. I would also like to thank the backbone of our Phytocine, the faculty coordinator, Dr. Lokesh Ravi, Assistant Professor of Department of Botany, for motivating and guiding the organizing committee each and every day to step each and every step of this international conference and making it a grand success. And our special thanks to our beloved HOD, Dr. Jayarama Reddy, for helping the team Phytocine at each and every step. And I thank the entire staff of the Department of Botany who always stood with us and motivated us. I extend my thanks to all the participants and their efforts. Without you, all this conference wouldn't be a success. Last but not least, I also thank the entire organizing committee of Phytocine for their day and night efforts to make the international conference a success and memorable to each and everyone present here. So thank you everyone. Stay safe.
Thank you, sir. I would like to request the winners to talk a few words. I would like to request the winners to talk a few words. Is Madhan here? If you can unmute yourself and you can speak a few words. Your experience about Phytocine. Even I think Preeti and Priyanka, any of you all, you can unmute yourself and kindly share your experience.
Ma'am, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, Madhan.
As a phytomedicine conference, it is very elaborate on all the topics that was presented by all the presenters. And I am also privileged to, as this was my first conference in which I am presenting. So I'm very happy to have the place in the poster presentation. So thank you for Shikumari ma'am for coordinating all the events. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madhan. Priyanka, Preeti, anyone, any of you all, you can share your experience.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening to everyone. It was very nice to be a part of Phytocine. It was my first presentation and it was a wonderful experience. And I got a lot of knowledge about other speakers, and I would like to improve my thoughts next time. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Preeti. Priyanka, could you please share a few words?
Sorry, I had a nice time in this conference. Thank you very much for the informative sessions that happened. I grabbed more knowledge in quiz and debates. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanka.
Thank you.
Nagaveni C, could you please share your experience? I think Sudhir, could you please share your experience?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity that is given for us to present our works here. I'm very thankful to Center for Molecular and Computational Biology Department of Botany, St. Joseph's College, for conducting this international conference. And the talks, whatever the scientist has given, it was very informative. And the comments what the eminent people has given to us during our talks was actually, it will help us to improve our works in future also. I thank for organizing team. It was very systematic and it was easy for us to communicate you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sudhir. Ganesh, could you please share us your thoughts about the conference?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Ganesh, you are.
Yeah, so the conference were actually very informative. I was in the free time, and the quiz competition was had around 5 rounds, and it was a good thing with the medical knowledge and other things relating to phytochemistry. So it was a very good one.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Ganesh. Now I would like Tunga to share her experience. Tunga, you're there on the line? Okay, I think she's facing some network issue. I thank one and all for making this event a successful one. I'd like to end this event with a quote quoted by Frank Herbert. There is no real ending. It's just the place where you stop the story. Thank you, one and all, and have a great evening.
Thank you, everyone. It has been a pleasure to be part of you, in this event, and we all had a good experience. And let's hope we will continue this series in the following years. And thank you very much for all your enthusiasm and participation. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. Bye bye.
Mohan sir, you're saying something?